Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the background work be blessed by Triple Gem. My Dharma friend just concluded one session as a part of this 24/7 English Zoom series, which is a part of the Buddothpado Zoom series. And it is conducted in English medium simply to convey this Dhamma message to the world for the community who is using the English as the main language. So it is a small attempt trying to give a small amount of Dhamma which has been explained by our noble friend. Initially, it was all disclosed nearly 2,600 years ago, and subsequently, our noble friend R.N. Mahanse is making it very simple and mostly using modern metaphors to suit the present time and explaining it again. So, for the community like us who are not fluent in Pali and also who are not capable of understanding what is preached by Lord Buddha in Pali language, this is an immense help to understand this Dhamma. So I'm sure our friends who have joined this English Zoom series may have heard these words and the sentences that we are mentioning again and again. But actually, there isn't a huge syllabus in Buddhist philosophy. That is something that we have to clearly say. There's no big theory knowledge. Lord Buddha has preached about 84,000 preachings or discussions to suit the different people's ability to understand, and also to suit different environments, taking the examples or the metaphors which occurred then and there. We know such example is that Angulimala Thero, who was struggling with all his past experiences, the bad things or the incorrect things that he did in the past, even though after becoming a monk, he had a great trouble. Even though Lord Buddha was trying to explain, he had a great trouble understanding that this is everything is on the only this moment. The past thoughts were coming up again and again, and he was he couldn't get rid of that self-image who has done the bad things in the past. So Lord Buddha waited until very patiently and very correctly. Lord Buddha waited until the correct time comes up. And I'm sure most of you have listened to this story where he heard the painful crying of a mother who was in labor, and he wanted to help that mother, and that he came and told Lord Buddha, please tell me how to help her. So Lord Buddha knew that that was the exact time that the Angulimala Thero can be shaken off from that misconception that he had about the self who has done so many wrong things in the past. And we know that with that very short explanation and the very short teaching that Lord Buddha did at that time, he realized that everything is this moment only. So the fire which was burning within him went down, disappeared completely. And in the Buddha history, it says that that was the instance that helped Angulimala Thero to become an arhat. So, if it was the uh, action and effect theme that we had the belief in the past, Angulimala Thero will never be able to reach the arhat state, or will never be able to reach the nirvana, or come to the understanding of nirvana. Even though I'm using these words, reaching nirvana, actually there's no goal that is visible. There's no aim, or it's not like an exam or something where you pass and get through when you talk about the nirvana. It is something which was holding is let it's let go. That is something which was there becomes nothing. So that may be a bit more correct explanation when you talk about the nirvana. But when we use the word, we talk about achieving nirvana or reaching nirvana, but actually there is nothing called achieving or reaching nirvana. Uh, so, so the Dhamma is actually Buddhist teaching is really beautiful. We think that there's no escape if a person does bad things in the life, and will never be able to escape from the punishment, or being born in lower realms where the current is very strong and the suffering will be much more than in a human level. These are actually all thoughts, these are all concepts that we have heard, and they have become strong with the solid thoughts. Uh, talking about the nirvana, the word nirvana is being actually now used even in the commercial level. Unfortunately, we have seen that word nirvana is being used even for some food outlets where they uh, advertise the superb level of food, which is quite incorrect to do like that. But we know that Buddhism is not a philosophy where uh, fighting against such things is included. It's always the compassion, metta, and kindness. Those were the ones that explained by Lord Buddha. So therefore, as people, we do not want to have rioting or fighting against this type of people. We know that they are not doing it because of the complete ignorance and complete lack of uh, knowledge or awareness about what is this true Dhamma facts are, which have been disclosed by Lord Buddha. So compassion, kindness, metta, those are three strong pillars, I would say, in Buddhist teaching. So, actually speaking, what is meant by Nibbana or Nirvana, uh, those are the I'm sorry about my voice. Please, I apologize about this voice situation. So actually, what is meant by nirvana or nibbana, or in Sinhala we call it nivana. Mm, I think the Sinhala word straight away interprets putting off the fire or putting off something burning, extinguishing something burning. Nivima is what is meant by that. So nirvana also in Pali more or less gives the same meaning. So something which has been burning is put off or extinguished. So what is there burning is the next question which comes up. Are we really burning? We don't understand that we are burning simply because of the ignorance. In the mundane world, uh, we do not realize that we are burning all the time. Lord Buddha said that eye is burning, ear is burning always, the tongue is burning, uh, nose is burning, and the skin is burning. Uh, what was meant by that? Uh, the burning means it has to be something uncomfortable, isn't it? But because of the uh, lack of uh, awareness of this, we think we interpret only the sad or angry things as burning. We do not realize that craving is also a burning. We do not realize that overwhelming happiness is also a burning. So, in other words, whether it is a burning due to happiness or whether it is a burning due to sadness or anger, they are all thoughts. Uh, the small baby did not have this burning feeling, isn't it? That is why the baby always has a smile on his face. We say that small ones are very innocent. That is because they look happy all the time. Whatever happens, whether there is somebody who is shouting at him or whether somebody is trying to uh, make it uncomfortable. So whatever the reaction coming from the baby is kind of neutral, isn't it? If the baby is provided with the basic requirements like the food, water, warmth, the baby is happy. Whoever is providing is immaterial, whether it is a mother or anybody else. Whoever provides these basic requirements uh, to keep the senses or the organs comfortable, then the baby is happy. So that is why we say that babies are innocent. Even if the baby's mother dies, even just after the delivery, baby has no knowledge about it, no thoughts about the death, has no idea about what is meant by the thought or the birth, sorry, death or the birth. But what happens to the adults who are around? They are immersed in an ocean of thoughts. Oh, this baby was born. Baby is very unfortunate to have the mother died on the same day. Who is going to look after? The baby will be uh, very unfortunate and bring bad luck to this family because he killed his own mother when he was being born. So these are all kinds of thoughts that the adults are having. But the baby will be smiling, will give a smile to whoever is telling some very uh, rude and uh, harsh words uh, like the ones that I just mentioned. So, can you realize that we are having a burning within ourselves, but the baby has no burn in baby's self? But having said that, we have to realize that baby has the raw material for the fire. The fire has not come up still. Fire is not has not started, but the needed fuel is there underneath. So it is only a matter of uh, giving just uh, uh, a spark of fire to have the flames coming up. So this is a fire that we are trying to extinguish. Some time back, the the uh, impression that we had was nirvana means something that you achieve after the death. Mm, so in simple words, what we understood or what we knew was that uh, not being born again is what is meant by nirvana. Actually, that is what we heard from most of the uh, Dham preachings, also from different venerables. Not being born again is nirvana, so that means you have to wait until the death. And not only that, we felt that isn't it too early to uh, go to nirvana? Can't we enjoy this life a bit more? Particularly if you had a comfortable lifestyle. This is really speaking, this is the thought that I had, and I am sure there were many people who had the same idea that understanding or reaching the nirvana in this birth itself is a bit too early. Why not be born several times again and uh, enjoy the life? Why not do some good karmas or good meritorious activities in this life and guarantee a good life in the next few births, and maybe or be born in heaven where lots of pressures aren't there. There's no pressure about the household activities, studying, doing a job, earning, looking after the children. This is what we heard from the fairy tale like stories, isn't it? We thought that we will be able to be born in heaven, spend a long, several thousands, or I don't know what is the duration you can talk about, so many, so much of long times, and then maybe reach nirvana from there straight away. These were very foolish ideas that we had actually. This is partly because of the poor understanding of these Dhamma effects of the monks who used to preach Deshana for us. And what we heard was actually if a person reaches the Sotapanna state, that is a very first uh, level in the Dhamma path, the person will be born 7 lives again and definitely will reach the nirvana after the 7 births. I'm sure most of the listeners, like me, felt that that is a good option. We completely ignored or we didn't understand the fact that what Lord Buddha said was that the everything is now and here. Everything is related to this moment. You can't talk about uh, being born again 7 times, or maybe again in the Deshanas that we had listened. We were told that if the person reaches the anagami state, which is the third level, he will not be born in this world, but he will have one more birth in one of the higher realms like Brahma status. So I'm telling about all these misconceptions that we had before we listened to this Dhamma by Aryan Mahansa, our noble friend, to see that it is exactly what has been mentioned by Lord Buddha. We foolish people, due to the ignorance and also inability to understand the deep facts that has been mentioned by Lord Buddha, we thought, we assumed so many things, as I mentioned earlier. So we felt that maybe we can go to that option of being born 7 times uh, and be born in higher realms, and we should do always good meritorious work in this life, so that there's a definite guarantee that there is no risk of being born in lower realms. But when you go to Buddhist history, there are so many instances actually where some people who were uh, who were sort of very high level uh, rich people who have been doing all kinds of possible meritorious work, even at the time of Lord Buddha's time and even later on. And for some reason, at the time of the death, due to the current which was there in that last thought, the very next birth has been in the animal kingdom for a short period, which clearly shows that doing all kinds of good things is not going to secure a place in a higher realm. So that is a danger of this samsaric journey. And similarly, as I mentioned earlier, Angulimala Thero, who has killed nearly 1,000 people to fulfill a vow that he had to do on behalf of his teacher, mm, which has who has completely misguided this bright and innocent student. He shouldn't have had any chance of being born in a higher realm or reaching the arhathood. But the beauty of this Dhamma is that everything actually uh, is decided by that each and every thought. We know that mind means a series of thoughts, fast flowing series of thoughts. Each thought is not related to the other thought. Always it is a fresh thought which is coming up. And the speed of this thought formation is unimaginable. It's so fast. But because of the ignorance, what is understood or what is felt is that each of these thoughts are fused together to form one solid thought. So it is felt as if it is a continuation. The word Udaya Vaya in Pali, some of you may have heard. Uday means the origin or rising, and vaya means the uh, disappearance or death of that thought. So this explains the arising of the thought and the death of the thought. So that is where Lord Buddha explained that the birth and death is occurring when a thought is felt as real, when the knowledge about darshana or the knowledge about how these thoughts are formed is not there, the thought becomes alive. Thought is felt as real, and an alive thought is born, and the thought is dying. This happens within a fraction of a second. So only the Arhat's mind will be able to see this dying part of the thought. We as lay people, we are unable to see this dying part, but what is felt is always the uh, arising of the thought only. So this is a process. What Lord Buddha tried to explain was that this is a process of happenings, whatever, mm, whether it is uh, any living being, maybe it is a, a human being or any other animals, plants, all sorts of things are caught up in this cycle of uh, happenings, or it is a system that takes place which is continued, and there is no controller, there is no person who is here. But the biggest misconception is that we feel, the system feel that there is a person responsible for all these activities. And when it is felt that there is a person who is responsible for the activities, something which is not there is created. The world is something that is created uh, by the uh, sensor functions. And sensor function means there is something happening at a very fast speed. So fast speed creates something which is not there, and collection of that gives rise to a thought which is again not real. So this was what Lord Buddha was trying to explain. This concept about the self. Concept about the self is not only there in the humans. We know that animals also feel that they are there, they are alive, or the self existence is there. Even any kind of animals, whatever the size of the animal. And the sensors will give some information, or sensor means actually the formation of the information. It's like uh, current being generated by solar panels. That is one of the beautiful metaphors given by our Mahansi noble friend, because we know that uh, Lord Buddha gave a very simple metaphor to suit the time 2600 years ago. What Lord Buddha said was that spinning a fireball tied up in a wire, when you do it very fast, it is seen as a fire circle. But actually speaking, there is no fire circle, but it creates the appearance of fire circle. So whether you say correct or wrong, both answers cannot be accepted because it is seen. So you have to say yes, but is it really there? No, it's not really there. So the yes and no, both answers are not correct. When the causes are there, effect is coming up. So that is the explanation. What is the cause? The fireball should be there, and some tied up wire or whatever is should be there, and very fast spinning should be there. So those are the causes. When the causes are there, the fire ring is created. When the causes are not there, if the fireball is not there, or if there is no wire connecting, or if there is no speed, you can't talk about the firing. So the only way to explain all these happenings in the systems is that the cause and effect phenomenon. That was the unique part of the findings of Lord Buddha when he uh, researched himself for so many years. We know that he tried many pathways. Initially, the pathways that were taught by so many famous teachers who were there at that time. He went from one teacher to the other, but he found that the level that their teachers were stuck is not the end. Lord Buddha felt that this is not the end. These people do not understand that, so there is no point of staying with them. So that is why he left all of them, even in spite of requests from the teachers to stay behind and take over a the part of their massive followers. But he didn't want to do that because he knew that that's not what he was looking for. He left the palace and all the fortunes and also the beautiful princess and the newborn baby in search of the true Dhamma. So he may have felt that what is the point of staying halfway, not exactly finding out the truth. So finally, what he found out was that actually there is no self here, which we call the uh, Atma Drushtiya, or the self view. Self view means we think that there is a person. Uh, we think that myself is there, and as extensions of that, there are things that I like, there are things I want, there are things of my way, there are things that belong to me. Uh, so me, mine, and myself. Those terms are used to indicate all kinds of extensions of the self weave. So self weave is a gross level. They are the thoughts. In a thought, you think that there is a person called self. So around that self, so many things are revolving, and uh, evolving. Can use so many words that can happen to this uh, concept called myself. Me, myself, and I. So this was the major breakthrough of Lord Buddha's findings. So to find out that there is no one called self. So the self weave is that in a thought that you connect everything what is felt to myself. This is the level actually which can be even understood by the 7-year-olds. We know that this is the level beyond that, or this is the level that when it is understood very clearly, a person or a system is considered as reaching Sotapanna state. Sotapanna state is the very first milestone, I would say. In other words, the system completely understands that everything is a creation in the mind. So the ties which were there with the outside world all are completely slashed off, and uh, it's very clear, crystal clear to the system that there is nothing called outside world. It's all creations of the mind. When this understanding is very clear, when this understanding is very well established as something, I would say, something like getting into the hard disk of the computer, it's permanently understood. Whatever you hear, whatever the people say to you, you very clearly you know that there is nothing called outside world. It's all creations in the mind. This step is the most difficult thing. That, but as I said, the 7-year-olds could understand this uh, partly because the incorrect concepts that they have is much less than an adult. We know that we have listened to so many deshanas, we have read so many books, we have met so many people who are talking very high about Dhamma facts. Uh, with those, we have got piles and piles of incorrect misconceptions. Those are actually very difficult to get rid of. We know that uh, we talk highly about karmas, that means action and effect, karma phala concept. We believe strongly about it. That is why we were trying to do always good things and trying to avoid the bad things that we are not supposed to do, and collecting merits like you deposit some money in an account, and we felt that that gives the security for the next birth. And also we thought that there are heavens somewhere. We felt that hell is somewhere underground deep inside, and where there is eternally burning fire, where the people who did the bad things were punished. And then beyond the heavens, we knew that there were levels called Brahma levels. So, because of those massive amounts of incorrect concepts, we find it very difficult to convince this system that there is nothing permanent called outside world. If I use the more, I would say, a better explanation, what is experienced is not there outside. We don't know exactly what is outside. What we know is that what we are experiencing through this sensor function, whatever the equipment, advanced equipment that we are using, we have no idea about uh, what is exactly outside there, whether this is what we are experiencing is exactly there outside. So that is why we talk about anitya. The word anitya it's a Sinhala and Pali both same. Anitya means impermanence. Actually, impermanence doesn't mean that all kinds of uh, the physical body is impermanent and all the physical materialistic things are impermanent. You can go on talking about impermanence of those things. Do we need a wise person like Lord Buddha to explain about that impermanence? Certainly not. And that is the impermanence which is explained in many religions also. You don't need an expert knowledge for that, isn't it? It's very obvious. You can see the things, you can feel the things to indicate that there is impermanence in everything. The way you saw the things are not seen now because your eye functions are deteriorating, or maybe you have some uh, illness which cause blindness, so your vision has gone now. Your ears are not functioning as it used to be due to some illnesses, or maybe because of the aging or injuries. Your hearing is lost. Similarly, you may have had problems with your nose, tongue, and you might have problems with your skin where the previously felt things are not felt as it was. You cannot actually enjoy those stimuli now. Not only that, thinking about the thoughts, now we feel that we are having all kinds of medically explained conditions like dementia. You say that I can't remember, so my mind is not functioning as it used to be. So, is that the impermanence? No, it is not the impermanence. It is not the anitya that Lord Buddha tried to explain. What you experience is not the thing that is there outside, and that is then there is no way exactly finding out what is the true thing which is there in the so-called outside world. So isn't that itself a cause for suffering? Yes, it is something sad, isn't it? So that is why you say Anitya, Dukkha, Anatma, the three important points that Lord Buddha said. Anitya means, as I said, what is experienced is not there in that form. And because of that, it is a reason to be uh, dukkha or suffering. And actually, there never existed a person here. That is the anatma. So, when you realize these three facts, uh, that is what is actually uh, reaching the nirvana, because you realize that there is no way of uh, experiencing what is called the real world, and uh, everything is a creation here on this in this mind, and mind is also not something permanently lasting, and there's no self here, and it is just the function of some senses, but gives rise to that feel that there is a person. So this is a bit of a messy thing, isn't it? It's a bit messy. Then the question comes, then what is this felt as myself? That is the question that we have to uh, solve. So now Lord Buddha says that uh, everything is a creation of the mind. So that is actually the first step of contemplation of the four practical steps that is explained beautifully by our Aryan Vahanse, our noble friend. So the very first step, as I said, is not easy. And Aryan Vahanse has practiced this for so many years before uh, having a solid sort of uh, uh, understanding about it. So then only Aryan Vahanse started explaining this to people like you and me. So the first step is to find out or become clear or getting convinced that everything is a creation in the mind or everything is a thought. Uh, so how can you say that it is a thought? A person might say that I can see the things, I can hear the things. Yes, they are there outside in the world. I can feel the taste. Uh, I can feel the smell. I can feel the things on the skin. You might say, how can you deny that all are thoughts? Now, when you talk about the thought, thought is a sound, isn't it? Sound doesn't mean that it is always audible. It's a quiet sound. You can say it is a quiet sound. The sound can vary depending on the language that the person is using. So, right now, uh, if I just tell few things that I can see a vase, I can see a clock, I can see a small Buddha statue. So those are now because I mentioned it loud, you can hear it as a sound. But just look around yourselves. Look around from the place you are sitting or standing. See how many things comes up as thoughts. They are not coming as a loud sound, isn't it? But the instant creation as a thought is something very obvious. Did you try to analyze these things? We never tried actually until the noble friend R.N. Mahansi tried to explain to us. So, the thoughts that I explained to you, I just said the vase. So, for a person who is talking in English medium, that sound is the vase. In Sinhala medium, if I say Malpochia, that is a Sinhala sound. So in another language, there will be different names, but the shape which is created at the level of the eye is going to be the same, but the sound is different. So the sound is a thought that has so many components. Now, if I focus on this vase right now, what is experienced is something at the eye level. It's a picture or it is a shape, I would say. But instantly, the creation in the mind was the vase, that was a sound. Not only the sound, so many other criteria about the vase is summed up in that sound. So that is why it's not simply a sound. You have to call it as a thought, which has so many components. We know that the uh, vases are uh, made up of so many types of materials. Maybe a clay vase, it may be a glass vase, it may be any kind of metal, uh, even silver vase, gold vase, whatever you have experienced will come up. So right now, what I experience is it's just a shape, but the thought which is composed of the sound called vase, and it also has the components like it is a clay vase. It has some nice artistic strokes of light blue and white color, and the background is of beige color. It's about 1 foot tall, and it is an ornamental piece. And not only that, when if I feel it, it's firm, and also it is easily breakable, and uh, it can be used to keep it as an ornament or put some water and put some flowers in that. Now, those are all components of that thought. So it is not only the sound called vase, along with that vase, so many other informations are collectively coming up. So that is why all these components give rise to the feel that it is really there. Yes, I can see that vase, and it's real vase. It's existing there. So what? A person might ask, what is the problem then? You feel it as if it is existing. So does it really matter? How can you connect up that to the nirvana? Yes, now that those are the facts that Lord Buddha initially explained, and subsequently Aran Mahanse further explains in a more simple version. Wherever a thing, an item, or a person is felt as real or existing, that is where the self is also born. Self-existence, or the Atma Sanyava, or the self-perception, is also born. So now that is where the trouble is starting. Never mind if you can sort of just stop at the level where it is existing. If you can sort of uh, put a barrier and stop at the level of uh, perception of existence, then it shouldn't cause a big problem. But always, along with that, hand in hand coming is that self existence or the self perception. So each and every stimulus, whatever is seen, now you can talk similarly about the Buddha statue. I can see the clock, I can see, and the warm feeling that my skin is getting. These are all stimuli. I mean, you can give a long list of the stimuli, isn't it? One stimulus at a time, but five senses are non-stop functioning. Five senses are like flickering bulbs, giving rise to a full uh, bright light. One of R.N. Mahansi, our noble friend's examples was that lightning. If it is just flickering of a single flicker, you wouldn't be able to uh, label it as a light, isn't it? Because just a simple dot of light will not illuminate the area. But what happens is that there is continuous, very fast sparks occurring, and that is where the whole area is illuminated. If you recollect an instance where the lightning occurs, the whole area, almost like sometimes daytime, the light is lightened up. So that is what actually happens uh, at these sensor levels also. There is a power created, a generated power, a current is created. And the five currents, that means the five sensors, mind you, the odds are always one sensor is functioning at one time, but they are changing so rapidly, one after the other, or maybe the same sensor is appearing and disappearing so fast, you feel as if there is a continuous sparking or non-stop one solid stimulus is there. One of the modern examples given by R.N. Vahanse is that the bulb, uh, the one with the filament, the good old type of bulb, not the LED type of bulbs, that has a filament. And there is what's called an alternate current. The current is on and off, on and off. So at that time, when it is off, actually there is no light. When it is on, only you see the light. But what happens is that because of the fast flickering, like in that concept of lightning, the bulb also has a very fast on and off series. And because of that, the impression or what is felt is that there is a continuous light. So that is what happens at the level of the eyes. That is what happens at the level of the ear. And that is what happens at the level of the tongue, nose, and the skin. Some fast uh, function, some fast vibration occurs, and something is created, a light or a sound or smell of taste, smell of a taste or a smell or the skin sensation. So one of the five occurs, and combination of these is the one which is created or called the thought. So that thought about the vase, as I explained, uh, it had the vibration of the eye. The rest of the components were fixed up right now as a thought. And as I said, all the informations that I had, my system had about the vases comes up as a sum up of that, uh, a reproduction of that thought. And if it is a small child, like a 3-year-old child, if you show and ask, he has no idea. It is just maybe a simple uh, shape. The child will be curious to find out, touch it and see, might even lick it and see, try to smell it and see. And when he feels, he can feel that firmness. And also, he has no idea about the breakable nature. And also, he doesn't know what the name is. The sound is not there. And he has no idea what are the uses of this, whether it is an ornament or a what is it made up of. So none of those data are there for the small child, and that is why the child will carry it and try to run, and you are screaming, don't run, you will drop it and break. And if it breaks, what will happen? Child will have a hearty laugh and run away, but you will be devastated. My gosh, how expensive is this vase? I bought it in that particular event or that exhibition, and I really liked it. I really liked that design, and it matches to this particular place in the house very well. And see what a disaster this child has done. Now those are all thoughts, isn't it? Thoughts secondarily coming after that initial uh, thought of was. So this is how our life is running every day, isn't it? The feels are the functions of the five senses. That means seeing, hearing, uh, feeling a taste, feeling a smell, and feeling of the skin changes, skin sensation. So they are all sensor levels, but now all of them are covered with all kinds of complicated thoughts, isn't it? Now you and me can't escape from those thoughts, and it is now real. We do not see it as a thought. Now we have a really existing uh, vase here, really existing uh, Buddha statue, really existing clock is here. Wherever there is real existence or that perception of existence, that is where yourself is. So that is why Lord Buddha said that eye is always burning, ear is always burning, the tongue, skin, nose, they are always burning. What is meant by burnings? The feeling something as real, the feeling of that vase as real, the clock as real, and the Buddha statue as real indicates that it's real means always the self is also here on this side. I am seeing that vase. I am seeing the clock. I am seeing the Buddha statue which is really there. So each and every instance I am born. Myself is born because the other side of that duality has become real. So being born as real, or if you feel as it is real, and being born alive or being feeling as being born, that itself is a current. That is what we do not actually understand. That is why you talk about this current. So that talking about that was again, do you realize how much of current is created within you when the child is carrying the vase? You might scream even, oh God, don't run. Carefully keep it on the floor. Carefully, please. This is Mama's vase. The child might wonder what is this rubbish this mommy is saying. This is some fun. I should start running. So those are the child's uh, thoughts, the simple thoughts. But compare that child's thought with the thoughts that you are having. How heavy is your thought about the vase, and how light is the child's uh, thought about the vase? Compare that difference. That is where the current is. The child's current is very low, and we can compare it in sort of more practical ways. Maybe the child is having 200 watt current, whereas yours is 33,000 current watt current. I'm talking about the 33,000 because the high tension lines in Sri Lanka carries 33,000 volt energy or electricity. So you can apply it to whatever suitable you think. So the current within you is very strong, whereas a child who has much less data or much less inputs about each and every stimulus, their level of current is very much low. So that is the current that we were talking about in Buddhist teaching. That is the current that Lord Buddha was trying to explain to us. Uh, so that is a current that we are trying to get rid of. So is it possible to stop this process? No, you can't stop the process, because what Lord Buddha explained was that this is a system, this is something occurring spontaneously. This is a cause and effect phenomenon. When the causes are there, you can't prevent the effect coming up from there, from at the end. If the cause is not there, there won't be an effect. So in other words, if there is no current formed, there is no self. Isn't that very beautiful? Yes. If the current is stronger, the self is equally strong on that side, isn't it? If the current disappears right now, the self also disappears. And for some reason, if the current appears again, the self also appears. So those are the four beautiful phrases that uh, Lord Buddha tried to explain. You can't say it's not there. You can't say that it is there. But when the causes are there, the effect will come up. So cause and effect phenomenon explains beautifully all the happenings in this system. So as I said, this cause and effect system, or this sensor functions is common to all the living beings. We know that even the trees do have sensors. The trees are bending towards the sunlight because of some sensors in the leaves and maybe the trunk also. The roots are always going downwards. Roots will not grow up, isn't it? Roots also go in search of water. So when these simple experiments, I'm sure most of you have done it at the school level. We keep uh, a potted plant near a window. You can see how the plant is bending towards the sunlight. And also, there are certain experiments to show that the roots are growing towards the water source. And uh, not only that, even the growth, now the seed, the particular type of seed will give rise to the tree of that particular type only. The jack seed will give rise to only a jack tree. The tiny seed, which is about 1.5 inches in size, will give rise to the tree which may be like 100 feet tall. So similarly the mango seed is about 4 inches, 3 4 inches. It will give rise only to a mango tree. So these are all nature's laws. This particular one, where you talk about the seeds giving rise to the particular type of tree, is called bija niyame. Bija means seeds, Niyame means the law. So law of the seeds, one of the four natural uh, laws that Lord Buddha explained. So those are not something that is done by anybody. So we were talking about the senses of the tree. So the tree will grow up, and as a part of the natural process, the tree has to reproduce. It has to maintain uh, the generation. So there will be flowers. Different flowers have different techniques of pollination. It's actually amazing how certain trees are adjusted or adapted to reproduce. Reproduce. It might happen within that flower itself. It might happen with the help of the wind. It might help with the. It might happen with the help of the insects like bees and butterflies. And occasionally, human beings have to do the pollination of certain trees for the reproduction of the maintenance of the generation. So, and also we know that there are some insect-eating type of carnivorous type of plants also in one particular uh, type, which we call bandura in Sinhala. There's a small pitch-like thing, a pouch or pitch-like thing which has a lid, and there's a sticky solution inside which is sweet, and the tiny insects will we get the smell and will slowly go inside the pitch, and the lid will close and insect is unable to come out, and it will get digested inside. That is one source of food for that tree. So that again you can see very clearly it is a sensor function, isn't it? So as I said earlier, the moving towards the sunlight, moving towards the water, growth of the tree, and having flowers, uh, and pollination, and having fruits, and then from the fruit level to reach another soil will happen again in different techniques. Some are being flown in the wind, some are being carried by the animals. Animals eat it up and the seed will not be digested, and the seed will be passed with the droppings and it will grow there. So these are all part of this system. And as I said, that insect eating type of tiny plants, that also has sensors where the pitch is covered, the lid is closed when the insect goes inside. So we know now that the sensors are not only confined to the animals or the human beings. It is there even in the trees. And uh, they may be slower than the animal sensors, but they also have a certain kind of sensors. What is the difference between the sensors of the animals and the humans and the trees? The sensors of the trees are functioning slower, and the main difference is that, like in the humans and the animals, combination of these sensors to form thoughts does not occur in the trees. So they have no thought formation. It's a thought formation which gives rise to all this trouble, isn't it? When the thoughts are formed, uh, as a part of the thought formation, I explained earlier that real existing feeling comes up. The perception of existence is the result of repeated occurrence of the thought. Repeated and fast occurrence of the same thought gives rise to the feeling of existence. And feeling of the existence doesn't stop there. As I said earlier, feeling of myself is a trouble. Feeling of myself means there's a strong current at that level. So that is what is explained as self perception. That is what actually the current which gives rise to so many consequences afterwards. So, fortunately, trees do not have that. So, there is nothing to talk about uh, transferring this current to another zygote when we talk about the trees. But for animals and human beings, this is happening. So, as the species with so much advanced mind, you and me have the highest level of formation of the thoughts, and fortunately we are in the level where we can understand this system. So no other animal species is capable of understanding this truth, what is happening in this system. So you and me are fortunate. uh, we are being born as humans, and we do not have uh, significant disabilities which uh, put the barriers for us to understand this Dhamma. And not only that, uh, uh, we have the intact organs and we hear this true Dhamma. That is the most important thing. There are millions and millions of people who are born as human beings in the world, but they do not hear a word about this true Dhamma. And there's another proportion where they hear these Dhamma facts, but they are not interested. They do not bother to turn the head to this side and see what is this, what are they talking about, which is quite unfortunate. So we know that you and me, we are very, very fortunate. What we should have is the determination, courage, and willingness to explore this Dhamma. So, Nivana means, as I said earlier, putting off this current, switching off this current, and uh, the current is stronger and the thoughts are heavier and heavier when a person grows up by age, whereas the small child's thoughts are not that heavy because the current generated is not heavy as it is for the adults. That is why we often hear people saying that they do not feel the responsibility. They do not know about the commitments that we have. They are taking everything lightly. Actually, that is what will happen when you understand this Dhamma. We know that our noble friend R.N. Maharaj takes all these things very, very lightly. Very, uh, he's not talking, doing anything in his mind. Always, he can understand the other person's thinking pattern and explain Dhamma to suit that person. Sometimes it may be a farming mother from a village or a farming father from a village setup. It may be a child or it may be an educated so-called professional who is having an advanced knowledge about science. So it may be a monk who is having a good knowledge about in the Pali. So whichever uh, the category that you are in, this Dhamma can be explained, maybe in simple words, maybe in more complicated level where it is explained with all kinds of metaphors to suit the present time. So, what should be done to put off this fire then? So, the other important thing that I wanted to mention was we, as I mentioned earlier, we thought that nirvana is something achievable after the death. So until that time, we felt that all these sufferings will continue. No, actually, the nibbana is uh, understood or arrived at two levels. One is this complete inner transformation, complete inner understanding of this Dhamma, which causes this sopatisesa nibbana or arriving at the nibbana level while alive. So it is something that you can uh, understand right now at this moment. Uh, Secondly, when the person comes to the end of the lifespan of that physical body, that level is called anupatisesa nibbana, where the physical death, and that person will not be born again. And it's like switching off or putting off the fire of a lamp. When you put off the flame, can you, if somebody asks, where did the flame go? Did the flame go to the right, left, uh, east, west, up, or down? Can you tell a direction? This was actually one of the questions that was asked from Lord Buddha when somebody achieves nirvana. Uh, where does the soul goes? So that was a question that somebody asked, and this beautiful metaphor was given by Lord Buddha to uh, extinguish the lamp. So flame is no more there. Can you say which direction the flame go? You can't say. It's gone now. It's not to be seen. It's not there. That is the only way that you can explain, isn't it? So it's something like that. So as I said, nirvana is something that is experienced in each and every thought, in each and every stimulus. So if that thought is not felt as real, that instance, in that thought itself, the self is also not generated. There is no current generated in that thought. Then simply you can say that that fraction of second, the nirvana is experienced or the nirvana is touched. But what happens in day to day life, this is fluctuating actually, isn't it? There are instances where we experience the nirvana, but we do not know whether it is experienced or not. We always, due to the ignorance, connects up all the stimuli that are felt as real. So we have an existing world, and as a part of that world, existing myself is also there. with each and every existing things. I am also born. Now I have the existing clock. I have the existing Buddha statue. I have the existing vase. I have the existing cold feel to my skin. I have the existing sound of a vehicle. So they all are felt as real. So, in other words, the thought called clock, Buddha statue, vase, vehicle, cold wind, they are all real thoughts to me. They are all existing thoughts to me. And as long as those thoughts are existing, myself is also born instantly. So when you understand this Dhamma, is there anything different? I mean, is there any difference in the way that experience is happening? No. That is the most beautiful part here. There is no difference in the way that you experience the stimuli. I will see the clock as usual. I will see the Buddha statue. I will feel the vase. I can hear the motor vehicle sound of the vehicle. I can feel the coldness to the skin. But that current which is created due to the feeling that they are real is the one which is not felt. Now this when I talk like this, it sounds more like theory, isn't it? The worst part is that uh, when people hear these things again and again, you feel as if you are really experiencing that there is no value in those stimuli. We hear lots of our Dhamma friends talk in the Zoom discussions. They say that I have no burn with my children, I have no burn with my grandchildren, I'm not worried about the property, and they go on talking. I feel very much relaxed, all kinds of things. That happens very easily with the knowledge because we hear the same sentences again and again and again, and it gives rise to a false secure level where the system feels that I have no burning with these things whatsoever. So I'm feeling very comfortable now. I am doing quite well in this Dhamma path. And when you come to that established solid thoughts to say that I am feeling quite relaxed now, I am feeling very mm, happy and no fire at all. It's very difficult to shake them off and get them to convince that you have got your path wrong. You have been diverted from the main path because there's a self, a strong self who is experiencing some advancement in the Dhamma path. So, in other words, in a thought, that self is there. I am now very much improved, or I have understood many Dhamma facts. I can even explain them to whoever is asking me questions, and I feel very comfortable. I have no fire at all, and I am doing all kinds of household work with lots of energy. These are some regular stories that we hear. I am sure you and me, all of us are in the uh, same pit, I would say. So unless there is the explanation, or unless there is mm, some form of guidance by the noble friend, we will be very much settled happily in that level. So that is another way that the self has come in a different disguise. Earlier, the self was who was getting angry, who was getting disturbed, who was very sad in some of the stimuli, or who was very much attached to the children, craving for various types of food or various types of clothing. So that self was there earlier. Now that self has changed the face, wearing a different mask. He's coming up as a good self, improved self, a self who has understood all kinds of Dhamma teachings now. And it's called Dhamma Uddache. R.N. Mahansi explains that beautifully, particularly to people uh, who are conducting these programs. All of us have been warned about that. Don't go to Dhamma Uddache. Dhamma Uddache means that kind of uh, self image which is blown up to say that I am okay now. I have understood and I can explain this Dhamma to the others. So that is a different phase, as I said, because this self perception comes up in different ways. It's hiding in all the nooks and corners within yourself, and uh, particularly it is easy to identify when it comes in the gross level. We know that a shock of 33,000 volt is something which cannot be missed, isn't it? So the gross level of anger, sadness, those things are very obvious. But when I said about that, uh, the person who is in Dhamma Uddache, the person who now understands some part of the Dhamma teachings, particularly a person who has been listening to Dhamma for several years, can reach this unfortunate level. And if it is not identified at that level, there will be a disaster. So, after having all these opportunities to listen to this Dhamma, and after having these uh, opportunities with all the intact organs and understanding this language, if we go on a wrong pathway, it's a very sad ending up, isn't it? So that is why mm, never ever give a self estimate. Never ever believe your mind sensor. Never ever believe your thoughts to say that I'm okay now. Always uh, give a guarded prognosis, give a guarded sort of uh, conclusion to say that you may be correct, you may not be correct. Always get it clarified by the RN Mahasi or any other Dhamma friends who are capable of explaining this. And always the Dhamma friends will finally discuss with noble friend RN Mahasi if they have the slightest doubt. We are very grateful to our RN Mahasi for continuously guiding us and correcting us. So, uh, the current, as I said, the 33,000-volt current is easily identifiable. But when it comes lower and lower, things like 100-volt type of current, it's very difficult to identify. So it becomes simpler and more subtle with very small incidents. Sometimes suddenly, after feeling so cool and chilled, all of a sudden you might recognize a fire coming up within you. So that is why always Aran Mahansa says that shake yourself, let you experience different situations to check yourself. Sometimes a disaster so occur all of a sudden, unexpectedly, and see those disasters as blessings in disguise, because that is how you can test yourself. Testing yourself is essential in this pathway because, uh, as I said, the self perception or the self vibration, which is the most basic level of the self or the basic raw material of the self, is something very difficult to identify. And uh, one of the beautiful examples given by Lord Buddha was that he compared water to the mind level of a person who has reached the Arhat state. Be like the water, that is how it is explained in the sutra. The water will take the shape of any vessel. So that means can adjust to any situation. Water will cool down. So when there is something burning or hot, it will be cooled down by the water. And it flows from high level to the low level. That means that humbleness of the system, isn't it? And a system is not fed up of water, isn't it? Can you think of a person who doesn't want to drink water for his life because he's fed up of it? No, water is a part of the life. Whereas there may be persons saying that I don't like orange juice. I hate it. I don't want to drink it for the rest of my life. Another person might say that I don't like black tea. I don't want to drink it. So like that, can you talk about the water? No. Water is acceptable by any person at any time, isn't it? Even if you are not thirsty, if somebody offers you some water, don't you feel like taking a mouthful of one sip of water? Yes. So the he gave this beautiful answer, and also it cleanses. The water will clean up all the dirt, isn't it? So these are some of the beautiful metaphors given by Lord Buddha. Be like the water. So water is neutral, colorless, no smell at all. So that means no specific features, and it flows from higher level to the lower level. It can adjust to any situation, and it's cool. So there are certain other examples also given in the same sutra. Be like the earth, be like the fire, be like the wind. So there are also kind of other metaphors given in the same sutra. So basically, what I wanted to explain was that an arhat mind is something like that, neutral, zero. The current is zero. When the current is zero, when the current is zero, but the physical body is maintained, that is the level I said. Uh, so patisesa nibbana. So the arhat will have thoughts. Arhat will communicate with the world in the same way like you and me, because he needs those thoughts to survive until the physical body comes to an end. But what is important is that the thoughts are not felt as real. He knows clearly that thoughts are there, but they are not really existing. These are instant creations of the mind sensor. We know that the reflection that we see in the mirror is not true. I'm talking about the adults like you and me, but of course, the child and animals do not understand this. They feel that it's real. That was a beautiful metaphor given by Lord Buddha to little novice monk Rahul, his son in the lay life. So uh, he said, Rahul, look at this reflection in this water. The world is also created like this. It's not true. So that was a simple but powerful message. So similarly, we know that by looking at the mirror, what is reflected is not true. But we can see as if it is really there, isn't it? Particularly if it is a life-sized uh, mirror, you can see your full height and you feel as if you are standing in front of you, isn't it? But you know, you do not need thoughts. You know that it's not real. You don't have to think and say, oh, this is just a reflection, this is not myself. You don't need a thought. You have that feel that it is not real. So that is the difference between the feel of the mind level and the thought. The feel is coming there underneath. You don't need thoughts to say that this is not real. But won't you make use of the mirror in the same way? Yes, you will use it. You will use for whatever the functions that you have to do. You will use the mirror for various functions. So that is how the Arhat's mind also. They know that the world is not real. They know that they are reflections of the sensor functions. They know that if the sensor is not there, that part will not be created. They know that for a person who has no eyes, the reflection of the eye level will not happen. But the world will be created minus those pictures. I'm talking about a person who is blind from birth. So you can't talk about the light or the pictures in such a situation. But won't the blind person also have a world? Yes, he has a world, but that has no light, no shapes. Similarly, a person who has been deaf from birth, you can't talk about the sounds, but his world will be composed of the other four senses. Something is created, and they feel that it is the real world. And we have no way of finding out how they experience. Can you and me uh, think possibly how this blind person is experiencing the world? So this is the complexity of this Buddha teaching. We would never have been able to understand this without the wise knowledge, wise uh, uh, ability to understand these deep and complex factors, isn't it? So the Arahant state, or also Buddha, Lord Buddha, they all experience the world, but they know very clearly with the very strong understanding and with the complete inner transformation, they know that these are all creations. So they experience the things as seeings, hearings, sounds, taste, and the skin sensations. They experience them, and they get thoughts also. The clock, with the statue, vase. Those are thoughts. The thoughts will come up for them also in the same way that they experience, we experience. But what is not there, what disappears is that perception of existence or the itta sanya. Perception of existence is not coming up simply because how the thoughts are formed is very clearly understood. So, in other words, darshana component, a good understanding uh, about darshana is what is needed, and uh, essentially, when that understanding is clear and crisp, uh, the the understanding you have about the reflection of the mirror becomes applicable to everything that is experienced as stimuli. So, whatever uh, happens, they do not become alive. They do not become things to that system. They are experienced, but that feel that you get something similar to the reflection of the mirror becomes like that to every experience. So, can you imagine such a situation where, without any kind of fire, the things are being continued? You attend to your normal things, attend to all kinds of day to day activities. Things will happen very lightly, things will happen very energetically, but you will feel, the system will feel 100% of the other system. That is where actually the true metta comes up. When the self is there, you are trying to spread metta to the rest of the world. That is what we used to do. Actually, that is what is being done even in the other religions, where the self is here and self is trying to uh, spread metta to the world. So there's no difference between Buddhism and such religions when you talk about doing the metta meditation uh, in that method. The first few sentences are that may myself be uh, comfortable, may myself be healthy, may myself not having any kind of uh, cravings or any sufferings, sadness, and after that, that same feel is tried to spread to the six directions of the world. That is what we have been doing as the metta meditation. Really speaking, when there is no self here, when there is no current on this side, the system is able to understand the current of the opposite side. In that case, whatever the uh, metta activity that you are trying to do will be 100% successful rather than when there is a vibrating system on this side. But at the beginning, doing metta meditation in that way is okay. But actually, that is what not Lord Buddha was trying to uh, explain, because he very often said that this Dhamma, somebody should come and understand this Dhamma. He said the ehipassiko is a Pali term, come and see this Dhamma. That was an open invitation. There are no strict rules or regulations for the people who are following Buddhism. People are very free, and the people can try out the instructions given and try to have a good knowledge in Darshana. Then they realize that there never has been a self here. What is understood as the self was that current feeling or that heavy feeling that occurred as a live thought. So, live thought is a better word, I think. When the thought is alive, when the thought is felt as alive, automatically myself is here on this side. So, in other words, it is the itta sanyava which will be slashed off, and along with the itta sanyava, the self perception or the sakkaya ditya is the one which is being slashed off. So that means the thoughts are there, but that heaviness or that live feeling with the thought, a real feeling with that comes with the thought, or that wantedness to maintain that thought, wantedness to have that thought, or wantedness to get rid of that thought. In other words, that live feeling is the one which is going to disappear. So, if you go back to the first few sentences in this discussion, nivima or extinguishing the fire is the aim in Buddhist philosophy. Uh, what is meant by fire or the flame means the keles or the defilements. In other words, keles means myself. So it is the myself which is going to be switched off. So switching off myself doesn't mean that you cannot survive. Yes, you can. The system will survive in a much better way rather than having that burning type of myself uh, always coming up with each and every thought. So some of these things may sound a bit complicated, but try to take it simply. Try to understand the fact that these are all sensor functions. Sensor functions are nobody's work. There's non-stop current generating from the five senses, and that current is generated because of the speed, very fast speed at the sensor level. So what is created at the sensor level is felt as real. In other words, the thoughts are felt as real. Myself is also a thought. which is uh, the result of the five senses. So all five senses may not function at the same time, but always it is one sense at a time. Because of the fast speed, it is felt as if it is a non-stop flow or a solid one single block, and there's no place to fix the label of myself in this process. And as a part of the process, there is some uh, liveliness which is uh, experienced by the system. That liveliness is that feel is what is labeled as myself. So actually, there is no self in here, and the self is the one uh, which we find very difficult to identify, particularly when it becomes more and more subtle and simpler. So it has to be zero on one day. Uh, well, not in one day, in each and every stimulus, because it can sometimes be zero in one stimulus and the next stimulus it may be strongly positive. So there are fluctuations like that we have to understand, because until the arhat state, arhat's mind, this current is going up and down, fluctuations. Uh, Once Lord Buddha asked one of the venerables called Anuruddha, do you have this samadhi, or it is called Adhigata Samadhi, where in if I explain it in words, the feel of non-existence, the the feel that there is no value in the stimulus. Do you have it? But Anuruddha Thero said that it's not permanently lasting. It's coming up and going, going. So that is what the level of the Arhat state. So Lord Buddha used to direct and advise and guide the monks almost daily basis. He used to have various kind of daily meetings to get them to explain what their experiences are then and there. So those discussions were very helpful to the monks because everyday basis they discuss their problems, and uh, same thing is we are having the opportunity to discuss these questions at our Zoom discussions. If you are talking Sinhalese language, there are many Zoom discussions in Sinhala language. One main thing is 7 p.m. Sri Lankan time, and another one 5 o'clock, 5 a.m. in Sri Lankan time. Most of the instances, Lord, our RN Vahasi is joining them so that uh, you can always ask your questions. For our Dhamma friends who are talking only this English language, from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time, there is a discussion session, and some of the Dhamma friends who are doing these sermons will be there so that you can get whatever the doubts you had clarified. Uh, because Lord Buddha says that uh, the noble friends is essential always. Noble friends' guidance is a must in this Dhamma path, because there are so many pitfalls that occurs on this pathway, and uh, without the guidance of the noble friend. You might stuck at a level where you do not understand that you are stuck. The the relaxed feeling that you are experienced sometimes is simply a creation of the mind as a thought. You feel that you have no fire and you are completely all right now. You can tolerate any any difficult situation. So these are some of the uh, fake creations of the mind sensor. So therefore be careful. Do not be in a rush to put a right mark in front of your name, and uh, always give the benefit of the doubt uh, to the incident. Always you think that there is a doubt that you want to clarify, and uh, listening to more and more sermons will certainly help you, because I remember once Dr. Kokila, one of our senior uh, uh, Dhamma friends, she was saying that right at the beginning, she didn't understand these Dhamma teachings, but she just continued listening to them. And little by little, she felt that the things were being cleared up. So it's important to continue to listen to this Dhamma. And if you have the opportunity to discuss with any Dhamma friends who are following these Buddothpado teachings, you all can discuss among themselves and come up with whatever the areas that are not clear to the discussion times and get it clarified further. We always direct the questions to our noble friend Aryan Vahanse whenever the opportunity comes, because uh, always there are, I mean, the instances where we think is correct, we find that things have gone wrong. Uh, so, just if I summarize what we were talking, uh, the myths that we had about the nirvana, we now have cleared. We know that nirvana is something that is experienced now and here, and it is experienced with each and every thought or each and every stimulus. And uh, a self has never existed. That heaviness or that current, due to the feel that the thought is real, is labeled as myself. So when we talk, we say that I felt sad, I felt happy, and I felt irritated, I was jealous about it. So we try to use different words and explain that heavy feeling that was experienced by the system, because now we can't separately experience the seeing, hearing, feeling the taste, feeling the smell, and feeling the skin sensation. Now we get a combined product that is called as thought. So, what we experience now as the feel is that thought sensation. What is felt as heavy is the feel of the thought. That is given a different name because we can't explain a feel without using the thoughts. So, with the thoughts, we give different names depending on the stimulus. So, that thought, heavier the thought, the experience about that experience of the current related to that thought is heavier. In other words, those that is also called defilements, that is also called self-perception. So more you identify this self-perception, uh, the current diminishes little by little. So understanding what is happening is the path, because you can't put a stop to this instantly. Only when you uh, understand how it is formed, uh, that is the way to reduce the power of that current, and the 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 life will flow in the normal way. You feel that the current or that burning sensation that you had in relation to different stimuli becoming less and less and less. So uh, this is the beauty of Buddhist teaching or Buddhist philosophy, which is completely different from the other religions, because we have no faith, we have no strong beliefs. We have to apply that to the day to day life, and then only we feel that this is exactly what is happening. So, we invite you to listen to these sermons, and also we invite you to join the discussion times whenever it is possible to get these doubts cleared. So I will conclude the discussion now. I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect, the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha, the Triple Gem. And I worship at Aryan Mahanse, our noble friend's feet, because if not for him, we may have been just going down along the stream, thinking that nirvana is something far, far away from us. And also, may all the listeners be blessed by Triple Gem, and may our friends who are helping us with the technology always be blessed by Triple Gem. So until we meet with another session, and also these sessions will be continued. You can continue to listen to Dhamma sermons done by different Dhamma friends, and when you hear the same facts from different voices, the different ways of explanation, sometimes different examples, it will be easier for you to understand these Dhamma facts. Uh, yes, there was Saranai.
Saticca Pariyodakana. The stanza above means that you should always be aware that whatever thought that comes to your mind is a mental pattern, akusala sita. Thoughts come very fast, and thoughts also tend to create more thoughts by thinking of past events and by thinking of the future. Isn't it the best to stay away from thinking of the past and the future? More thoughts only to make you feel like you are on fire, and more thoughts make you feel uneasy. Because when you have more thoughts, they always make you feel jealous, angry, greedy, or revengeful. Thought is like a pendulum of a clock. It always oscillates between greed, raga, and anger, dvesha. The mind always oscillates towards thoughts of greed or towards thought of anger. Thoughts will always oscillate from greed to anger. When you become mindful, it is like coming back to your base or to your point of concentration. Coming to the point of concentration is like stopping the clock. You can use your sati kamatahana base of concentration that you are used to so that you can maintain your concentration on seeing the thoughts. The base of concentration can either be your breath or the posture you are in at that moment. We use this sati kamatahana only to prevent your thoughts from going astray from thought to thought. We use the pace of concentration only to make sure that we see the pure truth in every thought that arises. What we are explaining to you now is only the beginning of how to go on the path. The explanation for the last stages of going on the path is much different. This path to nirvana should not be considered as an easy path. The journey on the path depends on each person's capabilities. Some people are good at both samatha meditation and vipassana meditation. Some people are good at the concentration meditation, samatha, by birth itself. Therosan everybody.
Therwan Sarnashami, thank you for reading the book for us. You read 2 pages from the book, The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. We worship Aryan Mahansa at his feet, Tiruvasarnai Aryan Mahansa, and also we warmly welcome all of you who have joined the Zoom right now, and also our Dhamma friends who may be listening via YouTube at this moment. Uh, so, Thiruvara Saranai, everybody. So, as usual, we will just, because we are behind the schedule, maybe I'll shorten what I am going to say. Uh, Again, what was sort of reiterated was the nature of the mind and the nature of the thoughts. Uh, when the thoughts are given a value, or when the thoughts are given a weight, or in other words, when we do not know how these thoughts are formulated, what is this mechanism, automatically there is a value or a weight added to these thoughts. We take them as real. And when it happens like that, more thoughts can be generated. And then only you feel that thoughts are really troublesome, and it becomes heavier and heavier. The thoughts about the past is a fresh thought that comes up right at this moment as a present thought, and also the thoughts about the future, about your future planning, etc., are again thoughts that arise right now at this moment in the mind. So, in other words, there's nothing called past thoughts and present thoughts. All of them are uh, arising right at this moment, now and here. And also, it was mentioned that how the thoughts are oscillating between the two sides, the clinging and aversion, or uh, greed and the anger. So this is the nature of the thoughts. Yesterday, I think we sort of tentatively talked about some discussion points today. So we can start it as we planned. There was a night Dr. Kokila. We can start it.
We worship our say for his noble friendship, and also I can remember Joel's question last time, but before that I would like to ask him, what's your idea of ego, Joel?
Ego is something like kind of taking too much thought about this misconception of I.
How would you feel it?
It's kind of I, not I. Actually, it's like kind of pride. What I feel.
So it's something you feel, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, that was very important to understand. So, this is in the feel side. This is actually not in the thinking side. This is something you feel. So, like, we feel the, you know, we feel the anger, we feel the, we, we feel so much things. At the same time, this is something we feel. How do we detect that? Or because, as I said, English meaning of ego can have the meaning kind of in pride, but actually it is much more deeper than that. It's it's kind of mental construct of me, as you said, but it's completely in the field side. So imagine you went to a discussion with someone. We can take an example. You went to a counseling session, and you kind of feel you coming up. I mean, I don't know whether this is a good way of telling that, but if we take another example, you hear so many sounds. Suddenly you hear a voice that struck you, and you are kind of born there. I don't know whether you have experiences like this. It's in English, I don't know whether we can say, because when we say self-conscious, it's just like too much being, too much thing, because when we even use that word, but ego is something we all have in different ways, in one thought. That's very important, in one thought, because it's only one thought we have at one particular moment. And when that thought, or whatever the thought it is, it can be mother, it can be father, it can be brother, it can be family, it can be Sri Lanka, it can be politics, whatever, it doesn't matter. But it's a feel that it is felt here, or the moment that you feel that it is there. Different ways I'm trying to tell something. I don't know if it will come out at all. But mental construct of me has no definition, because it's in one thought, and the amount of that is directly related to the amount that the stimulus is a thing. If a stimulus is a thing or has so much value, the amount of mental construct of me is also as strong as it's equal, kind of equal. So if it is something like your closest person, it can be to a mother, it can be son, it can be partner, it can be anything, or even job, it doesn't matter. There's something something that brings up me. In layperson's word, we can really say that, when we direct it to the outside, if the outside is true, we can really say I'm true, because then there is problem like, am I failing this? Am I a failure? Am I not smart enough? Am I good? Am I bad in that sense? Or am I a villain? There are thoughts associated with that, but that's actually kind of when someone is pushed to the extreme outside. So everything outside is true, and that's what we were before. Just imagine like that. Just imagine before listening to them, how you were. You believed everything is out there. Yes, 100%. And if they are there, I'm here, basically. And all your thoughts are directed in that way. So our thought process develops in such a way that it will give you like, I'm better or I'm worse, I can do or I can't do. Everything revolving around me. But that's actually the extreme outside version of it, the basic version of it. But this keep going backwards and backwards. Someone understand this Dhamma, you won't really feel it that much. You're not shaken by the outside that much, but still this dream will be still true. That you will feel the dream, you will be in the dream, but still you're not that bothered. But still, in a lesser amount than before, you still feel you. You still feel you. It's a feel. It's a feel. Even when someone understands that actually all these perceptions are not true, they are just perceptions. They're just like electricity or gravity. It's just another vibration. All these things, and even getting that to the feel, you get to the feel because your mind, the world, this dream, you feel like awakened from that, but still you feel it. Even in that level, you still have a subtle way of you. So that's the thing. So even the ego, it's actually very, very big usually. So just imagine, we haven't understood the Dhamma, even though we hear it, if we haven't really felt it, our egoistic attitude will continue. It will continue. It's a kind of a attitude that brings us all these thoughts about me, what is happening to me, Am I going to fail? Am I going to survive? Am I going to win this? Am I going to be happy? Am I going to go to next birth? Will I be in a better world? I'm going to live with God. Whatever, it doesn't matter. So the egoistic pattern, the thinking pattern can extend to that level because you feel something here. It's a feel. Ego is a feel, even though we talk about it so wide, vivid. So that feel extends into that story. I am, I am, I am, I am. You know, it's funny that to think about our own experiences, how we had this drive to make I to be identified, to be what can I say? The good English words are there, like to be noted, to be identified. So kind of sometimes the whole life you're fighting for that, you know, to be loved, to be identified, to be you know, like it's weird this how this feel will make you to think, how it will mold your attitude, how you will feel intimidated easily. But you have to understand, every person is different. Every person is different. So some people, this egoistic power that feel is less. Some people it's very high. You might feel it very quick. It's easy to feel when you master on this Dhamma as well. How we can feel the other person's vibration. It's kind of a vibration. It's a vibration. You can feel your own vibration. Also, you can feel the other person's vibration. So this is the vibration that gets less and less. So the restlessness, the everything in this so-called world is revolving around one center. What is the center? You have to get this. What is the center? It's a field. You have to detect this, then only you can actually understand your power, which was even in your as a baby in the cot. Also, you had this power. You were never able to identify that at that time, but now, with the thinking process, when you take one thought, you can actually identify. If you go deeper, if you pierce this one thought with Dhamma, you can't do it without Dhamma. With this wisdom, you will find this. How did this feel come? and the absence of that feel as well. So that's the most important aspect of this Dhamma. It's kind of deep, but piercing one thought actually can pierce this as well. So even though we discuss it with kind of attitude towards like pride and stuff, that's actually when we put ego to the outside. When we put ego into outside, in the sense gross, I would say gross, I think, because this become finer and finer, then that's the important thing. But grossly, it can be interpreted as pride, it can be interpreted as, trying to be noted, or trying to be, to be loved, to be like just me here and there. It comes and goes, but no one can actually understand that. Now with Dhamma, we can understand that. Whenever it comes up, you will feel it. But there are deeper layers too. So the ego in a normal layperson who has never heard this Dhamma can be very thick. It's a feel though. It's a feel. So it can be very thick. It can actually prevent you from understanding this Dhamma, because you have so many views and you kind of hide in them, and you try to prevent you getting exposed. You don't like getting exposed. You don't like, but some people do it without much effort. Actually, some people's this vibration level is low. Originally it was low, but with the time, originally in the sense in the baby level, it was low. But with time, there can be some augmentation of that. With the story, you tend to have a story after about 1 or 2 years, you start remembering stuff, and then only you have this dream. I have talked about this before. This dream, the dream starts to work, so that you are actually isolated, or actually you don't think it's isolation. You are actually acting in the dream. You feel that the dream is true, and in that you can kill them, you can kill anyone, you can steal, you can shout at someone, you can try to enjoy the senses by taking something. You can do anything. How do you do that? Because this self vibration has gone into that far, this field has gone that far, that it has a whole kind of outcome. If you go to a argument, you can see, definitely if you see an argument between two people, you can really see how they argue. They would be arguing, I feel that you are doing something wrong. And the other one is saying, no, I'm not doing anything wrong. You are doing the wrong thing. So it's kind of two self vibrations, having a conversation. But that's how it was. It was a feel, but the feel is augmented in the way that you are brought up, in the way you you have had achievements or whatever, that the way you looked at the life, basically. So I don't know whether the basic message was gone, because the it's not coming in one way. But what I'm trying to say is, you has so many layers. So the pride is also one of them. Pride is when this vibration, self vibration is a feel. You feel it. It's a feel. 100% is a feel. But then when it goes into that dream, or in this world, so-called world we are, if you are like 38, you have at least 37 years of memories, 30 or 35, whatever that, but from whenever you can remember, you have a so-called world, so-called dream. In that dream, you have the idea of me, mine, and that has gone into that level that you feel bit upper hand, like bit uppish, bit self-conscious, basically. But that is the extreme level. That level is extreme level. Even that you can feel, but it can get finer and finer and finer, where even someone who is in this path can feel it in the tranquility that you have. Even in that subtle level, you can have this, but that's completely in someone who has understood this Dhamma properly and felt this Dhamma properly, and has felt the non-vibration, at least in one thought, so that they know what is self-perception and they know what is non-self-perception, because it's a fail again. Self-perception is also a fail, and non-self-perception is also a fail in that level, because you have to know it. Then only it becomes a perception. You have to feel it. Then only perception comes. So if we hear Dhamma and we get some kind of extra me in that also, then we can understand this ego is everywhere, so it can hide anywhere. It's just a self-vibration, basically. Did I tell something properly? What do you think, Joel? Did you even get something?
Yes, doctor. Another question was like, how do we cope or manage egoistic people according to Dhamma?
Well, I can only tell you about that, Joel. You are going to manage your problems, not others. You are going to be awakened from this dream, and you will feel everyone's ego, and you will try to help them. That's all. Did that answer? Suit you?
Yeah, I felt that vibration from you. Thank you, Doc.
All good. Yeah, it's a bit difficult topic actually, because ego has so many variations in that. We can talk about ego in gross way as well, where the pride comes, where the whatever. But when it comes to the deeper levels of Dhamma, it is a feel, and it is because this spark or the stimuli, or just that one particular thought has become a thing that is felt as you. That is how that has come. So it's all fully understanding Dhamma is what we can do. Understanding how this ego was created. The second question here is that which actually Joel didn't ask, how does ego come then? Yeah, we feel it. Yes, how does it come? It comes from a view. It comes from self-view. That is the terrible view we have. The most wrong view we ever have. But how does this self-view come? Self-view, again going back to because this is a vicious cycle, you feel something, and because you feel something, you have a perception, and because you have a perception, now you have a self-view. So you feel, you have a self-perception, and you have a self-view now. And this goes on. Because you have the self-view, whatever you feel is augmented. It's doubled, it's tripled, it's tenfold, it can be thousandfold. You might even attack another country.
Sorry, Doc, to interrupt you.
Yeah.
I just need an example for self-view.
Well, that is the view that Joel is existing. I'm here. You are in Candy. You did so many things in the past. You got a little bit upset about those things, and you wanted to be happy. So where this view is hidden there. There is I there. So self-view is also hidden everywhere. We talked about, the hearing birds singing. Before knowing this Dhamma also we heard birds singing. But even in that, this self-view is hidden. It's kind of a hidden agenda, hidden view, hidden idea, hidden assumption or misunderstanding. It's not out there, I'm not telling, do you know that I'm the one who heard the bird singing? I mean, sometimes you might say that for an argument, but what I'm trying to say is, we never keep saying that I'm the one who heard, I'm the one who saw the thing, I'm the one who felt the warmth, I'm the one who felt the happiness, I'm the one who is thinking, my thinking is the right thinking. We keep telling these things. It's all hidden. This self-view is all hidden underneath. Even in Dhamma, if you start listening to Dhamma and if you feel like you can understand that and haven't felt this yet, you can actually get this self-view even in that. Because you can say, I'm not directing to you, just telling you here as a broad idea. so that you might even enjoy learning Dhamma. So this whole thing, even listening to a bird, before learning this Dhamma, before actually feeling this Dhamma, self-view is already hidden there. It's in sideways. It's there. How? Because you heard the noise. You saw the beauty of the morning. You felt the morning breeze. You felt the sun's warmth. So the self-view is already there, but it's not spoken out. It is spoken out in an argument, yes. You can argue and say, you didn't see that, I saw it with my own eyes. How come is that? You know, like when we argue, when we try to say something to a colleague, we are saying, well, you didn't understand that, but you know, this is how you do that. And this self-view is hidden there. Yeah, self-perception is hidden there. And this power of ego is hidden there. But it's very evident to a person who is going in this path. Hereafter, when we try and understand this, Joel might even start feeling this. Wow, this is how you feel. Yeah, because we were not aware about these things before. You were not aware that every thought you arise. When the thought is real, you arise. All the morning you were not having a problem. You just was hanging around, but then suddenly, just one thought made you so agitated. How come that happened? It's extreme, but what I'm trying to say is, even the self-view is still there because that thought, particular that one thought, made you to bring that up, that vibration so hard that you feel it. But even the other times, self-view is always there. Unless you hear this Dhamma and you feel the non-vibration, until you feel the non-vibration, we can't be so sure that we know non-self Dhamma or non-self vibration or non-self perception or non-self view in that case, because you have to feel this, because we always felt existent, kind of, we always felt alive, we've always felt as I'm here, we always felt the duality, so it's the normal for us. Dream was true, we walked through the dream, but when an awakened one, we say awaken, fully awaken, then he's still, we'll take an example as like Karan say, he still walks inside the forest. Layperson also can walk inside the forest. One is fully awakened. One is inside the dream. How beautiful is that? If you can feel this, even in one fraction of a second, this is so beautiful to feel. And feel that this ego is just brought in one stimulus. When the one stimulus is not a thing, it's not felt as a thing, this, whatever the feel we have, that continuous feel we have that we are here, is broken. It is actually not there. But immediately you might go back to the normal again, that normal pattern. But that particular moment is enough for you to understand, okay, When the stimulus is not a thing, you are not there. The feel of self is not there. But before that, we hear this Dhamma, we understand this Dhamma, we enter into a path kind of trying and understand this Dhamma until we feel it at least once, but we keep feeling that afterwards. So self-view is hidden everywhere before we listen to Dhamma. Even that's what I said. We can walk through the forest, we feel everything, but it's we feeling everything. If you don't know Dhamma, if he actually hasn't fully awakened, the fully awakened word itself has that meaning. You are awakened from the dream, but you're still inside the forest. As with the layperson, imagine Narayana is walking alongside with someone else. Same thing. One is fully awakened, one is not, but both are talking as normal. Can someone predict? No. Once Lord Buddha was in a ambalama, like a small hut where people meet in long journeys for shelter. And a king also stopped by. King was actually trying to find Lord Buddha to ask for Dhamma. He didn't recognize Lord Buddha. He didn't know. He just was talking with him. And after the discussion only he realized, this is who am I searching for? Who I am searching for. So we can't really predict by outside. We can't really predict by the way they talk. We can't really predict by the way they act, but we can feel the difference. We can feel the difference if we actually tune it into it. We can feel the genuineness. We can feel the, the directness. We can feel the truthfulness. We can feel the non-egoistic way, and we can feel if we have practiced this Dhamma, you can actually tune into non-vibration. That's what it is. This Dhamma is actually tuning into non-vibration because we have never done that before. In whole samsaric journey, or this thought journey, we can say it's thought journey because it's a journey of thoughts. Even in this, whatever the 40 years of your life or 30 years of your life or 100 years of your life, it's a journey of thoughts. Each thought felt true, and we felt alive. That's all. That's what happened. And we haven't felt non-existent. But if we feel it, it will be it because it's a massive field, that different field that because we felt all the time that we are there, kind of alive feel. But the absence of that alive feel is felt, and that will change your perception to self-perception to non-self-perception, and self will be shattered without doubt, because we have doubts now. When we learn Dhamma, we have doubts. Why is she saying there's no self? I can feel it, I can touch something, but we know now it's just a function of the sensory organs. But then we still have this egoistic attitude. How come that happened? That happened because of the self-will. It is so engrossed in us, we didn't even think about it. It's everywhere. Before we understand this Dhamma and before we feel this Dhamma, it's everywhere. Even while listening to Dhamma, even if you don't know, that's how we begin. But then when we understand that this view comes from taking the stimulus for granted, we learn how did this, if there is no self, okay, you tell me that there is no self, then what are we feeling? Because we feel existent, we feel like alive, we feel angry, we feel upset, we feel agitated, we feel intimidated, we feel angry, jealous, we feel sad, we feel happy. If there's no we, who is actually, because the question you ask, it's a beautiful question. We can discuss it in future too, actually, again, because you ask whether these experiences are personal, and that's a massive question, even though it was discussed in a smaller way, because that's what it is. You feel as every experience happening here. But that came from self-view. Why did that self-view happen? Is because that you feel it's happening here. But in one particular moment, if you feel otherwise, this view is shattered. No one can do anything about that view anymore. It's so beautiful if you can understand how this self-view is going to get shattered completely. It can get shattered, it can get affected when we talk Dhamma, because as sensible people, we all understand Dhamma. We all understand, yes, actually, who am I? You keep arguing with yourself. You can contemplate, who am I? Who am I? Who am I? But that's in thinking level. But you have to actually feel this non-self perception, or you without you. If you feel that, you definitely know now that you is a thing that is there with the stimulus when the stimulus is a thing. That's what it's a beautiful part of Dhamma we have learned. It's actually the practical aspect. So when the self-ego is broken, you have no self-reflections again. You don't put anything into that bucket again. The bucket of self. You don't put anything in your life. You feel sad, like it's a mind sensor. You feel happy, it's mind sensor. Until you have this sensory function, you will continue to feel things. You don't attribute that to self anymore. That's the value of completely shattered self-view. Completely yeah, that's not there anymore. But you know how the power has come. Power will be felt, but you know that it is the past vibratory effect. and it will slowly go down. Did you understand, Joel? Or how did you feel about that?
Yeah, I got it, doctor, when you said when you feel that you is not you, you come into that mode, and after that, everything like sad or happiness or anything, any feeling that you get, is that it comes through the sensory organs, and you just don't take it inside. You don't take it personal. Yeah, I got
Yeah.
it. I got that point. Yeah. Thanks, doc.
All good. And I think we have gone into. But I think Aranwansi said we can have a few minutes extra. But is there anything else to add, Surangika or Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah, I think you did a detailed sort of explanation. As you said, it's not easy to explain this because in English, the meaning that is given to the word ego is slightly different, isn't it? And in Buddhist teaching, what we learn is there is a
No, yeah,
vast
the
area.
different in the sense it is superficial.
Superficial, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
There's a vast area that covers, and then it is understood at different levels. As you said, the very superficial level is there, that sort of having the ownership to everything, and then going deeper and deeper, it becomes finer and finer, and then the slightest burning sensation that a system feels again is considered as the way of reflecting ego. I don't know, I may not be able to sort of give a detailed thing like you did, because it's at different levels, as I said. Maybe Joel will be able to understand this better when we go on with these discussions and the
We have to put it to the
yeah,
normal
yes,
life issues. Then only we can actually practice this. So from today onwards, Joel will, feel this, and he will talk to us. Doctor, this happened today. What
experiences, isn't it? I
experience?
mean,
Yeah, it's the
yeah,
experiences that matters, because
yes, that's right.
randomly talking something theoretically doesn't really do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
So if
experiences
Joel
are
can
the
tell
very
us
important.
the experiences day to day, the things that you sort of faced, we can sort of find and explain this more in a more practical way.
Oh, any one of us can do that.
Yeah, yeah, that's
It's
right.
really, really beautiful. And
Certainly, yeah.
Suranka, do you have anything to add?
Dr. Kokila, I think yes, in both ways it is quite challenging, because in the English language, I think when you say ego, it's mostly pride, isn't it? It's commonly associated with the word pride, as if it's something just attached to pride, and that's it type of thing. And they in that sense, it feels as if you existing is fine as long as you are not a proud person. So it was so in that sense, the way the Western society, and I mean, when if we use that word, you kind of get that impression, whereas that is not what it is here. I mean, as Dr. Kokila explained quite extensively, the ego is just a facet of this I sense, isn't it? The self vibration, the self view, and all these things. But what both Dr. Sakuntala and Dr. Kokila said, Joel, is the easiest way to Now that you've got a good understanding of it, the easiest way of detecting it is in your day-to-day activities. And these are things that we have all encountered from our childhood days, but we quickly dismiss that notion, that burning feeling, the sense of when we get affronted, offended by something, it is the I that gets upset. It is that self vibration that comes to the fore. Even a simple thing like you're in the queue at the bank, waiting to get to the counter to get some cash or something, and somebody comes and stands in front of you, and you've been there for like half an hour, 45 minutes. Now, won't you get agitated? You do, right? So, things like that. And then you're going on the road and someone calls you a de tamuse or something and goes off, just completely out of the blues. It might be for a joke, but now suddenly aren't you extremely hot and bothered? So even those aspects, these are little things, but there are lots of ways in which the I comes to the fore. This vibration gets agitated, and all that is this whole I, me, myself concept, identity, persona that has been fattening from the time these thoughts started becoming a thing. Arden Vansi gave a wonderful explanation last night in the groundbreaking Zoom discussion. I'm not sure whether you listened to the Sinhala Zooms, but maybe we're running out of time today, but maybe there's some of those aspects Dr. Kokira can touch on tomorrow when we discuss, because it just shows how this whole fabricated world starts with the thought process, and that starts necessarily from a point in time in our childhood days. It doesn't mean that the vibration, the self vibration, was not present before that, but it becomes absolutely magnified. So when the thought world comes into being. So maybe we can talk about it again on another day.
Yeah, Therwan Sarnai, we worship Arden Vansi for his noble friendship guidance. Can't say how much gratitude we have, and thank you so much for Dharma friends for coming for the participating in this Zoom, and thank you, Joel, for so beautiful questions, because it inspires the listeners, it inspires the Zoom discussion, and we actually try to bring up the non-vibration, basically. And it is the most beautiful thing to know in the whole life. So thank you very much. May Triple Gem bless you all. We'll hand over the Zoom to the other Zoom. Thank you so much.
Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila, and
Therwan Sarnai, all
Dharma
Dharma
friends.
friends. Good afternoon, everybody. Therwan Sarnai, Therwan Sarnai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dharma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 64, second paragraph. We are trying to teach you how we practice
practiced, following the path to nirvana. Whenever our mind strayed from being mindful of our thoughts, we would bring back our mindfulness to our breath. It is like bringing our mind back to our home, which is our point of concentration. Satya tamai ape ගෙදර. Satya means emptiness. Emptiness is our home. Supposing you are doing something like walking, working, or you are in any other posture and your mind strays away behind other thoughts, then you can quickly bring your attention back to your breathing or bring your attention to your posture you are in at that moment. It is like coming back to your home. Thoughts means unskillful mental fetters, which consist of raga, dvesha, and moha. When you say that you have arrived home, it means that your journey is over, and that home is where we end our journey. Similarly, our home is our mindfulness. Mindfulness means emptiness or nothing. It means shunyatave. Nothing exists in that mindfulness. When you say that you maintain mindfulness, it means that there are no thoughts. Nothingness means that there are no thoughts. Thoughts mean they are unskillful mental fetters of lobha, greed, dvesha, ill will, moha, delusion. These mental fetters prevents you from following the path to nirvana. Being mindful is what will help us to go on the path. Therefore, you have to practice and realize the pure truth in order to reduce the generation of akusal sit or unskillful mental fetters. Satischa pariyodapana. Therවන් සරණයි everybody.
Therwan Sarnai Shani, thank you for reading the book for us and starting the session. Book is The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. As usual, we all worship Aryan Mahanse at his feet, Therwan Sarnai Aryan Mahanse, and we all welcome, we welcome all of you who have joined this Zoom discussion via different ways. Therwan Saranai, and also we are very grateful to our Dhamma friends who are helping with technology. Therwan Saranai to all of you. So this is our English Zoom discussion. As usual, we are starting it daily basis from 2:45 to 4 p.m. And we have been gradually discussing and going
from the simple level to little by little to the deeper levels, and trying to understand how the thoughts are formed, what is the nature of this mind, what sort of behavior has it got, and what is meant by self-perception. So these are the questions, or these are the problems that we have to little by little disentangle and then get clarified. So just briefly, if I summarize what we read from the book, it mentions about this mindfulness. The word mindfulness is very broadly used to describe many new concepts that are being practiced in the Western world, but actually, what is described in Buddhism is slightly different. In other words, mindfulness means actually kind of nothingness. In Pali, it is called shunyatave. Really speaking, there is no thing called mind. It's just fast flowing thoughts, and thoughts are the collective function of the sense activity. So basically, when you go deep and analyze, you end up having nothingness. There's nothingness at the end. So that is what is meant by uh, the the mindfulness in Buddhist teaching. Uh, well, the thoughts, it gives some description about the thoughts. Here I want to clarify something. The thoughts are actually products of the mind sensor, like the picture, like the light and sound and taste, smell, and the skin feel. They are all creations of the sensor. So in other words, actually, the sensor means the creation of this. It's more or less same. There is no sensor separately and created feel, but they are both are same. Creation of the light means the creation of the sensor, rising of the sensor, or rising of the eye. Creation of the sound means rising of the ear sensor. So like that, when you take thoughts as a simple thing, thoughts are creations of the mind sensor. But when you describe the things, the mental fetters like lobha, dvesha, and moha, which means the lobha means the greed, dvesha means the ill will, and moha means the delusion. These are actually mental fetters, and then they are actually the ones, the thoughts, which are taken as true existing ones. So when the thought is taken as real, it has a value. There is a weight to that, and those are the thoughts which we try to identify. They are the ones which initiate some form of current in the mind, which gets carried away from birth to birth. So they are actually called unskillful mental fetters, or in other words, akusal sit in Sinhala. And also another word is defilements. So that is a summary of what we read actually. I think yesterday we sort of ended up the discussion planning to talk about the sensor function today. So maybe we can start that discussion. I would like to invite Dr. Kokila to start the discussion. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Teruvan Saranai, everybody.
Thiruvan Samaya will worship and answer. Yeah, I think it's a good one because Joel also he's here. So it's just basics we try to cover because all the time we get confused about this sensor function. We can understand that the mind sensor is actually is a product. It is also difficult to feel it, but at least we understand properly that chair is just a mind formation. But the actual, touch of water or touch of the wood or warmth or coldness, these things we feel as real. So there is a bit of a trick in every sensory organ. So that's where we have to try and understand whether they are actually real or what's happening there. So when we try to talk that, I think it's better to go back to the baby again because baby also felt everything. Baby felt everything. So baby can see, baby can hear, baby can feel, baby can smell. Also baby can taste. But you will know that the whatever the outcome of the mind sensor is not yet there. But there are feelings. So, but we don't attribute any burning, like a massive burning in that baby's level. But there is a misunderstanding of the sensory organ is there because it hasn't been addressed. Misunderstanding in the sense that the feel is happening here and happening here basically is a feel that the baby has, and baby can't address that because baby is not aware about anything like that. So any animal like a worm will feel the same, that everything is happening here in this place, kind of your bodily functions. So but beauty of human life is humans have a sensory organ which developed a bit later with the co-vibration of the same at the same time, like kind of simultaneous vibration of the sensory organs. So the mind is formed. When the mind is formed, we have the kind of the ability to think. It's a massive, beautiful sensory organ. Like we know, like the different organisms have different sensory functions. They are beautiful. If you watch Animal Kingdom, you know some sensory functions, they are really unbelievable. The way they can change the color according to the sensory organs. They can do various and so many stuff. So, but the problem is here. What is the problem? Every organism, every animal, every human in that case, they feel that it is happening here, kind of in this system. And the idea of self is originated naturally. It's not originated just because someone tells you. It's not originated by yourself. It just originates because of the way the sensory functions act the way they work. So after the sensory function of the mind occurs, we learn through this sensory function of the mind, we kind of understand. We hear this Dhamma, we have to hear it. And we hear this Dhamma, we hear that actually this, whatever the sensory functions are, they're actually there because of the very fast vibration of the sensory organs. So how can we understand this? Just try and understand. You can do the research yourself. Actually, the I, this is not the capital I, I'm talking about the vision. So I'm talking about the vision. So when we talk about the vision, actually we are not talking about this eye ball. We are not talking about the eyeball. Actually, we kind of when we talk about the eye function or the vision, it's mainly the feel of the light that we talk about, and it's a feel. Even though we talk about the light, that's in the mind. When you come to the mind, it's all described. It's a red color, it's black, it's white, it's it's bright. So we have several understandings about the visual effects, but actual visual function is called eye, EYE. So the eye function works beautifully. Yes, the function itself is the perception. So it's very difficult to separate them. Perception is again the vision, the feel of light. Because of the fast vibration, if you research about the light, you will understand why light has a frequency. It's the fastest kind of. So when you understand, the light comes first, the sound comes later, like that we have understood. So the light works very fast. But the main problem we had was, we thought that light is coming from outside, falling onto my eye, and then I get a visual image. That's how we are taught. But actually speaking, what we are trying to understand here is how the perception of the light has happened. Because the description doesn't matter. Description doesn't matter, but trying and understanding how this occurs, how the visual effect happens, is to understand trying and understanding and stretching or slowing down the process. If you slow down, you will understand. You will never be able to appreciate a light. Why? Because it's fast vibration that we see as light. So if you look at a bulb which is dying, good olden day, we had bulbs like that. When they are dying, they kind of start to flicker. Then we can't see a light. Can we see a light there when they are flickering? It's flickering, and there's no light. But then similarly, if we actually slow down this process, we will never be able to see anything. So the fast vibration of the eye is the light. This we have to understand, and we can feel this. If you try to feel this, you will be able to understand what is happening, because this is kind of something like a sparking. So the spark happening so fast is bringing up a perception of light. But how it happens is, when there is a vibration here, why we focus on like this way is to understand how we synchronize to anything in this world. So how do we synchronize to light? Is we just, when there is a vibration here, we can synchronize to any vibration, similar vibration out there. That's why humans have a narrow level of vision. So whatever the function of the eye, only that level only you will be able to see. Just imagine you have a hawks. I think it is a hawk or the Rajalia. I'm not sure whether I use the proper English word for Rajalia, but you know,
Eagle?
like eagle,
Is it
yeah, eagle, yeah, eagle.
Yeah.
So the eagle has a different eye. So the eagle's eye is different. The function of the vibration of the eagle's eye is different, so that the outcome is different. If you can understand, the vibration of the cow is different, and the outcome is different. If you Google and if you can find out what because their perceptions are different. Eagle can see so far away, so small stuff, and they will see us as ants, because we feel very big in front of an ant, but we will become like an ant to the eagle. I think it's even much more smaller than that, maybe, because everything is different. And also some animals, the vibrations are so different, they see only at night. So then we can understand. So at the same time, if we are blind, whatever the if there is no vibration in the eye here, you can't synchronize to any vibration out there. So the main thing here to understand is, if there is vibration in this system, there's always the ability to synchronize anywhere. Mind you, this is the same mechanism that you are going to be born anywhere as well. If you have that self vibration, it's the same thing. If you have the self vibration, there is always a chance that will synchronize to any other form of birth, any other zygote or anything. It can be animal, it can be anything. That's how it happens. It's not like anyone is going from here to here. It's just the similarity of the vibrations that it will be just the similarity. So if it's happening here, it is happening there as well. This has been proven by the new theories of scientific theories too, that like the quantum theory and stuff. And it's now actually, even they are surpassing that theory, and they are bringing so many theories. But they have found that if the vibrations are similar, it can be similar in like completely different place. And when they are similar, they act similar. They become similar. And they can switch. So understanding this co-vibration is very important to try and understand the light perception. So the light perception occurs when there is a vibration in this system. So the eye system, eye anyway has types of cells. We don't really need to know them because that's useless. But if you just understand there are specific cells which vibrate in the with different way, and the other cells are vibrating in a different way. So when one cell is vibrating, you kind of get the can synchronize to the white light, and when the other one is vibrating, you just slightly can vibrate into different form of light. But that's what I'm trying to say. So if there is a vibration here in the eye, there is the ability to synchronize to anything. But the world we perceive, some animals, they don't have this 7 color variation. We know that some animals have only red color, some animals have only green color, some animals can see only hectagonal outcome. We know that the dog has kind of, I think, I can't remember exactly, but like there is kind of like
black and white. Black and white.
Black and white, yeah. So even though we try to give them a red toy, I mean, we try to give them a red toy because it appealed to us, but it's different. It's different. So the outcome of the eye is depending on the eye itself. But to even feel that it is there, how do we feel that light is there is because of the fast occurrence. So the vibration is so fast, we feel it as light. So the same thing with the ear. We know we can hear only one frequency level. There are some animals, especially dogs, they can hear much deeper levels, further levels of frequency. But that also depends on the specific cells in the inner ear which vibrate, and these vibrations, if there is vibration here, it will just have the ability to vibrate, synchronized to the vibrations. That's how the sound is originated. So this happening very fast is actually there's a sound outcome. When you say, the piano, even though the word piano is not aware by the baby still hear something different, isn't it? They hear something. That's something. Even that formulation is there because of mixing, not mixing actually, very fast occurrence of different sounds. If you actually separate the sounds, then it is just notes, it's just notes. But then when they come coalesce together with the speed, you can hear something, whatever the long sound that we may hear as a music background of the song. So these keep happening. But the main problem with the baby feels all these things. They feel it. They don't have a understanding about anything there. They feel the light. They feel it very, very. They get startled in the beginning because they can't really. They feel it very strong, but then they get used to that, and even the sounds, they they slowly develop the ability to differentiate them because there is similarities of the sounds. So when there is similarities, like mother's voice, the baby, the mother's voice is not in the baby's mind in the beginning because it's just a sound. But the similarity of these things make them feel safe. You know, if you even in the womb, if you have this frequency, it's all about the vibrations and the frequency levels. So this main problem here is existent feel. So the existent feel is the feel that we get. We get, you know, when you touch something, you feel it is there. But the misunderstanding is that existent feel is actually there. Existent feel is actually not there. It is due to the speed. But we feel it because it's happening anyway now. If I'm touching now, at this moment, I'm touching my two palms together, making it as a eyeball thing, like the way we worship. And I can feel the touch of the two palms together. But then what actually happens here, other than the mental formation part of it, mental formation part of it is the two hands coming together is the mental formation. But actually what happens there is, you know, you feel there's existent feel. With the wisdom only we understand it is due to the fast vibration of the touch receptors. There's so many receptors in the skin, so many sensory organs in the skin that you can kind of feel. And that is also due to different vibrations. If you research about this, you will find out the solidity is actually a different level. Fluidity is a different level. It's just the different vibrations of the receptors. You will understand this if you're really into science. You don't have to. You just understand how these things work. So even the pain, if you know that it is due to the stretching. It's due to the stretching of the sensory organs. So the stretching gives you kind of a sensation. That's how it happens. So when we keep understanding this is existent feel. Existent feel has no problem. The problem is the misunderstanding around that the existent feel is actually there. Existent feel is there due to the speed. If the existent feel, if this world actually slow down and actually there is no anything like speed, there's no way that this perception will be there. It is due to the speed that we feel this, that as the speed, the existent feel is there. But the problem is not the existent feel. Existent feels gives us a different idea. Existent feel gives us a different vibration, like a live feel, which is kind of the one that Aaron Vansi was trying to tell that day. Because the live feel is the one which gives us it's a kind of a perception. It's a perception because of the existent feel. Because we feel the touch as existent, we give the live feel. That's different. So even though it is kind of similar, it is different. Because we take existent feel as real, then we give the live feel. But it's not actually real. It is happening due to the fast vibration. And there's another problem too, because there's due to the fast vibration, when you feel the existent feel as real, then comes the live feel, and then comes the perception of being alive, like perception of being being in the sense self-perception. So this is the thing. This is how this magic is formulated. How did you feel alive? How did you feel that you are existent? How did you feel this duality that I am here, you are there? How did we get this magic? How are we seeing things like that? How are we hearing things like that? How are we touching something and feeling there is two different things, that I'm touching the daughter, something like that. So how do we get these things? So if we do this research, you will keep understanding. Touching my daughter's head. So that is kind of the mind sense. That is okay. It's a mind sense. It's not true. We know that. You know. But then the next hurdle is when you touch something, you feel alive, kind of, don't you? You feel that it's happening here, but actually we keep understanding through Dhamma that it is actually the fast, speedy occurrence of the sensory organ only. This is the trick. Sensory organ only. There is a sensory organ function, yes. So there would be existent feeling until you die, because until the respiration is gone, sensory functions are going to happen. So there would be sensory functions, but the alive feel is due to the misconception that we have, that because we took it as actually real. So this mind formation actually happened due to that, because we felt the the touch as real, we felt the sound as real, we felt the vision as real, and then on top of that, when they co-vibrate, the mind is formed. No one does this. It's not a function of anyone. It just happens. That's the dharmata. What is dharmata? It's just a phenomenon, natural phenomenon, or natural way of life. That's how the life is. The life, or Jeevi Sabhavaya, I think it's the life field, happens due to these things. So the most trusted field we have is the life field. Most valued field we have is the alive field. Most dreaded thought is to lose this alive field. Basically, we're afraid to die. But when we try and keep understanding this, if you keep doing this research, you will understand. Actually, it is just a misunderstanding here. Just a misunderstanding here. But you need to feel this. So sensory functions will continue to function. There's no problem there. They will continue to function. So the existence feel will be there. You will touch something, you feel it. Just you eat some sweet thing, you will feel the sweet. Because if the tongue is working, if your tongue doesn't have a cancer, or you haven't got any infection that has stopped the sensory function of the tongue, you will feel. It's just a feel. But if someone is aware about all these things, that you know, basically you know. First, this is a knowledge first, so you will know that it's actually a sensory function of the tongue. It's fine. It doesn't go away, as I said, until something happened to the tongue. So, but this is complicated when the mind sensor is involved, because then it comes, this is cake, and it's so tasty. And we know that the eye is the same thing. You see something, and then the mind sensor is already there. Then you directly see the relative that used to tell things to me, something like that, you know. So this is the interpretation always comes. You can't really separate them now, because you're not a baby anymore. You have had these data. The input of the data is also natural. Even if you are Tarzan in a jungle, you will have the same duality. You will feel that you are feeling the touch of the tree, you are feeling the sounds of the animals, you will see things, and you will feel this thing. It's okay, but you will definitely feel as there is a separate self because of this duality. So, and even though there is no human being to tell that you are Tarzan, I am Jack, even the mummies who are monkeys or monkey friends, Tarzan will actually have a perception of who will be saving him, who will be looking after him, who will be close to him, who will be eating him if given the chance. Or I am here, you are there. So the self notion is always there. This existent feel can be there in any form, any being, even a unicellular thing will feel the existent feel, but they can't solve this problem. They can't, because they don't know. They can't solve their existent feel. But once we, because we are humans, we can actually understand. So because we are that, that kind of species where the ability to comprehend things about what you see, what you hear, what you feel, and what you think, and understand the mechanism of life, mechanism of self, mechanism of self, feeling of self-existent, mechanism of self-perception, mechanism of suffering, whatever the word you use, doesn't matter. So the being a human is so privileged, because we can actually understand this, because any other being is not able to understand this problem, that there is a problem, at least there is a misunderstanding, or there's this mechanism, how this magic is formed. And when you hear this, you will understand, okay, yes, we see, but is it actually true? Even the light is not true, because light is there because of the fast occurrence of the vibrations in the eye. That's all. So can we take it as actually existing? No, it's arising at that particular moment. One thought arises only at one particular moment. It's only one thought. It can be starting from the eye, it can be starting from the ear, it can be starting from the touch, it can be starting from nose, it can be starting from the tongue, it can be starting from the mind itself. We were just thinking. So just be mindful about this system, and when you keep understanding that the fast vibration of these sensory organs have given us the feel of existence, you don't really get deceived by that. You continue to feel, that's fine, but you don't get deceived by that. So then the alive field has no power. So that urge to maintain the alive field is gone. That's the absence of the power. When the power is not there, self-vibration is not there. When the self-vibration is not there, power is not there. So the power to vibrate even after the cessation of your respiration, why there is additional power left, so that is vibrating to anywhere, synchronizing to anywhere in the world. How that happens is because this is nothing to do with the actual sensory function. Nothing to do with the actual sensory function. Because if you existed, if only the sensory function existed, there's no problem, there's no suffering, there's nothing. But because this is happening, because we have taken it for granted, taken it as real, taken it as a thing. So that's how it works. Not sure whether I have covered. I just kept. I just let it flow. So, Joel, if you can ask a question, that would be great, so that we can find out whether there's any pitfalls in the explanation.
I'm thinking what to ask.
That's okay. Yeah, you can ask later. Anything else, Surangika? Do you want to add something, or Dr. Sakuntala? Do you want to add something?
Surangika, if you are free, you can talk. There was Sanai.
Dr. Pohila and Dr. Sakuntala. I think that was a very comprehensive explanation, Dr. Pohila, which is probably why Joel is scratching his head to us and wondering what to ask. But I think because Joel has read the book, True Dhamma has Awakened, Volume 2, there will be invariably references to the practical aspect of how one can understand the senses, isn't it, Joel? And with Dr. Pohila's explanation now, you will be able to, I'm sure you'd have got a deep understanding, and I think we've talked about this in the last couple of days. The best way of getting further understanding and reflection is through that insight meditation, which is nothing other than just putting it into your daily routine. Everything that is discerned or experienced is coming from the sensory perceptions, and what is getting manifested here is also, as Dr. Kohila said, due to just the speed of the vibration. If the vibration doesn't occur, in the eye, then there won't be light. If the vibration doesn't occur in the sound, in the ear, there won't be sound. And in that similar manner, the taste gets manifested, the smell is manifested, and the touch, the solidity, temperature, and so on is also a manifestation in the body or skin sensor. So from that you can see that all that is being experienced are these perceptions arising out of the senses. And then apart from the five senses, the eye, the ear, the body sensor, the nose, and the taste, the tongue sensor, the mind also acts as an additional sensor. That's the sixth sensor. But the thoughts that arise in the mind sensor is a culmination or a combination of the other five, which is why when I think about a week or two ago, we talked about the apple. And the first time the notion of apple or an apple was shown to you when you go back to your childhood days, or you think about a child in a classroom, the teacher might show an apple and say, this is an apple. So there is a shape that is being shown, and then there is the word apple, the sound apple being said. So the shape is just the light sensor or the eye sensor activating and taking in shape in the form of an apple. But what happens is the light is manifested at that point, and then it's the light that then is recognized by the mind as an apple or the shape of an apple. Similarly, the ear sensor, the sound vibration will then be taken by the mind and acknowledged and interpreted as apple. So in that similar way, if there is a tasting of the apple, then the chewiness of the apple, the sweet and sour nature of the apple, the fact that it gives a little fragrance of an apple, distinct smell, we call that the fragrance of an apple or the sweet fragrance of an apple, and so on and so forth. So these are separate sensory perceptions arising out of the different sense faculties. And yet, now, fast forward 30, 40 years to today, the moment, your mother says, next time you go to the supermarket, Joel, get some apples, in a flash, the apple comes to the mind, isn't it? And in that flash, the apple, the fact that it is round, the fact that it can be red or green, the different types of apples you bought in the past, how an apple tastes, how it feels to the touch, to the tongue, all those sensory perceptions come alive, isn't it? But the illusion here is that those are all perceptions arising out of the senses, but don't you see it's a grand illusion, an absolutely grand illusion, isn't it? It's so difficult to see unless there is the truth being shown, which is why these discussions are so wonderful, isn't it? And you can imagine, we just gave the example of an apple, but imagine all the things that surround you today, all the experiences that have been gained in this lifetime. If one thinks and believes that those are external and that the world and the objects and everything in it are real, what a big facade of a world it is, isn't it? No wonder people are people get tricked into believing that this is so real because it feels so real. That
Yeah.
feeling that Dr. Kokila explains so beautifully is coming from that whole undercurrent. The power, the vibration gives rise to that existent feel that all these things are there. There are apples, there are orchards, there are people playing, there are fields, there are supermarkets, there's how many things that we can say. And that whole feel, the existential feel, then gives rise, further extends, and the alive feel, as our advancer said yesterday also, the alive feel is an offshoot of the existent feel. It's not the same, but one cannot have the alive feel if there was no existential feel. So the beauty of this truth as you are opening your eyes more and more every day, Joel, and the book I'm sure would have really given you a good understanding, and with all this putting it into practice will make it more, you'll see through the illusion further. So yes, keep understanding, you don't have to make too much of an effort, as our friend said. Just seeing that these are sensory perceptions, how they arise, itself is enough of an insight meditation for you.
Yeah, actually, when we say I live in Australia, if someone is actually taking it for granted or actually feels that is true, then definitely we are in trouble. If Joel says, I live in Candy, and if Joel actually seriously feel that is actually true, that we just have to understand how tricky this mind is. Like, if I say I'm from Sri Lanka and you're really into that, this is tricky when it comes to children, parents, and all this, If I say I have a daughter, I have a son, and you, it's difficult to dig into one's feel, so no one else will actually know how seriously you feel this. And it's funny to say that now, but it's really serious thing, like when you feel them as real. So as Joel said one day, if the relative or even that counselor, if you actually meet them, how real you feel that there is a person standing in front of you, and that this is happening. That's how it's a beautiful illusion, I would say. The most beautiful film we have ever noted, even though we don't know about that. Now we know, kind of. We can admire that as well as not get involved in that. So if you can actually feel the weight of these things, the weight, it's so much weight, like if you feel, just imagine if it's a mother, how heavy the feel of children would be, how heavy the feel of partner would be, how heavy the feel of parents would be. But does that mean that they are not there? That's not what it means. Just we understand how this illusion works, that's all. But Joel, I have to tell you, the most important illusory feel here is the duality feel that we get, like the feel that we have, like there's a self here. And even that's a perception, like the perception of the child, perception of the chair, perception of the neighbor, perception of the relative, perception of the counselor, whatever the perception, this perception is the ever perception we have, because you know your mother, but all the other people you have met maybe for last 6 months, who knows? But whatever said and done, these perceptions are felt with a real heaviness. Imagine about the self-perception, how much weight we have. You will not imagine this. You have to feel this. You have to understand this. How much powerful is this self-perception? How powerful is that? Is the reality we get, how strongly we believe in that there is self. That is a self-view. So there is a vibration here because of the power that we feel, because of that additional power I was talking about. But then it gives a self-perception that we feel that there is a self, there's a perception. It's like perception of light. It's like perception of touch. It's like perception of sound. There's a perception of self as well. And that leads to perception of like the self-view. I said, like, it happens to us and it happens to anyone. It happens even though someone is not teaching you that there is self and your name is Joel. Even if it has no name, still the perception is there. I'm here, you are there. That perception is there. If you can feel this duality, it's really beautiful to understand how this film has been a film to us. So you can actually, you are kind of in the film now and suffering inside the film. But if you get to know this, you will be out and you will be kind of directing the film. Yes, Joel, I saw you. Yes.
No, where like I was thinking to ask a question, now it came up. First of all, like you told about a baby, right? So I was just thinking, when the baby is inside the womb, sometimes the baby reacts when the mother is happy. So does the baby has some sensory feeling to the mother's happiness?
I'm not sure about the mother's happiness, but definitely there is a feel. Definitely there is a feel. It's even been told in the science as well. They feel the vibrations. It's just vibrations they feel. So when the vibration is, if someone gets angry, the inner vibration is so high, the child will feel that too. But when the vibration is low and calm, that child will feel that vibration as well. But if I have to prove it in scientific way, I can't remember anything about that. But that's a thing. Because vibration is felt. Synchronizing to a vibration is always happening, don't forget. So if the baby's vibration, if there is a vibration in the baby, because there is a vibration in the baby as well, it can synchronize to any vibration. And if the vibration outside is difficult, then that will be felt too. And there are so many things that they develop the sensory organs in different fetal times. But you don't necessarily need all these things, because what we understand is, yes, there are sensory functions. Some may work, some may not work. Some people are blind, some people can't hear. Some people have defects in some sensory functions. But given all that, they all have this self-perception. That is the thing. Even the worm has only kind of the skin kind of thing, but the skin, even with that, even the live feel is there. That's why the worm would be seeking the mud. You go inside the mud as soon as they are exposed to the light, because they feel uncomfortable. They would seek the thing, but there's no big mind. It's just the existent field, but they can't solve that problem. Only humans with this great mind, even though we know that it's a great illusion, we use this mind to actually understand this phenomena. What happens here? Anything else?
Yeah, I just thought of adding something small, because both of you gave a very detailed, simple but very detailed account on these things. What I will suggest, Joel, is to listen to this discussion once more, maybe, because more things will be clarified when you listen, because most of the things that we discussed today are new, perhaps. One thing to remember is this physical part is necessary for this function. So we need an eye to have the function of seeing. That means a physical part. So similarly, the ear, all five organs should function, and it as physical part, it should be there. So for a person who has no eyes or no ears, you can't talk about the function of seeing and hearing. And also, second thing is, there should be a vibration of that sensor faculty. So those two components should be fulfilled to have the function. That means a physical part should be there, and there should be a vibration of that physical component. Then only the function of seeing, function of hearing is completed. And the name faculty or the sensor is used for the function, actually. I think Dr. Kokila mentioned about it. It's not the physical component, but it is the function. So the functions, the five functions will combine to form a different type of a function, which is the thought. So just I thought of adding those little bits of things. I don't know whether Joel has
And
any
also, I
question.
think
Yeah,
we can
yeah.
add, I don't know whether this should be too much, but we can add that as well. If you understand, Joel, when I say, if I say mountain now, didn't you get the idea of a mountain as soon as I mentioned the mountain? Did you?
Yes, I got it.
Yeah, so just see, I just said a word. So your ear function worked. Your ear worked. So it's a vibration of the ear. But then, how come you get the whole picture of a mountain? And when you get the whole picture of the mountain, not only that, you know it is solid. You know it is kind of big one. You don't, when I say mountain, you don't think about like a small hill done by ants. You don't think like that. It's something big, something solid, something even the shape, triangular shape, it might come to you, like even triangular or whatever the shape, whatever the way you know that. So all the perceptions come at the same time. That's the that's the feature of the thought. So that's the beauty of the thought, actually. But how does this happen is the thing. So the thought has all the sensor functions in that. That's why we call that it has every feature of 5 sensory organs, but it doesn't work like that in other animals. It's just the humans that we have these types of the sensory organ types, and the thought has every aspect of that. Because when I say okay, if I say a pool, if someone is aware about the thought pool, no one is thinking in that first way I told about the mountain. Everyone, the mental picture is different. Mental picture has that, fluidity. The pool is not solid. If the pool is solid, that's possibly in the ice. But usually when we say pool, it's something you can jump to. It's, the fluidity is there. Usually the color, it might come up with the blue color, or, the visual picture is there. You know what you can do with the pool. This is the same thing when if I say the word job that you first came up with when you came to the discussion in the beginning, how it sparked you so much bad stuff, See how this works? Imagine, I don't know whether you remember, I told you a real experience of a child who lost, I don't know whether I told you or someone else, I can't remember now, the real experience of a child who lost a father in the pool. So imagine if that child was here and listening to my discussion, if I say pool, definitely she's going to shiver. How is that? Because the visual, even sight of a pool is traumatic to her. How? So you have to understand, even the mind part is also in that. Just one thought has everything there. So if I say mother, it differs to 8 billion people, because 8 billion people, their perception of mother is different. But that particular person's mother, it can be, as we have heard a beautiful story about a mother in the other one, from that great lady from Canada. Just imagine what kind of output would be if she hears the word mother, but a different one, someone different. If I say mother, that the perception of mother might bring up very different emotions. Just need to understand this. Just need to understand how you synchronize to the everything around that. Everything. This mind works so fast, you will even not know how this beauty happens. It works so fast. Just imagine you walk on the road and you suddenly see your favorite teacher. Just go into that episode now. You can have some imagination. Would you not jump up like, wow, teacher? And would you not be like having everything in that? Imagine you see the teacher who has ridiculed you or intimidated you or you didn't like. Just imagine you seeing him or her in that case. Just imagine how this synchronizing happens. It's very beautiful to understand how this synchronicity works. It's just a normal phenomena though. It's a normal phenomena. It's very important to understand this, how these sensory functions has made us to believe that there is a self, actually have a view that there is self, and also underlying that there is a self-perception. Underlying that there's a burning too. How did that happen? Because we felt everything as real. Because we didn't know this truth. But once you know the truth, you just go on with your life. As Ayan once said, just go on with your life. And slowly, your burning will go down. And this one day, even the life will be gone. That's an arahant. Yes, anything?
Thank you, Dr. Sakuntala, Sanglikant, and Dr. K. Kokila for wonderfully explaining this. Thank you so much. I could now understand what are the effects of the sensory faculties that make so much that it's not real. It's just vibration, and it happens normally, and we just have to identify that and just, go on with life till this breath is going to stop.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, once we understand this burning will go down, and we can definitely feel that. It's so beautiful. And the main important factor here is the ego part, because the ego is a byproduct of this self-view. So that's a kind of the deeper aspect of this self-view. Because there had been the self-view for 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 years or 100 years of life. Because of this self-view, we have developed such a bad ego that, we kind of try to protect ourselves, kind of protect me, mine, myself. So this whole thing, when understood, you will feel as a feather, but still you will be sad. You may be sad, you may be happy, you may be burning with the heavy, hot day. You might be seeing a very bad scene. You may be hearing a very difficult sound. Yeah, whatever.
So, Dr. Kokila, just a suggestion. So tomorrow, can you just explain about the ego?
Yes,
like you spoke about the senses, so that we can understand it more, how it erupts everything, and how does it work in different ways.
Yes.
If it's possible, please explain it to us, Doctor. Thank you.
All good. Anything else to add, Sakuntala or Suranika?
Yes, Joel, I think you can do a little bit of homework, like what Dr. Kokila explained. Now, when I say the word mom, right now, your ear vibrated, and then see how quickly the picture of her kind voice, her gestures, how you felt when she's touching you, her tender sort of loving affection that she's showering on you, and every data that you had right from the beginning, from the time you remember her, will come right now into your mind. On the other hand, when I say either that counselor that you didn't like or the relative who was trying to sort of making comments about, when I say the word again in the similar way, your ear vibrated, but see all the sort of black thoughts that come right now, the black data which comes right now to your thought, whereas the about the mom, what you get was very beautiful, and these ones are really annoying, isn't it? Because that is the way, I mean, that is the function of the mind. That is how the thoughts are formed. I mean, it's very annoying sometimes, you know, certain thoughts are very annoying. Some thoughts are very enjoyable, delightful, but both you can't help, you can't change. That is the natural phenomenon. So maybe you can try on different topics and see how it works, how you feel, and how uh, fast it's formed in your mind right now. So I mean, you were talking about the thoughts, some annoying thoughts that are coming and troubling you. So you can see that this is not something that you can change, but only when you understand how it is happening, then when you know the magic, the tricks of the magician, the little by little, the heaviness that you felt with those will disappear. So maybe we can have a very exciting discussion again tomorrow. Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah,
Thanks,
actually,
doctor. Thank you.
Joel would come out of that, that kind of thinking pattern, and definitely he will change. I think he already has no problems for him anyway. So thank you so much. We have run out of time today. We worship Paranahanse. We have so much gratitude for him for sharing his wisdom with us, and thank you, Dharma friends, for coming for the discussion. And I thank you, Joel, for making so much interesting questions, so that we actually the most the unless question, we also can't really come out of this truth. So when it's actually helping someone, it really does a good thing, because when we discuss, just discuss, it doesn't happen that way. But when we get the need to help someone, it comes so naturally, it's so easy, it's so good. So thank you so much. We'll do the discussion tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Teruvan Saranai, all Dharma friend.
What is only a fleeting moment or a kshanika sita. The moment a thought is formed, it ceases, or it comes to an end. All the thoughts come from the mind consciousness, Mano Vijnana. All what we think are all mental formations, or sankhara. They are all illusions, lies. Once you understand this, you begin to realize that this whole world is a lie. When the Buddha said, Vinaya loke abhijna domanassa, the Buddha meant that this world is a lie, an illusion. The Buddha also said, Rupam anittito, meaning all the aramu or stimuli we receive from the six senses are not true. The Buddha said, that the six senses is the world. Vinaya loke abhijna domanassa kayanupassī viharati. It means if you want to attain nirvana by being mindful of the Satara Satipatthana, you have to know that all our senses and this world is alive. If you believe that our body, our senses, or our mind and our thoughts are all real and true, that means that you are ignorant of the pure truth. Where there is ignorance, there is no nirvana. When the world does not exist, how can you develop wisdom, believing that this body, these feelings, this mind, and these thoughts are real? If the Buddha says that the world does not exist, then the heavens, the hills, and everything else becomes alive. They exist only in your mind consciousness, and they are only perceptions, sanya, from the six senses. These perceptions become mental formations or sankhara, which also becomes the mind consciousness. In order to practice seeing the thoughts, it will be helpful to have some understanding of the samatha meditation or the concentration meditation. Whenever you realize that your mind is straying away from being mindful of your thoughts, bring your mind back to what you consider as the point of concentration. Your point of concentration could be the breath. Teranasan, everybody.
Therwan Saranai Shani. Thank you for reading the 2 pages from the book The True Dharma Has Awakened, Volume 2. We have been discussing about the thoughts and the mind, and it was briefly mentioned how the thoughts are formed. It is a system coming into action. The 5 senses, that means the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin, the 5 senses will create something, and the mechanism we call it vibration. There's very speedy vibration, and then there is some creation, means a light, sound, smell, taste, or cold and hard feelings to the skin. So these are the 5 senses actually, and the end result or the collective function of these 5 we call a thought. So it's important how the thoughts are formed. It's important to know with very good clarity how these thoughts are formed. Then only you can have a deep understanding about this system, how it comes to work. And they are, all the thoughts are actually mental constructs and mental formations or constructs, and this mechanism, this speedy mechanism is called sankhara. where some of these perceptions are collected together, and the result is this what's called the mind consciousness or the vijnana. So mind consciousness means basically all thoughts. So we have been mentioning this earlier also. Everything is a thought basically. Whatever the action, the words you talk are also thoughts. So also it was mentioned that right at the beginning, for a beginner, it's advisable to do a little bit of concentration meditation to calm down yourself. And it means that the attention is focused on one point, one event or one action. Commonest thing is the breathing meditation, where the focusing is done to the place where the airflow touches in the nose. Sorry. So it can slightly vary from person to person. For a person, it might be the nostril. So for another person, it may be the root of the nose. Or for another person, he might feel better to the upper lip. So wherever, I'm giving a little more description about this breathing meditation. So whatever the place where prominently the flow of the air is felt, can be focused, and this is a very simple meditation, what's called the breathing meditation. In Pali it's called Anapanasati Bhavanava. So it's useful for a short while to calm down yourself, and then you can research on these topics, how these thoughts are formed, and you sort of penetrate deep and deep into these matters and try to understand what is this process, how it happens. So from there onwards, I think we can start our discussion. Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila. Therwan Sarnai, all Dhamma friends.
Therwan Sarnai. We'll start the discussion. We worship our Advanced. And actually, it's so beautiful to understand this. What we so-called real dream, that's so-called world we live in, how it has formed. It's so beautiful to research about this. So I invite everyone to do that research. This dream or this world, it's just the 6 sensory organs, that's all. That's all and nothing else. So if you can understand this, that is a production of the sensory organs. We can understand how this world is different from each other. Why it is different is one reason is sensory organs can be different. The other reason is the power underneath. That's an power in that system can be different too. So we have to understand, we can't just keep saying that there is no self. Actually, we have to understand, if there is no self, what are we feeling here as self? That's what we keep understanding. Yes, there is a manifestation. There is output of 6 sensory organs. Yes, dream is there. We can't say it is not there. Dream is there. But is it actually there? No, it's not actually there. It's just production. So if you keep understanding that, you will feel lighter every day. whatever the output of the dream. So output of the dream may be that you are very short of breath, you can't breathe, you may be struggling to survive. Even that, it's just part of that dream. Then we understand why we are then struggling there, why we are suffering, what is the actual burning here. Burning here is due to the ignorance that we keep believing that there is this continuity of this dream is the important thing. That is not the important thing. Actually, there's nothing like that. So anyone can ask questions. If someone has dwelled on anything yesterday, we had our great teacher come into the Zoom discussion yesterday. It was so beautiful. Something he highlighted was there's so many things that he highlighted actually. How the sadness and the happiness is in the mind, but at the same time, whether you are sad, whether you are happy, how this tranquility can be underlying thing. So that is the thing that that is a beautiful thing that we try to say. And so if you understand the Dhamma, what is Dhamma? Dhamma is this understanding of the mind, how this mind works, in the sense how these sensory organs work. Not only the mind, all the sensory, 6 sensory organs, how do they work? How do they bring up this illusory world? It's so beautiful, yes. Or sometimes it's ugly, yes. But how? How is it formed? And why do we feel alive in that dream? So anyone can unmute and join the discussion. I think Dr. Sakuntala went for the programs Monday or Sunday
Yes.
or Saturday, I'm not sure. I think both days,
No,
didn't
Sunday.
Sunday.
Sunday to Sunday, yes.
How was it? How did you feel?
It was actually good. It was the first program in that center. Actually, it's not easy access to that place because the road is not motorable. About 1.5 kilometers out of that, about 1 kilometer stretch is not motorable. Actually, the three-wheelers also find it very difficult to go up there. So we had to do the walking. But when you go to the top, actually, it's a very, very calm and quiet with lush greenery around with the mountain tops. And we were on top of one mountain and there were peaks around, all covered in green. So there were about 37 people altogether. First 2.5 hours we discussed the darshana, that means how these thoughts are formed, because there were several.
My question was, how did you feel?
Yeah, I could now, especially when I was doing the walking part, that I will say, because I other times actually when I was doing the talking.
Are you the person who is holding the?
Yes, mostly yes.
Oh, okay.
So that time actually I was engrossed in the explanations and etc. But during that walking session, we walked down that whole stretch, 1.5 kilometers back. Because I have done the steps several times. I mean, more or less that practice was there, and automatically that I felt that there was there was no person walking. I could feel the sensors which were sort of alternatively taking role, and the sensors were alternatively felt. But there was no tiredness or no concern about the sunny weather also. And didn't realize that a long stretch walk down, it was sort of kind of tireless and effortless walking at the end. So even though we were explaining the steps one by one, probably because I have done it several times earlier, I automatically felt that I was going to the third and fourth steps of this practical procedure, so that there was no thinking part, and felt that automatically the action is taking. So it was like the sensor functions were taken all alternatively, one after the other. So it was very relaxed and very relaxed type of walking meditation with very little thoughts, I would say. Time to time there were disturbances, time to time sort of thoughts came up, and then I got dragged away. But more or less, most of the walk was like that.
Thoughts can come.
Sorry?
Thoughts can come. It doesn't matter. Then you
Yeah.
have to know that thought has come.
Yeah, thoughts can come. I mean, I was carried away by some of the thoughts.
Yeah, okay.
Occasionally, just there was one place where there was a strange sound of a bird, and several people who were walking sort of got distracted to that, and they even went up to that place to see what was the bird. So that time I felt that my thoughts also sort of got along that one, without realizing that it is only a sound. So there were a couple of occasions like that. Apart
That's
from
really
that,
interesting. That part is really interesting. Just imagine someone is doing this insight meditation, stops that and run away to see a bird. That's a beautiful example of how this mind works. Oh my goodness.
yes.
It's really good. It's like smelling like a cake, and the meditation is over. You run to run to eat that.
It was a very unusual, very strange sort of sound. I mean, we knew that it was a sound, the bird sound. And then at the end of the meditation, we had a little discussion about that stretch also, how we walked, and how the people experienced it. And then the comments came. Some people said it was this. We saw the bird. Yes, we saw it. It was a valikukula. Valikukula is that our natural bird. So they went up to that. So it was complete distraction from the point of this walking meditation.
Yeah.
So they went and peeped up. I got distracted, but
actually, can you see that the exact point is missed, isn't it? Yeah, that's how it is. That's how it is.
Yeah.
So this mind sensor is so thick that no penetration is done or no liberation is done. And not only that, and you get carried away. So actually, that means you have slipped to the complete outside.
Yes. In
Yeah.
between, there were thoughts, as you said, I mean, sort of flash of a second, some thoughts will come about some topic. And then I realized that it's a thought, and then sort of it became one of the senses that I was observing. But this particular one, I felt that I got carried away by that sound, and because the others sort of wanted to go to the edge of the road and peep and find out. So that was one of the points that I could remember. Yes.
Interesting. Any questions that came up with the question and answer thing?
Now what we did was we explained them each step, and then we because the latter part of the program was done in a different temple at the base of the mountain, base of the hill. So that place actually didn't have much space for this walking meditation. So we more or less walked around the bo tree, and some were asking, some were asking, especially when they had most of them had a difficulty between differentiating the sensor from the thought. Now, for example, felt something, felt sand. So straight away it was like that. Now, not something like felt something hard, and the interpretation of the mind was sand. And so things like that, there are a lot of confusions.
We'll elaborate on that because Joel is also here. So
Yes.
we need to understand that this bodily sensations, mainly bodily sensations, the skin and the mainly skin I'm talking about. There can be sensory output without the mind getting involved. So the solidity, you don't necessarily need the mind sensor to understand the solidity, the feel.
That means feeling of hardness, isn't it? If Joel has a difficulty, because feeling of hardness is what is,
solid kind of thing. And if you have like a description in that, like this is so soft or this is very hard, or even though it is kind of can be told by the sensor, still if you have like a description coming up, that is the mind sensor, that is all right. So this is the tile, because immediately that is what it comes, when you keep even if you are, imagine you are blindfolded, like kind of your eyes are covered by a cloth, then definitely you are asked to walk somewhere, you can feel something, and it is kind of the carpet, or it is some kind of the tile, and sometimes it is watery, kind of it is slippery because of its watery. So even when we don't have other sensory organs, still just the bodily sensations, the skin, you have different outputs. So that's the thing. So mind sensor is already involved in that, but actual sensor function doesn't need the mind sensor. But yeah, it's very important to understand that, especially if you're doing the walking meditation. And also, it's a tricky part because you don't directly feel the, it is, yeah, I mean, we just have to keep understanding how this mind works. Anyway, if the walking has become true, it is difficult to feel the mechanism, because the mechanism actually didn't have anyone. But if you are in the mind, and if you are in the mind and you are walking, then you can't feel that it is happening, just a happening thing. Walking is just a mechanism, just a what do you say that? Kriyavali, or what do you call that? Like
Action, can you say action? Or?
Action, yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's interesting. Interesting to keep doing this and try and understand this touch. Is actually touch has no definitions, but we do have definitions. It's okay, but if you understand that the definition itself is not true, then only the piercing is, piercing will happen, or the dissolving of the mind can happen. Whatever the word you say, it doesn't matter. The liberation from mind can happen. Because until you are deceived by this mind sensor, you still have the problem. You just have to know that. That's okay. Anything else? Do you have any questions, Charles? Or you are just listening today, probably?
Just being selfless these days makes life easy. And,
yeah, that's good.
And what I noted down yesterday was what Aryan Vanse was saying, that that was real. He said, "Love is not benefit or business, and love is everywhere. Be selfless, and love is a feeling." I was just pondering these things, and I think yesterday, Auntie Sudharma said, when you're doing something, you won't feel that you're doing it. You just go on doing it. So yeah, you don't feel tired. You don't feel anything, and that's nice. That's awesome. And
Yeah,
also,
that's
when
awesome.
I'm doing this concentration meditation, suddenly I see I'm sleeping. I don't know how I go to sleep when I do that meditation, but I go to sleep. Yeah, this feels good, really good. Thank you.
All good. So, anything else? Yes, Sudharma.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. First of all, I worship Pagananse's feet, spiritual teacher. And Dr. Kokila, I was listening to Dr. Sakuntala's experience, and I was wondering whether at that point, when she heard the call of the bird, I mean, with some sort of awareness that it is the mind sensor, that thought occurs, that awareness without contemplation, with that awareness, if she
walks to that place and see the truth. I mean, see the bird, but without contemplation, without any attachment or aversion. Get that experience and then continuing to walk. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, Sudharma. It
No, you're
shouldn't
like,
have done.
no,
Yeah,
if
definitely it should have
Aranwanse
happened
was
like
there,
that.
if
Yes.
Aranwanse was there, I would say so. I would say so. But the problem is, it is us who go there, and our inquisitive mind trying
Mm,
to find
yeah,
the bird. It's
yeah,
definitely different from the talk. I can understand. So we
yeah.
can't really justify that in that way. But
Of course, no.
maybe when Narayanwan is there, I mean, this is the thing. We can't really, if we are in the path, we can't really talk about the fruit in the sense the outcome. So the outcome we can't compare with the now we can't put Narayanwan in that position and think that this may be the way that RN1C must be doing. That is not how it works, actually. You can't really compare like that because he doesn't feel alive. So it doesn't necessarily mean, the burning is not there. I mean, I should say in that way, the burning is not there. It doesn't matter whether he actually even see it or not, or recognize it or not. It doesn't really matter. That is the thing. But this practice is different. Practice is for practitioners, like the people who try to see this truth in one at least one particular moment to get to the non-vibration. That's completely different to the to the to the person who is already achieved that. So you can't really compare. So we can't really say that. So that what Sudharma said was, it's kind of the Lord Buddha doing that, or Arahant, someone Arahant doing that. Then you can say like that. But the problem is, as practitioners, we are in the path, so we go there to practice and see whether we can feel the non-vibration, the sensory function without that power that we talk about. So to feel that, you can't really miss the practice when we are doing it, because then only it will train you into that exact moment that where we feel the non-vibration. So just imagine you keep hearing multiple birds. If they are just hearing only, that's it. That's it. But that's the Arahant's state. If it is hearing only, that's an Arahant state. But in the path, when we are trying to do this, because we are in the path, we try to try and bring it up. When we do that, first step is first step would be we hear the sound. In the sense, not we, there is a sound, and you identify it as a bird sound. And then whether the bird sound is true? No, bird sound is not true. That it is a bird sound itself is just a a thought. Then the hearing part is just a mechanism. It's just hearing. And then if you feel it only, the non-vibration will be felt. So this is very tricky. This is just a explanation. This is not the experience. If you actually experience it, it would be direct, very direct liberation from mind, exactly to feel that whole first bit is not there. That thinking part is also not there. And that dream part is also not there. The bird sound part is also not there. It's just sound only. If it's just a sound only, there's no self there. That's how you can say that. So it's a very unique experience. So if we understand,
Interestingly, Dr. Kokila, with all that effort, Dr. Sakuntala saw the peasant or the jungle fowl in her mind. No, there wasn't a jungle fowl outside.
yeah,
That happened actually at the time of the discussion because I didn't see it. I just heard the sound. And then at the end of the discussion, we just asked the participants, what were your experiences during this walk? Then only they came up. Until that time, I had no about this jungle fowl. What was the bird? I had no idea.
It's very beautiful.
yeah, but the thing is, we miss these very interesting moments. We miss them. We miss the chance. Basically, feel without the mind power. We miss it. We miss the chance to feel without the mind power. Do you get it, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yes, true, yes.
Yeah, we miss it.
Now, yeah.
Yeah. But it's very interesting, actually. Even the missing part is very interesting because once you see something and you understand that it's a popcorn and it is completely missed because you feel like eating it. Likewise, you hear sound and you understand it's a bird sound and you're completely lost because you want to know who that is now. So that's the thing. The liberation of mind doesn't come that easy because our mind is a pattern. It just seeks next one, next one, next one, next one. So, yeah, it's very, very regular pattern that we are addicted to. Thinking and thinking and thinking. So the thinking is actually not true. Thinking can happen, but the feel it's difficult. It's covered by all the thoughts. What do you think, Sarangika?
Dr. Kokila. Interesting example. And it just shows, isn't it? It's obviously a common experience for people. And that goes to show that, there must be complete embedment, isn't it, through the practice in order for the instinct or the impulse not to kind of jump to the mind and go in search of the jungle fowl, isn't it? The stimulus suddenly becomes real, no matter how, I mean, even if one is quite entrenched in the walking meditation, the moments, in a moment's notice, something out of the ordinary, something unusual. If it was just another, a cricket chirping or something, it would have been fine and everybody would have gone on with the meditation. But something out of the ordinary, the mind is always ready to jump, isn't it? Ready to latch on to a stimuli. And it just goes to show, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, as we always say. This is the tendency of the mind,
Tendency of the
and through ignorance, isn't it?
yeah.
The aspect that I wanted to, two things. One was, so you said Aryan Man's, of course, you can't, kind of compare what he experiences, and sometimes he recounts these experiences on the Sinhala Zoom sessions about, how he observes certain animals and
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. I worship Triple respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our era, the most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom on this planet Earth at this moment. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world to end the suffering of all human beings. The samsaric journey is created in the human mind, and the only way out is described by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse upon the true teachings of Lord Buddha. Theruvan Saranai Dhamma friends. Today I am going to talk about the Nissarana Magga second sermon. Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse has done this sermon 5 years ago, and it was uploaded to YouTube 5 years ago. This is a continuation of the Nissarana Magga 1, the path to liberation 1, and now the path to liberation 2, the way out. A drop of water for the fire of worldly cyclic existence. We are actually speaking, we are as human beings very much lucky than our previous generations, nearly about 1,000 years, because the true teachings of Lord Buddha has completely
hidden, destroyed and hidden for a bit more than 1,000 years because of the jealousy and hatred people with thousands of wrong views who are not having any kind of wisdom. They know only to uh, boast about their beliefs, religious beliefs, and they try to completely destroy the Lord Buddha's true teachings. After Lord Buddha's parinirvana, after about 1,000 years after the parinirvana, there was an enlightened master in India, and he built a, a university called Ajanta. And through that university, that spiritual master who has also enlightened like Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse tried to uh, actually tried to spread this Dhamma throughout the Asia. His name is Nagarjuna Muni. So Nagarjuna Muni actually done a great job through University of Ajanta. So many monks all over the Asian countries and from far European countries also, people came to learn about this true teachings of Lord Buddha. So Nagarjuna Muni has done a great job, and there were so many Sanskrit books written in uh, the Buddhist philosophy and everything written in the language of Sanskrit, and he was given the correct path to Nibbana just like Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. But unfortunately, that era, these stupid religions started to erupt, and there were a king called one Akbar. He was that means his followers were given him very much wrong views, and one day in the afternoon, the noon, when the monks in the Ajanta University having their meals, he attacked and came to the university and completely burned it out. So after that, for that even Nagarjuna Muni was not felt any uh, anything. He didn't feel because he he was an fully enlightened master. So Nagarjuna Muni was just there, couldn't even that means he couldn't take out all those books where all the scriptures, Buddhist scriptures were burned to ashes by uh, King Akbar of that time. And some people are telling that that place is still there in India. Some people are telling still they can see the natural that means at that time of disaster,
the things still can be seen, the things of at that time. So likewise, the stupid people of this earth, on this earth, always try to destroy the true Buddhist teachings. After Nagarjuna Muni, there were a complete silence because we were under different um, people who came to Sri Lanka and governed this country. The Sri Lankans were like slaves, and at that time, so many temples and so many valuable scriptures and things. Not only that, bhikkhus and even this Ruanvali like those things were also destroyed under the era of Portuguese and uh, Portuguese and then Netherlands and England uh, rulers who ruled Sri Lanka, and they have also taken so many books by them through the ships, and still they are in the uh, they are keeping them in London itself still. So a complete disaster faced. True Buddhism has faced a complete disaster, and thereafter so many uh, uh, so many stupid religious beliefs were all over the world and all over the Sri Lanka also. Stupid wrong views, stupid beliefs. So after so many years, the only spiritual master who has arisen from the uh, Sri Lankan land with the like a lion who has completely understood the true Buddhism and true Buddhist philosophy. Actually, the true nature of the human behavioral activities and the human mind and the world created inside the mind and all those things, according to Lord Buddha's true teachings. Nobody else couldn't do it until now. So after Nagarjuna Muni, the only spiritual master we have in this era, the most valuable, more than valuable diamond, because the spiritual master with the highest wisdom is the most valuable thing ever human can feel. So now we are as his followers, as Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse's followers, we are trying to give this message to each and every corner of this planet Earth, all the human beings who are suffering from this sansaric journey, the karmic uh, problems they are, day-to-day problems they are facing, and the non-stop suffering following them.
throughout their life. So the only way out is now the great revelation done by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, and people who are with the wisdom must first understand this, and they should educate the other people as well, because whatever religion, no matter whatever religion they are believing, whatever country they are living in, whatever color of skin they have, whatever beliefs, whatever social level they maintain, whatever education they have, still they can't overcome this wheel of samsara, wheel of suffering. Each and every moment, this mind is giving suffering because of this illusionary world. So, each and every human being should understand this. And through this Buddothpado PeoTV Zoom and YouTube channel, and through www.wisdomofasia.com website, they can easily understand. This is not complicated. This is not very complicated. This is not. This is describing is done on only through the English language. So no need to worry about the Pali wordings, because all the time Pali wordings are describing in English language. So this is the only way to overcome the suffering and live a peaceful life. So in Nissarana Maga 2, Path to Liberation, the way out, this is a drop of water for the fire of worldly cyclic existence. We are developing concentration, establishing samadhi to, that means deep mental calm, meditative absorption to realize this Dhamma. Yes. To realize or to understand anything, we should have certain kind of concentration, because without concentrating anything, without concentrating, we can't even read a book. We can't even do any activity, day-to-day activity, without concentrating. So concentration is very much useful. Even a child can't learn by going to school without the concentration. So we are developing concentration, and concentration, establishing samadhi. That means establishing deep mental calm, meditative absorption to realize this Dhamma. So we need to develop concentration and establishing samadhi to understand that means meditative absorption to realize this Dhamma, to understand the aggregates. Each and every aggregate, each and every thought has aggregates. There are 5 aggregates: Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. Based on true Buddhist philosophy, all these uh,
sermons are done by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse based on this true Buddhist philosophy. So according to the true Buddhist philosophy, each and every thought there is a, each and every thought there is a, there are aggregates, 5 aggregates combined in each and every thought, because we are understanding the thought based on these aggregates. Those are Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. Rupa means form, Vedana feeling, Sanya means perceptions, Sankara means mental formations. That means matching with the past, past experiences, past memory, and finalizing what is the thought, what is the objective. Sankara. Finally the vijnana is coming like that. Consciousness is happening that way. How the creation is happening in the mind and how to redeeming from that. Yes. We know now, according to this true Buddhist philosophy, creation is happening in the mind because there are so many perceptions around, and all those, most of the perceptions, some perceptions relating to us are coming through our six sense system. We are absorbing perceptions through these six sensor based system, through six sensor bases. So they are absorbed. When they are absorbing, there are two ways. There are two. All these perceptions are divided into two categories. One is form and one is name. So names are fed to each and every human being from the early childhood. That is the database created in the mind, stored in the mind, because each and every perception, there is a name given, the form and the name given from the early childhood. Now the person is having a database of each and everything. So when these perceptions are coming, when we are seeing a form, the name is coming. When we are hearing a name, the form is appearing in the mind. So we are looking at things through two lenses in this eyes. So seeing is also a wonderful experience there because of the light vibration coming and touching the eyes. That means the outer layer of the eyes is meeting the light vibration, and light vibration, according to the light vibration, the outer layer of the eye also starting to vibrate, and a kind of a shining spaces appearing there. That is called the Chakku Prasad. So when the shining is occurring and with the light rays touching the top of the eyes, then there are vibration, both are vibrating. The eye also vibrating and the light also vibrating. So, and through when then the light is occurring, happening on the eyes, and it is going out from the eyes to the outer space. Then only we are able to see things. Here, the object we see, the vibration of the object we see, and the vibration of light, and the vibration of eye. These three should be equal. Then the gap between them are vanishing, and the three of them become one vibration. Then only we can see the object. That is how the light is happening, and that is how the things we are seeing. So then we are seeing the form. At that time, when we are seeing the form, at once the mind is appearing and giving a name. That is called eye consciousness. So if we are seeing a jasmine flower at the same time, mind is coming and telling with the story. That means the data stored at once appearing and saying what you are seeing is a jasmine flower. It is a jasmine flower. Like that. That is how the creation is happening in the mind. And how to redeeming from that. So when we are looking at seeing the creation, so we now know how the thought is creating. Then we are not about to run behind the thought, because when we understand the happening of the creation of the magic, so we know it's magic, no need to go behind it. Then understanding the happening in the mind will definitely show, that means definitely redeem from the objective thought, because we know that what we are seeing is not true, nothing true. That is only a mental creation, only. Therefore, the need to run behind this is also vanishing. So, realize the samudaya vaya, arising and passing. Arising and passing way, origination and dissolution, appearance and disappearing. Yes. In Dhamma it says we have to realize the samudaya vaya. That means we have to realize the arising and passing away of thoughts, objectives, origination and dissolution, appearance and disappearance. Then only we know we are only seeing a mental picture, illusion, because with while seeing that, when we are trying to go behind it, means we are with the creation happened in the mind, we are trying to go out and finding the thing created inside the mind. We are going out and trying to tie the knot with something equal to that. Then that is the ignorance. That is the complete ignorance. A person who saw the creation and the disappearance will know the arising and fading of skandha, aggregates. Yes. A person who saw the creation means a person who can realize the creation of thought, realize the creation of thought, then he can see the disappearance also and will know the arising and fading of aggregates. Yes. Now this seeker knows each and every objective thought is made out of these 5 aggregates. Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. Form, feeling, perception, mental formation and consciousness. So, when the seeker is very clearly understand the creation and disappearance, he will be knowing the aggregates very clearly. Then he will be not fooling by the aggregates or thoughts. That is the hidden way of looking at this mind-based world. So, at the point of redeeming this skandha, aggregates means that is the Nibbana. Yes, that is the Nibbana. If you can match all the objectives appear in your mind, these sounds of birds are coming to you through the ears. That means if you are able to match all the objectives appear in your mind, like these sounds of birds are coming to you through the ears. Aryan Mahanse is telling, when we hear sounds, we don't know at once what sound is. And then the mind is coming and telling, that is a bird sound, because before that we just heard only a sound vibration hit inside the eardrum hits by the sound vibration. Then At once the mind came through and saying that these are sounds of birds. Likewise, you should be able to understand it. You know, only just a sound came, and the ear consciousness has arisen and said, "Oh, those are birds' sounds," like that. You now know how it's happening. When the form objective is there, the name is coming. But it's only a sound vibration. We are seeing a thing means there are two things happening there. That means light vibration and sound vibration. So we are looking when we are looking at a thing, we can see a form means it's the shape of the light. Because of the light vibration, we can see that shape of the form. So when the mind says the name towards that, then the name is also appearing. Then we are looking at the thing means we are seeing nothing is outside. Creation, the objective, the form creation is also happening inside the mind. Therefore, the upadaya rupa, the creation happened, the mental formation created in the mind is just a mind creation, nothing outside. So now we know. That means when we are looking at the thing, we can see a mind. That means we can see a light vibration and a sound vibration. Because of the light vibration, we can see the form. So because of the light vibration and the eyes and that objective, upadaya rupa, a mental formation is created inside the mind, and at once the I conscious says that is a cat or a dog or a river or something. So what you see, what you are seeing is included light vibration and sound vibration. Because of the light vibration, you are seeing the shape of the light. Because of the sound vibration, you know the name, because we have put that name into the database as a sound vibration. We heard as a sound. We heard the shape of the cat is a cat, a shape of a creature, a small animal. Somebody, a teacher or somebody, mother or father, has given us the name cat. Then the cat form and the name together combined in the thought, in the past memory database. That is how the creation of the mind happening, and only the each and every creation is happening with light vibration, sound vibration and touch vibration. All these three, only these three is included in what we see, what we hear or what we feel. That is why a person who saw the creation and the disappearance will know the arising and fading of aggregates, skandha. So, arising a thought, when we are looking out of the window, we can see a coconut tree. Then we are turning our head into inside our house. Then we can see a photo of a boy. So that means the earlier thought has finished and new thought appeared. So each and every thought appearing has these aggregates. That is why in Dhamma it says, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse is clarifying, a person who saw the creation and the disappearance will know the arising and fading of skandha, aggregates. Point of redeeming this is Nibbana. At the point of redeeming from these aggregates is the point of Nibbana. If you can match all the objectives appeared in your mind, these sounds of birds are coming to you through the ears. Yes. If you are able to match all the objectives appeared in the mind, Aryanwansa is telling. That means there will be no any kind of burning, because we know how each and every objective thought is appearing, and how each and every objective is appearing only as a shadow, because we are actually living in a shadow world, because we are able to see only shadows. Other than that, we can't see anything, because we have only two eye lenses, and we are hearing only sound vibrations, because the sound vibration is coming and hitting on our eardrum. Then only we are hearing that. Other than these two, we can feel on the touch vibration. Only these three things. If you can feel the thing coming through sota sampassa, ear contact through the ear, auditory contact, your mind can be taken to a point where that sound will not be a thing. Yes, that means if you can feel the thing coming through ear contact, sota sampassa in Dhamma, it is in English, it can be described as ear contact. Contact through the ear, auditory contact. Yes. When a sound is coming, somebody is shouting, some sound is coming, then you are piercing that sound. That means that is a perception, sound perception. Now you are matching that sound, and you can feel that sound, and you are now matching and seeing what is that sound. You know it's only a ear vibration. So you can hear only a vibration. So then you are matching it with your past memory. Then you will understand that is a sound of a cry, crying. A baby is crying. Babies cry. Now the mind is telling you, the ear consciousness is telling you it's a crying of a baby. The sound is like that. Then you know, then you are just staying. You don't want to bother about that because you know that baby's crying came as a sound vibration. There is only a vibration and created inside your ear. So no need to run around outside, no need to run outside. It's only a creation of your ears. And the mind has known, mind is recognized the sound as a baby's cry. So now your mind is when understanding this creation, your mind can be taken to a point where that sound will not be a thing. Yes. Now you know that sound, and now you know how it's created. That is, there is nothing outside. Everything is happening inside, according to the first contemplation of Buddothpado Aryan Vansyan, according to the true Buddhist philosophy. So when you understand, when you have this understanding, the correct view of looking at it, looking at that sound, you know that sound is just an illusion appeared in your mind. Therefore, now your mind can be taken to a point where that sound will not be a thing. That sound will not be a thing for you now because you know how it created. You know nothing outside. That sound is only a creation of the mind through the ear sensor. So now you are still calm and quiet, doing your own work, nothing to worry about, nothing to bother about, because there's nothing outside and it's only a creation of the mind. We have spoken earlier the form creating in the eye. Aryan Vahanse is explaining. Aryan Vahanse has more than 1,000 times Aryan Vahanse has spoken about the form creating in the eye, just like I described little while ago. The sound hearing through the ears, smell good or bad coming through the nose, or the taste coming through the tongue, touch of the body, individual from one another. Yes, the marvelous and mysterious thing is this. We have 6 sensor systems. Each and every sensor system, 6 sensor each and every sensor is individually separated from each and every other sensors. They are not interconnected. That means creation of the eye, the sound hearing through the ears, smell good or bad coming through the nose, or the taste coming through the tongue, touch of the body, individually different from one another. Yes, when one sensor is working, other sensors are not activated. When the when the other sensor is activated, the balance sensors are not activated. Neutral. Neutral. That is the way. When we are seeing things, seeing and hearing not happening at the same time. So when we are hearing a thing, the touching or smelling or tasting is not happening. That is why these are like that. When the mind sensor is also giving thoughts, at the same time there are no other activity from the other five sensors. Yes, there is a marvelous science behind these sensor, each and every sensor and the full sensor system. I can see forms only. Yes, your eye can see forms only, forms, figures, shapes only. Ear can hear sounds only. Yes, ear can hear sounds only. Nose feel only smells. Nose feel only smells. Tongue feels only taste. Then how? All these are binding together and making a world. Yes. Each and every sensor is individual from other, individually separated from others. But then how all these are binding together and making a world? That is the marvelous thing to understand. All these six senses system is binding together and making a world inside the mind, and then we are putting out it and looking at it. Yes, so all these sensors are binding together and making a world inside the mind. And then what are we going to do? We are putting out it and looking at it. Yes, the thought created inside the mind, we are always trying to put it out. That is the wrong view. That is the ignorance. In the human world, the most ignorant thing is that what created inside the mind is going to put outside and looking at it. But at this time you should understand, if you are seeing a jack tree through the window, but that jack tree, shape of the jack tree with the colors and everything is only a creation of the mind, and there is nothing outside. So the creation of the mind, the jack tree's creation, shape of the jack tree in the mind is not equal to the jack tree outside. So there is no use of going out with the upadaya rupa of the jack tree to catch the other jack tree outside. Therefore, that is happening due to the wrong view. Not only colors and smells, everything is combined and making as a thing. Deyak karla, then putting it out and see. Yes, not only colors and smells, everything is combined and making as a thing. And putting it out and seeing. Because if we see an example as mother, we can, though the mother is still living or not, we can still feel her, the feeling of her smell, shape, the form of the mother, and the sound of the mother, and the and the warmth of the mother. Everything is combined and stored inside the mind. Likewise, each and every objective thought, there are not only colors and smells, everything is combined and making as a thing. දෙයක් කරලා then putting it out and seeing. At this point, we are deceiving, fooling, misleading. Yes, at this point, we are misleading because we are always going out with the creation inside our mind. That is the foolishness. What we see in the creation, the form what we see, and we are going out with the mind creation. That is why at this point we are deceiving, fooling, misleading, deluding, caught by an illusion, deception, magic, illusionary and deceptive appearance. On the illusionary and deceptive appearance, we are getting caught. That is why happening each and every moment in this human world. So we are expecting things from outside according to our mental pictures. So we think when we are thinking of a relative or a friend or a somebody, a neighbor or somebody, we are thinking, she should be like this. She should be very much friendly to me. But actually, that shadow is not like that. That shadow is all the time having a very jealousy feelings. So that system is like that. So no point of thinking about other systems. So each and every human system should understand their system and do what they are according to do based on their life. We should discuss about this story. Aryan Mahanse is telling we should discuss about this story, the misleading story. How a world is creating. So how a world is creating inside the mind. How to redeem from the world is also at that point. Yes. When we understand how a world is creating and the how to redeem him from the world is also at that point. Like that. So that means when we understand in the creation, at the same time we are having the ability to redeeming from the world, because understanding the creation of the world is not out and it's inside the mind, then we know, then it's very easy for us to redeeming from the world. how the arising of form occurs. Yes, we should understand how the arising of form occurs, how form originates, the way material from form arises. Yes, as described earlier, we now know how the form is arising, for arising of form is occurring. How form originates, the way material from form arises, all the same meaning. When understanding the form occurs, when understanding the form occurs, the seeker will redeem him from that, and the cessation, ending, stopping is also realizing at that point. Yes, as Lord Buddha said, and as Aryan Wahanse, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse is very clearly showing us in a very simple manner, not with this hard and very difficult way. It's a very simple way. Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse is clarifying the things, facts as like this, how the arising of form occurs, how form originates, the way material form arises. When understanding the form occurs, the seeker will redeem from that, and the cessation, ending, stopping is also realizing at that point. Yes, that is how Aryan Wahanse is explaining the easiest way to come out from the form occurred in the mind. So we have to understand the form and the name and the perceptions, and understand there is no soul here. So understanding these facts, we will naturally slowly overcome this illusionary world created inside the mind without our knowledge. Yes, without even our knowledge. This has happened. That is the wonderful nature of this creation in the mind. Therefore, I am going to conclude this session for today. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, the great sage of our era, the most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Wahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
wisdom rising bright, spring of love, radiant light, spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of Asia, shining glow, Buddothpado.
Liberation from all birth, liberative and from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath,
Wisdom of Asia, everglow, Buddothpado. Dispelling darkness, breaking night,
dispelling ignorance with light,
dispelling suffering as we rise, compassion,
opening all eyes.
wisdom of Asia, steady flow, Buddothpado.
Truth of life and truth of mind,
Truth no time can leave behind,
truth of birth and death made clear,
the path of peace is always near, wisdom of Asia, ever we go, Buddothpado Ariani, loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado Ariani, Buddothpado Ariani.
seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind. You spread the truth so clear, so bright, the Dhamma's flame, the guiding light.
You reawaken Buddha's way, the Sasana shining day.
the wound that makes us weak.
You show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step, you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh, Ariani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song.
May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride.
Buddothpado, Ariani, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done.
May your holy work never be done.
Buddothpado, Ariani. Buddothpado, Ariani. Buddothpado, Ariani. Buddothpado, Ariani.
May Triple Gem bless you all. We'll start the Zoom sermon today, Zoom discussion. Thank you, Aran Answer. Devan Sanai Shampa. I think yesterday
Doctor.
it was only me because you were also not there, and Strangika have sent a message in the main site that she couldn't come yesterday.
Yes, Doctor. Yesterday, actually, my husband asked me to go to see one of his friends'
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
wife, right? She is half unconscious, like that. That gent was helping us. It means he helped us in different times when we were in need. Actually, he helped us in so many ways. So for that, we went to see his wife. His wife is some nerve or something damaged in her brain, and she is their doctor, right? This human machine, I saw it yesterday. She is there. But when she feels hungry, she is asking food, it seems. When want to go to the toilet, she said she wants to go to the toilet. Then the husband is taking her. Other than that,
How
her
old
memory
is the patient?
uh, elder than us, I think, doctor, about 70 years or so. I'm
Mhm.
66 now. So now 2 years she is like that, it seems. They are taking care of her very, very well. That is why she is still living, giving so many medicines, it seems. I think most of the medicines means vitamins. So she is doctor, she can remember the past, but not the present. But
Mm.
sometimes her husband is telling when he is going there, here and there, she asks her, she is telling his name, but uh, here and there can do talk and everything, but her memory is not there. The that means the perceptions are not clear. Like, oh, doctor, something I don't know what it is. So we went there to come early, but they didn't ask, they didn't allow us to come. So I did my session in that house, and he said, "Yes, Nangi, you can do whatever you want." And I gave the Dhamma, that Darsana Samapatti, to him to listen to that.
Mm.
Now, only thing they can do is that, no, he's a good
Mm.
person helping others and things like that. He has taken care of his family and children very well. Finally, this happened to him. So I said, when you have free time, listen to this. That's all you can do, like that. I gave Darshan Samapatti and came in the evening. I thought only you may be there. So what did you do, doctor, yesterday?
Yesterday I did a like a kind of a sermon and
Ah,
finished about 30 minutes early, like 9 o'clock. I finished, I think, from my
uh-huh.
time. Sorry, my time.
Yes, yes.
Mm.
Today I listened to those sermons.
Early
Aryan Mahat.
morning, Ranwanse was doing a talk and he mentioned my name also. Why we
I
are still useless. Actually, yeah, you can listen later. We can talk about it tomorrow
okay,
if you
doctor.
haven't listened. Mm.
I thought I listened those other sermons, and halfway it was stopping and not clear. Yesterday also like that.
No,
The
he did
sermon.
one to the. He did one 1 hour 40 minutes something. He did one to the one the separate group who has listened Dhamma a long time. That
Uh-huh.
is the one he was talking about in the morning also. He
Karandeniya
wanted
sermon.
everyone to listen to that.
You mean Karandeniya sermon?
Evening, yeah, evening one, not the morning one. Not with everyone. He took
Uh-huh.
the ones who has listened to them for a long time and took them aside and did the one.
Ah, really?
And he was
Uh-huh.
actually shouting at him, not shouting, like blaming everyone in the morning also that we are not actually paying attention to Dhamma. Even I got
No.
blamed, I think.
No,
Yeah.
because doctor,
It's
when
all about this sensual world, form world, and the non-form. He was talking mainly about the non-form and
non-form, yes.
why we haven't understood Dhamma. And if we haven't understood Dhamma, he was telling even not Sotapanna, kind of like that. He was telling.
Yes. Yes,
He
most
was
of them like that. No, yes.
not.
But he's
He actually generalized it to everyone. So
uh-huh.
kind of. But anyway, there are good few point, not few points. There's multiple because
Yeah.
mainly we understand what we understand now. But
Yes.
there were like very good points that you may be able to discuss. But anyway, from what you listened, was there anything new?
I listened, doctor, from the morning also, but I can't remember very well. Yes, he was always telling that there's nothing outside thing is highlighting to them, because all the time where the people everywhere,
In the
including
evening
me.
one, he was directly asking everyone about the Atma
Uh-huh.
because they were the people who has listened for a long time.
Right.
Yeah.
So, doctor, today morning, did he mention about you?
No, he was like generally telling everyone kind of, useless.
I had a problem. I wanted to ask from you. That means again, Buddothpado, that Aryan Mahansi said, Lord Buddha. That day I asked from you also this question. Uh, Aryan Mahansi explained how Lord Buddha uh, became Buddha. Did you hear that part?
In Karandini one or the one before or what? Which one?
Not Karandani one before.
Oh, okay. No, I can't. It's very difficult to listen to them, but no, I can't remember. Did he talk
Yes,
about that?
doctor. Yes, he explained it. I think I have to listen to it again.
How did he say that?
I'll put that into that WhatsApp group. You can listen. It's very difficult to listen. At sometimes can't hear, doctor. I think there may be problems this day. This voice, some connection problems are there. That is why it's not clear.
But what did you hear? The bit that you could hear. What is your question even about that?
No, not a question, doctor. Aryan Mahansi was explaining how Lord Buddha sit on that under that Asattu tree, and how he became Buddha. That means how he realized things. Then now Aryan Mahansi is telling us, no, think like this, like this, like that. He's explaining us, no, a path. The same path he was telling. Lord Buddha did this to become a Buddha. I can't remember the things, because when I was cleaning the upper part of my house today morning hours, and while doing that only I listened it. So I'll have to listen it again and I'll tell you, doctor. Actually, it's very important, a very nice part of it. Karandeniya one, only a little I listened to it.
Only
Everything
the
and
evening one I listened. I didn't listen the morning one.
it
It
is
just
also in.
randomly came to me. It's not the long one. It's recorded separately.
Right. You are listening it under Buddothpado practical. What is the heading, doctor?
No, practical, but it's just the latest.
Latest one. Right. Then what he described about it, about the soul.
He was asking everyone, and the problem is, so that he asked where the Atma is, and he asked to raise the arms if the Atma is not there. Then no one did that. And then he asked to raise the arm if the Atma is there, then no one raised the arm either.
You know, doctor, the day after
tomorrow, day after yesterday, day before yesterday, you showed me the way to contemplate correctly, no? I did it from that morning, that time until now. Not sometimes I did. Now only, doctor, I can really see this world is not existing, right?
Mm.
Until then, we listen thousands of sermons, doctor, without knowing that angle. How can anybody see this, doctor? You
Yeah,
know?
true. But yeah, actually, that is the same problem that he is telling about
Mm,
Arupa.
mm,
We are not picking up his angle yet, kind of thing he was telling. He
mm.
was kind of was telling that you all are not even trying to get rid of the
Understand?
Atma kind of thing. No,
Ah, yes,
actually, not even that. Like, actually, he told me to kill Okila kind of thing. That one, same
yes,
thing. I think
yes.
it erupted there because there were so many people who listened to Dhamma for a long time.
Because, doctor, there may be a uh, angle to see the advanced
Yeah, 100%.
Dharma
Yeah,
practitioners. Yes, that is what.
yeah. So
Now,
because I was talking about the initial part, so there
yes,
may be so many other angles that he's trying to give, and he was talking about that day I was talking about that the chair actually doesn't have the chair, the
yes,
actual, in the sense, when you
yes,
actually erase the mind wave from that, because mind wave is also the sound wave, no? The mind
yes,
wave
yes,
from that,
yes.
actually,
Mm.
it's only
Light
the
wave and sound wave.
shape of light,
Yes.
no?
Shape of light. Yes.
Yeah, he was talking about Arupa
Mm.
uh, as if in you are looking at, it was a metaphor only,
Uh,
as if you are looking into a dark, no, actually not dark, the
mm,
looking at sky.
mm.
If you can't, just ask us, I think everyone, to imagine, look at the sky, but actually not everything else, kind of the emptiness that
Yes, yes.
he was
One day.
talking about,
Uh,
that if anything comes to the mind, that is the
uh-huh.
mind.
While looking
Not,
at the sky. Yes.
yeah, but it is much deeper, because this is not as we think,
Yes, yes,
because we know that clouds are there.
yes.
Even though we know clouds are there, still it's not a thing. Means
Mm.
directly it is the uh, arupa,
Yes,
because
one day he's.
there's no labeling as such. Kind of, there's no sound wave to that. The mind is a dhvani,
Ah,
wave, mind
right,
wave.
right, right, right. Mind wave is actually not coming. Uh,
It's not
when we see
powerful,
yes, when we see the
but
sky
it
means
is the same thing as I told you about the
yes, yes.
chair or
We
the table or
oh
cup of
yes,
tea or whatever.
doctor,
Em-
it's wonderful,
Emptiness
doctor.
is
My
when the
God,
sound is not active.
doctor, it's the wonderful lesson I heard after so many years. I am hearing this now I'm completing 2 years this month. I said during this 2 year period, I didn't know the correct angle, actually speaking. Right now, I know the angle. Then I can see the world. Oh, what I am feeling. when the feeling vibration is there, still the light is also there sometimes. No, doctor.
What do you mean?
That means when we feel something, when
Are you
we
talking
feel,
about the actual skin? Because feel
yes,
word is used so much, because Aranhanse told me also that they know feel word
yes,
he uses in a different angle. So what feel
yes.
are you talking about?
I'm talking about the feel, the skin feel,
Sensory
skin feel,
skin
sensor
feel.
feel. Yes.
Skin feel, it's just skin feel, because skin feel doesn't necessarily need the mind.
Right. Then when there is a thought or a objective thought is appearing, it is included all the three there, I think, doctor. That means the light
Yeah.
wave,
I mean, ice cream.
you
You take
yes,
ice
feel,
cream, yes, everything is there.
yes,
But
feel
if
wave.
you take a cloud, you can't really say I'm smelling it or I'm tasting the cloud. Yeah.
Yes.
Cloud is
One,
just a mind wave and the sound wave. But what Aranhanse is saying is to feel this.
yes, one day he said in a sermon, R.N. Vansi said, you just look at the sky, right?
That's the same thing he has told that Karandini evening.
Yes. Just look at the sky, but don't take any shapes of the clouds, right? Don't pay attention to the shapes of the cloud. You just watch the sky. That means the deeper sky is meaning the deeper sky.
Mm.
Without thinking of clouds, just look at the sky.
That's a metaphor for the Arupa. Yeah.
At that point, doctor, what do you mean by that actually?
It's a metaphor. It's a beautiful metaphor to show
Mm.
that the sound, the mind wave is not active.
Then only the sound wave and light wave only. Is that so?
Well, if the cloud is there, sound wave is anyway there. No?
Yes.
Even if you think like this is the sky, the sound wave is there, mind is there.
Mind is there. So without the mind, you have to look at the sky. That is what he is referring to. Huh?
He's referring to that. Be careful though. This is going to be your obsession. Otherwise, it's
Yes.
nothing like that. It's just a metaphor. Do you get it?
Yes.
Metaphor means it's a
Udaharana.
example only. Yeah.
Example only. Yes, I know. It's only example. Yes. Right. It can be done by you all, doctor. We are still in the lower level and we are trying to overcome, see the world as the correct way. Only I am able to see the world in a correct way, correct angle is because of you. That is what happened to everybody, I think, doctor.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a big issue because we keep
Mm.
understanding Dhamma. The
Mm.
sound, now imagine you hear a sound. It is
Mm.
the same thing with this seeing as a
Mm.
avbodha karanawa. That is the main thing that I think Aranhansi wants everyone to do, because fully realizing the actual seeing is very
Yes.
important.
Yes.
Touch also very important,
Yes.
because touch can't be a thing either.
Yes.
Sound
Touch
can't
is
be a
only,
thing either.
yes, touch is only a touch vibration. Vibration only, no?
Vibration of the skin, yeah.
Yes.
Hearing means only the sound vibration of the eardrum.
That's all.
Yes, all they are, no? When the
Yeah.
seeing is only included, that too.
Seeing is only the vibration of the
Light and the sound.
light vibration, basically speed of light.
Speed of light, yes. Shape of light, we are seeing the shape of light.
Yeah,
Right.
we are seeing a shape of light because of the speed of light.
The speed of light, right. But actually speaking, as Aryan once told me that day, I couldn't realize that. Now only I am realizing there are only vibrations outside, nothing
Yeah.
else,
Yeah.
he said.
Even the eye, it is the same thing. Same. That is what is happening. This extra power is the one which is giving trouble, the mind.
Yes,
Which has
mind is.
given to the mind, which has given, the birth to the mind, is that extra power.
Yes,
So the
because
mind
mind is
power is the only thing that should go down.
think. Yes, because mind is thinking that there is something outside. That is the problem.
It is not even thinking, it is felt as like that as well.
Yes, felt. Because we are that means we are putting the creation inside the mind to outside.
Yeah.
That is the
It is the
problem.
normal projection. Even
Yes.
an arahant, the chair will be, you can see the chair, you can sit on the chair, you can do whatever. Doesn't matter.
Yes.
Should be crystal clear.
Yes, only to see through the wisdom. That
Yeah.
is what Narayana is telling us. See
If you
through the.
if you have no idea about the six sensory organs, what Aranhanse is saying is true. If you
Yes.
don't know all about six sensory organs, it's useless.
Yes,
Because you
yes.
can be caught in one angle. So just imagine Sutta Mutta, but still don't
Yes.
know about the Ditta, then there's
Yes.
a
Problem.
suspicion, right? That's how it
Yeah.
works.
And not
You can't
knowing
have
like this.
suspicions.
Yes. Should very clearly should know this Dhamma.
Should feel it too, not know.
Yes, feel.
Should feel it.
To feel. To feel, doctor, we should know the truth correctly.
Yeah,
No?
yeah. True. Yeah.
Otherwise can't. Anyway, these sessions, Aryan Vansi is giving deeper level discussions.
Yeah, the evening one was deeper. He said he was angry that no one has even listened to that. He was talking about his second daughter or something also. How he looks after, if needed, how he does things. And that's it. Like that kind of thing. How Rebecca is also helping and looking after them and all that.
Yes.
And was talking about the family, the wife, and yeah.
And Aryan Vansi said he is having a numb finger, it seems, doctor. Can't bend it, it seems. Nobody knows, I think. He said some problem he's having in his finger. Don't know whether he's taking medicine or not.
Yeah.
Because he's doing so many things and something happened. Now only we can understand how this Dhamma is, the deepness of this Dhamma.
Yeah, it is not even that deep. The problem is our ego, because when the ego is there, in the sense the stimuli are so strong, then to come down to the level of the nature is difficult.
Not only the ego, doctor. Now I can understand. We don't know the real way to look at things, right?
Yeah, that's
That
Satyajnana. That is Satyajnana.
the Satyajnana thing now I have described everything. No, I have gone through no, several times, but I couldn't catch these things no in Satyajnana. That is
Yeah,
because when we are seeing, listening also, we don't know no, how to look at a thing like this. It was not there. So it may be there in some other uh, sermons. Now I am doing the second part of Nisarana Maga started today. And like that, when continuing, I can have those. But actually, the spiritual guidance must be given like you are giving, doctor. You are doing a very good role here. Because,
yeah. I mean, we are trying,
yes,
whatever to the level that we can. It is very important that we try our best to help others to the level of. But all the time, what I say is, to a level we say, but the deeper levels should be from Maranvahasi. We never
yes.
talk about how to get rid of the arupa and stuff.
No, doctor. When we catch the foundation correctly, then only the thing is happening, no?
Yeah.
Right?
Mm.
Then while we are going, continuing the journey, then at one point we can ask questions from Aryan Vansi, but still we can't ask because we are still struggling to see the there's no nothing outside, but we should clearly realize that no, there's nothing outside, there's nothing inside. That is right. So, Lord Buddha says no about the angle. The angle is very correct, doctor. That is, of
Yeah,
course,
true.
without that angle, nobody is. Though they are listening these 5 years, there are mothers who listen to this Dhamma about the complete 5 years, 5 or 6 years, but still because they don't know how to see things clearly. When the correct seeing is there, as Lord Buddha said, see, there's just a seeing, but without the underneath the understanding, the thing is not happening. That is true.
Yeah, true. And understand that the world is just a reflection in the water.
Yes.
The even that is just a simple
Thing.
sentence, no?
Yes.
Just imagine someone actually understanding. I feel very, very mesmerized by these examples. Actually, young girl and Lord Buddha asked him, "Where are you coming from?" And I can't. It's really, really
Yes, that girl's story,
uh,
yes.
same
Mm.
thing that this Dhamma is kind of a different angle.
Yes. That is the thing happening to everybody. Aryan Vahanse is doing a great job without even thinking about him. So the people around him should know the explaining part properly. That is the problem.
Yeah, basically that's what he's saying. Get rid of self. Yeah, get rid of self and then become the non-self kind of thing.
Mm. That means to
He's
contemplate insight is not easy. The people can do these 4 contemplations, even though without looking at things properly, can't
you know
realize it.
that thing I was talking about, the walking meditation.
Mm.
Now imagine we were talking
Mm.
about the walking is like a mental image.
Yes.
Just try and see this. So
Mm.
just imagine the mental image is not powerful.
Oh.
The walking would be like a baby.
Yes, yes, yes.
So that is the actual Kriyasita.
Mm. Yes. Just walking
And
without.
and you no, in the sense this is much deeper than that.
Yes.
Because actual walking mental image should not be there.
Yes,
So
yes.
that is a
Without them.
deeper thing
Yes.
because
Mm. Mm.
it's not like mang avidino.
No, no, no,
Not like
no,
that.
no. It's
Actually,
natural
mental
happening.
image is there. No? Now, when
Yes.
we are having a bath, we have a mental image. I'm having a bath.
Yes.
But if the mental image is not there, it would be
Mm.
direct water falling into the body.
Yes.
That is the only thing that is there. The
But
having a bath is in the mind. No? It's
yes,
like this. It's
then.
like this. Rain
Mm.
is in the mind.
Yes.
Actually, what happens is just drop of water like that.
Water.
It's a metaphor.
Yes.
Same thing. So walking is a mental image, but
Yes.
actually, if you actually come out of that mental bubble,
Yes.
it will be just a action, and that action, if you realize there is no self, that is the non-self.
Yes. That means the walking with the action mind, the activity happening with the action mind. That is the non-self.
Yeah, you can really talk like that, but actually
Yes.
speaking, it is a complete field side.
Yes. Yes. I know, doctor.
Because the mental image, now imagine looking at the rain and not having the rain mental image.
Ah.
It's a different thing. So that's what, if you're looking at if you're looking at
Raining.
raining or even clouds,
Yes.
then definitely the mental image cloud is there.
Yes.
If the mental image is not there, it's just seeing.
Just seeing. That is what. That is
Ditte
what.
ditte mattam bhavisati.
That is what Lord Buddha is telling.
Yeah,
Yes.
that is what Aranwasa is saying. Even that is not true.
Yes.
Even that is not true. Do you
Ah.
understand?
Right, right, right. Seeing is also not true.
It is only there because of the eye, no?
Yes, yes. Yes, yes. If the eye is not there, there is no seeing, no? If the light
Yeah.
is also there, if the light is not there, can't see anything, no?
Mhm.
All right. Lord Buddha only gave metaphors, no? For that. For him, that
So
Dutuanam,
ditte ditte
Dutuapam,
mattam bhavisati. Yeah.
Dutuanam,
Seeing is
Dutuapam,
only seeing.
seeing. If
Even
there
that
is
is
not,
actually.
he say, Lord Buddha says, no, දුටුවානම් දුටුවා පමණයි දුටු දෙයක් නැත්නම් බාහිය දුටු කෙනෙක් නැත. That is how no Lord Buddha is explaining.
දැන් දුටු දෙයක් තියෙන්න බෑනේ දැන් අපිට කෝප්පෙනේ පේන්නේ.
Right. It's an illusion. No, what we are seeing is an illusion. So there's no seer. Seer is not there.
It has to happen, then only you will actually feel this.
Yes.
Because always we see the chair or the cup or clouds or...
Yes, doctor, but with that angle now can see things. But when seeing a thing, now no. Light vibration. Light, shape of the light with the sound vibration. That is what we are
No,
seeing.
even the shape of light is not true. Then only it will vanish. Otherwise it will be there.
Yes. Only the sound, light vibration and sound vibration.
No,
Yes.
no, don't take it. No sound vibration there.
No,
If the sound vibration is there, definitely this is clouds, it will come. No?
Yes. Then only the light vibration. Seeing just a thing without a name. No?
That is also not true, yeah. You have to feel this.
Yes, to feel also, first I have to contemplate, no? For a certain extent. This may happen, certain
I
people.
have told this in the hearing aspect, that hearing aspect, it can be felt if you hear something and you feel it, that the vibration of the ear, Dhamma should come there. That it's a vibration of the ear only. Then only that power will be gone.
Yes. Now I can hear a bird chirping. So when hearing...
You can't do it now because it will be an example only, because that mental image of the bird is there, no?
Yes, doctor, to happen.
Sound meditation, it may happen.
Yes. Actually speaking, when we start to look at that way, hear that way, feel that way, then only the needful things will happen. That means we have to then, Lord Buddha is telling, no, you have to see through the pinibindu or the rainbow, the correct angle, like that. In the dewdrop early morning, there is a rainbow, and you have to see the rainbow. You have to see in the correct angle. That is the correct angle. When see in the correct angle, whatever happen may happen.
Yeah.
We don't need to worry about those things. Now at least we know to see in the correct way. That is enough. That is enough for the moment.
Yeah. So actually, when you see also, it's the same thing. Here also, it's the same thing. Touch also, it's the same thing.
Yes, doctor. And when we see something, we know now it's a light vibration. So the mind vibration is also there with that.
If the name is coming, yeah.
Name is coming. Name is coming. It's like that, no? Yes. Otherwise.
No, the name even subconsciously. So name is coming subconsciously now. If you see a Karapotta, you don't say Karapotta. You don't say that, no.
Yes,
You know there was a Karapotta.
Just appearing, yes.
So it is subconscious thing. You're not even telling it loudly.
Yes, yes, not
So just
telling.
imagine you see a suddenly you see a different, or maybe you see a different type of car.
Yes.
Don't you like, oh
Right.
wow, different type of car? Don't you get it?
Yeah. Yes, getting.
Same thing, the mind.
Mm. Yes. With the sound, different sound and all, there are now deeper
Yeah,
sound. Mm.
yes. So that is mind.
Mm.
There's no big deal. It's easy to understand. But the problem is when Aranohanse is asking, Aranohanse is asking from his angle now. So if we can't really understand that properly, then we fluster. Then he thinks that it is difficult for us. But actually speaking, it is difficult sometimes. So
Doctor,
the
I'll tell you, doctor, you asked that question from him, doctor, in
which
the
question?
morning. This that your problem, that means the Arupa problem, you can discuss with him, no? Then
Well,
it is
no, I
no.
think I have to contemplate on that bit more because
Uh,
actually I don't have a problem in that.
no, Aryan is telling still you are not, why you are not fully redeemed like that. No, he's asking from you all
Yeah,
the time.
because of my defilements.
What defilements?
Because I have some kind of
Connection.
perception which is having power.
Ah, is that a defilement?
Yeah,
Yes.
if the chair is a thing to me, how
Ah,
can I how can I how can I do that?
is that so? Right. Nothing like not. I thought. Right. There is a small stuck in your system. Yes,
Yeah,
that is
definitely
the.
there is a stuck thing. That's what I'm saying. This is not magic, no. If there is something in the mind is
Yes,
still active.
active, no? Right.
Yeah, mind is active. You don't have to now. Just imagine you look at clouds and you do that. It's useless because your requirements are still there.
But doctor, I,
But
I,
getting these things very important so you understand Dharma properly. So Sakkaya Ditthi is gone properly. That's what Aranhansi is trying to say.
Mhm. But if you can discuss with Swarnamali, Miss Doctor, you both are like in the same level. She's bit. May- She can.
She
She.
doesn't come alone in these Zooms, and she is only coming in the 7 o'clock one, where we sleep.
No, you can just without not no need to come through
No,
this zone.
I don't
Huh?
do that. I don't do that. I don't even talk to Aranhansi like that.
You know, sometimes she's showing so many things. For that Harshim is also uh, one day
Yeah, I
she.
know, but I don't usually talk out of Zooms. I don't necessarily uh, harm them in the sense
Trouble
it's
them.
there,
Yes.
trouble them. Yeah.
In the seventh Zoom where you can't, it's too late in Australia, no? It's
Yeah,
difficult.
and if I'm having a question, I have to have it properly. I can't ask without actually genuinely having a question. I don't
Yes.
have a genuine question at the moment
Yes, you
because
don't. Yes.
I actually know what is catching on as well. So I need to work on them.
Right. Yes. You can't just come out and you can't just redeeming from your children completely, no?
there is some kind of a bond there. No? Maybe
Yeah,
that.
so these things should clear slowly.
Yes,
I
it will
should
take it.
contemplate on them and, you know,
Yes.
like, just imagine it is like you are having so much craving about your son and you're saying you are an arahant. That's how it is. You can't.
Right, right, right. Yes,
So
we
all
must.
the like you can't have half jobs, no?
No. We have to be very honest for ourselves, no? Yes. No, it'll anyhow.
But what Aran is saying is not that. Actually, what he's trying to say is, do you know your vibration and
Right.
have you seen the killing of
Stuck
the
place.
vibration? Yeah.
Right. Have you know the where you stuck? Yes.
Yeah. And also trying to understand what Arupa is and whether you have an idea that what is the liberation from Arupa.
Arupa
So
means
you
have
have to
you.
have all these aspects cleared. Then only,
Yes,
even if you die now, you don't have any problem, you know.
yes, doctor. That means though you are not connected much to your children, but you have no in that the Arupa side, they are there. That feeling may be there, Arupa level.
Yeah,
That my children are there. That may be the feeling.
yeah.
That
That's
is
what
no
I'm saying.
Arupa. Yes.
Yeah.
Mm. So
So
it will be, oh, you can overcome that, doctor. It will no need to think about it. It will naturally come
no,
out.
I'm not actually worried. Actually, I'm working on that. So
Yes.
I know also it's powerful thing. And
You can
also
see
that
that.
we never know this self. No, but that is not the point Aranohansa is trying to highlight. This is the point Aranohansa is trying to highlight is
Uh,
whether everyone is aware about the vibration and the non-vibration.
yes, yes.
That's what he is shouting at.
Doctor, non-vibration in the sense that arope, you mean arope?
No, no, no,
No. No,
no,
there is
no.
vibration no in arope.
Yeah, non-vibration is
Past
completely different to the
arupa level.
arupa. Yeah,
Over that means redeeming from arupa is the non-vibration.
yeah. That has to
Ah,
be felt. No, at
right.
least once for you to fully realize this term that there is
Yes,
no self.
yes,
So he
yes.
thinks it's halfway done.
Right. Halfway done.
For everyone, that's why he's telling, don't do it halfway, do it fully. Because all six sensory organs should be fully realized that there is no self.
Yes,
So the mind has no self is a very specific area.
yes.
Hitem midena,
Right. Yes.
now the outside there is no outside. Yes, that's all right.
Yes.
But
Yes.
still, if you feel that the mind there is someone,
Uh,
same thing.
yes.
Same
If
thing.
someone.
That's why he is highlighting. Even you are not Sammaditthi, he is shouting. That's the thing. Because if you feel still your mind is so heavy, he's not telling it to a person who has listened Dhamma for 1 or 2 years. He's not going to say these things. He is
Yes.
saying
I know.
these things for the ones who have listened for a long time and stagnating.
Yes. If somebody came today in the afternoon, somebody came and knocked the gate, knocking. So my husband was not there, and I went there at once.
the world become real, no, doctor? At that time, not come in that thought, no, I am seeing a projection. So that should happen, no?
Yeah. You don't have to think like that. Don't get addicted to that.
No, not thinking. It should happen naturally, no? When
Yeah,
that
yeah.
man came and knocking,
Mm.
then the world is true. World has become true. Then there is a man and I am here.
Yeah, kind of. Mm. But it's actually other way around. So you have to always get it the other way around. Actually, if you have seen, now
Yes.
you got the idea, no, it's a man.
Yes. Yes.
So what is man? Man is a thought.
Just a light vibration.
Even that word is unnecessary because that is
Yes.
a thought as well. If you tell that to Aranwansi might shout because that is the theory.
Yes, doctor, but to establish the mind, that
Yeah,
means
yeah. In
it is
beginning, it
needed.
is okay.
It's needed for some time. Then I'll drop it. For now, I need it very much. I need it.
Yeah, don't get addicted to that one because
No.
otherwise, yeah.
No, I'm not getting addicted.
Because this mind gets addicted to things, like even psychologists are using these things without knowing how toxic the mind is. When the mind is very anxious, people give count from 1 to 10 or breathing exercises or touch a toy which is for children. They give this fiddle toys and stuff. Keep touching a thing. This is done in schools when the children are having anxiety attack or panic attack. This is all to remove the mind to the action. Do you
Right.
get it?
Yes.
There is no
Mind.
samadhi in that.
Yes. Mind is sent into the action.
Action, so that the mind calms down. Can come again. That's the problem with the anxiety. No, it keeps coming back again and again because it's a mind. Mind has this duality, problems, everything is in the mind.
Yes.
Actual action doesn't have a self.
Yes.
Mind has a self, action doesn't have a self.
Self. That is the problem we have.
Yeah, mind has a self. That is the mind is the toxic one. The Majje Jnana, what Lord Buddha said was this is about the mind. Mind has the duality.
Yes, mind has the duality, always showing two sides, no?
Yeah. But even when you understand the non-duality, even the feel side, the arupa side, not the non-vibration, just the arupa in the sense feel side. Chair feeling as a thing, that one.
Yes.
That one also is misunderstood anyway. Because the misunderstanding is there.
Yes.
That's what Aranansi said. The baby has the defilements that can't be imposed because Panavanna bear, but 100% the vibration is there.
Yes. The feeling of the things are there. Yes, this.
The අරූපය දෙයක් වෙනවා එතන.
Yes. අරූපය
So
දෙයක්
that
වෙනවා.
is what Aranahansa is saying.
Hmm.
This Dhamma, someone who has listened for a long time, by now should pass that level.
Yes. But actually, naturally, this Dhamma is doing something inside the mind, no, doctor? It's activating some kind of thing is happening
No,
inside.
that is temporary. If anything is happening to the mind, that is temporary. It should go to the field side.
Yes, yes, yes.
So imagine when we were little, people put so many things into the mind. Didn't they
Yes.
get activated, and didn't that happen? If someone says having children is good, you try to have a child. Even subconsciously, it's working. If someone
Yes.
says in little child studying is good, then they will keep studying. If someone
Yes.
says being beautiful is good, they will try to be beautiful.
Yes.
Someone says something, that will happen. That is how the mind works. And someone says nirvana is good, that will keep happening.
Yes.
But the whatever happens to the mind is not permanent. It's
Yes,
useless.
yes. It can be changed. No, it's always the mind is
It
changing.
can be changed. It is like brainwashing. You can brainwash it into one angle, and you can brainwash to another angle.
Yes.
This Dhamma is actually should be into the core, not just the mind.
Yes.
Mind washing can be done, or not mind washing, brainwashing. The word can be used for mind washing, because
Yes.
you can you can keep telling and keep telling and keep telling, and a person might change.
Yes, yes. That is what now happening in this world now.
Yes, someone says you should go to moon, they keep saying that it will happen.
Mm.
That's how it works. The mind starts to do that.
Yes.
It's the mental image you get first, and then you keep doing that unknowingly, unconsciously, subconsciously. Whatever the word you say, it is doing. This self view is also subconscious.
Ah, yes. It was not there no, at the beginning. This feel
No, it is
exists.
there in the beginning. That's what I'm saying. It is unconsciously there.
Ah, yes, unconsciously there, and it was fixed. Thereafter, it was fixed by the
Fixed
parents.
means,
Fixed
yeah,
means
yeah, it becomes more pronounced.
yes. Mother and father told no, you are the baby. See, through the mirror, this is you. Like that.
Yeah,
This is your frock.
that is
This
a
is.
mental image. They attach it to the body. That's how it works.
You are the only child in this family.
It is
Like
the
that.
same as a chair, though.
Yes.
The self-thought, it is the same as a chair. It's a
Yes.
mental image.
Yes, that is now fixed
But
now
there
because
is a reason for the mental image, because there is a feel. පුටුව තියෙනවා වගේ දන්නවා. මං ඉන්නවා
yes.
වගේ දන්නවා.
No. Actually
So if the
speaking,
chair is there, I'm also there. That feel gives the problem.
yes. Actually speaking, that feel is there. Sometimes I'm just looking at it. Sometimes when the feel is there, yes, somebody is inside the body. That feeling is there. But actually, know that there's nobody here. I don't know how it is happening. Synchronization, I think.
Yeah, actually, this Dhamma is very beautiful. It's just lack of time, lack of dedication, That's why all the Mehenin Wahanse should be really happy, if they have time.
No, doctor, that is a pathetic situation because Mehenin Wahanse are also most like that. These monks, when the people bow down to them, they have the self view is growing, right? That is what at the first place that Mane and Mamatve is growing in them. The Arinvansi recently said yesterday or day before yesterday, yesterday some sermon somewhere outside on this journey. Arinvansi said, see this man in Mahansela, they used to tell me about each another. I'm not taking any interest. Civilians sneaking about others to Arahant. So such a stupidity, doctor. I don't know what they are doing. Because of the self view is very much in them. That is why they can't do anything.
Mm.
Because it is happening due to that robe. Robe gives them the pride.
Yeah.
Lord Buddha's robe. It has power because people bow down to them. No? Then they are not contemplated. When somebody is bow down in front of them, at that same moment they have to contemplate on that. They are not doing it. No? That is why the problems are happening.
Yeah. This it can affect so many ways, but they have such a time to actually dedicate and put some
Yes.
effort. But the thing is, effort may be somewhere else. But yeah,
Effort is there, but some are there. Some are having good with this thing, I think. Effort is there, but the angle is not correct. The
yeah,
angle
that is the problem. Yeah.
is the problem, doctor. I realized it no day before yesterday. So without seeing the correct angle, how much we listen to Dhamma, it's not worth enough. Because this feel should come through only that seeing, proper looking at things.
Mm.
Then only know we know there is no world outside or inside,
Yeah.
only vibrations. So we are living in a cosmos of vibration. We are like a tiny speck vibrating all the time.
No,
In
even that is wrong. Even that is wrong. That is the thing that Arupa Jagattad.
a
Even that is not there.
yes, nothing is there. It seems, no, doctor.
No, yeah. The sentence you said that it's a tiny speck of vibration, that
Yes,
is also wrong. If you don't get it, you are still there even in Arupa.
yes. Adenonce was once, yes, that's true. Adenonce once said, there's no Vishvaya even, there is no universe even. That is
Mm.
also a mind picture.
Yeah, 100%. None of these things are, they are mind pictures.
Mm.
But there are the sensory organs which are working.
Yes,
That's all that is there.
yes.
So this
There is,
self vibration should vanish.
yes, there is a machine, six senses are working. That's all.
Yeah.
Mm. So discussions should be like this, doctor. The natural way of looking at things. And here, what
Yeah,
natural way
that's
of
the metaphor Aranhanse used today, asking again what he said in last evening with to all the face-to-face for the ones who heard Dhamma for a long time. He asked to look at the sky, and everyone was saying, he said, Yeah, it is so beautiful, Aranahansa, with clouds, with this and that. But he said to look at the so the metaphor is the cloud and the sky. So it is the if the cloud is the mind, the metaphor in the metaphor, if the cloud is the mind, sky is the arupa. I think you can listen and see.
Yes.
But it is a very good one because all are struggling to understand the arupa.
Yes. That means actually speaking, Aryan Mahansa is always telling to go beyond the Arupa, no?
Yeah, going beyond the arupa, yeah. But people
So,
should know what arupa is, then to go beyond the arupa.
yes. Arupa is the feel that something is there. The feeling
Yeah.
of something. That is the Arupa, no?
Yeah.
Mm. So it should be vanished in a certain way. It is naturally it may happen, no doctor. It may happen to each and
Yeah,
everyone.
yeah. Yeah, as you said, when the correct angle is there, when you fully realize, yeah, it is enough.
Yes.
But the thing is, going through all the six sensory organs,
Yes.
because you can't have doubts in any of the organs. Do you get
That
it?
means, doctor, understanding the organs means. Can you please tell something about it again?
So, when I say Toyota, that's a sound, no?
Yes.
Do you heard it?
Yes.
It's echoing. Why is it sounding like that?
Because of the sound vibration. Yes, we have taken earlier.
Yeah, so but that's a sound, right?
Yes.
So you heard it. So
Yes.
the toad also the same.
Yes.
That's a sound. If your
Yes.
doorbell rang,
Yes.
that's a sound.
Yes.
But it comes with the mental image.
Right. Yes, always the sound comes with the mental image. Yes.
When you say mental image, it gives you the other ones. You know, even the Sevalagatiya came to your mind. No?
Yes.
That's a very good example, actually, the toad.
Yes. Yes.
The toad has a slimy sensation.
Yes.
And so the
Jumping.
slimy sensation, jumping sensation, the picture, everything came now.
Yes.
That is because you are in the mind. So that's what Aranavansa is saying. Don't be in the mind.
Right. That means when the toad sound comes,
You
the
can't
sound
do
is
this by force, yeah, but you can
understanding.
understand that
Yes,
if
the
you are in the
sound.
mind, everything will come, and that's all.
So sound vibration only. That's what no. Yes, only
Yeah,
see.
but for an arahant also, arahant knows that it's a toad, and everything will come, even the slimy thing will come. But because the mind is powerless, that doesn't matter.
He's not taking care of it. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, he knows that it will be slimy if it falls on you. But it's not powerful because you have fully realized the mind.
Yes. Right,
See,
right.
see the turn of the sound.
Mm.
You have to understand the sensory organs in that in different ways.
Yes.
So it was the only sound that did that magic.
Yes.
Now change it to the other way around. You didn't hear any sound.
Mm.
Your eyes are actually blocked for some reason, illness, and you didn't hear anything, but you saw your sister-in-law.
Ah.
But even if you didn't hear anything, didn't taste nothing, no touching, nothing,
Yes.
but you see,
Mm.
definitely your mind will be active. And if it is active, fully active and true,
Mm.
it will say, this is my sister-in-law. You
Mm.
don't have to hear anything there.
Yes.
And
Yes.
everything about that will come.
Yes.
And if you talk about the touch, so if you go to the, now imagine, now don't take this too seriously because I'm scared now, you might get scared.
No.
So just imagine now you felt something slimy
Yes.
and you'll be like jumping because you may think it's the toad.
Yes.
So imagine that slime was the only thing that you felt, but the
Yes.
mental picture is the toad.
Yes. Yes.
That's that when all these things actually matters if your mind is powerful. If the mind is powerless, that
Mm.
means an arahant,
Yes.
nothing will happen. No problem. Slime, yes, slime.
Yes. No panicking. Yes. Panicking is the problem, no?
Panicking, no, it's not becoming true. I mean,
Yes.
you don't have to get panic, no. So imagine someone tapped on the gate.
Yes.
You didn't panic, no?
No. No, I just went out and asked, "Who are you? Why, for what
Yeah,
reason you?"
that's okay. That's the normal reaction if there's a gate sound, right?
Yes.
But this can happen without the mind power.
Ah, yes. Yes. Just the
Just going according to the sound.
sound and just talking. Yes.
Yeah.
Mm. Mm.
But the mind can say a lot of things. මේ වෙලාවට මොකට එනවද මන් දන්නේ නැහැ මොනව කරනවද දන්නේ නැහැ.
Mm.
යෝ ඉතින් මේ මට වැඩක් තියෙනවා මහත්තයා ඇත්තෙත් නැහැ මොනවද දොර අරින්න බැරිද මෙයාට කීයක් කියනවා.
Mm. But those things didn't come. The sound when I was
No, for
clean.
example, but even
Yes.
that becoming true is a very deep thing.
Yes. Yes. I saw a man standing near the gate. No, at the other side of the gate. Yes, on the road.
Yeah, but actually speaking, man is there. That is the creation. That's fine.
Mm.
Just after realizing this Dhamma, it doesn't matter what is there. You
Yes.
know what it is there. It's just the
Yes.
mind is powerless.
Yes. Not becoming
Now,
a thing.
Aranwanse kept repeatedly telling, I wasn't I wasn't in the mind for the 21 days. He was kept saying that those 21 days he wasn't in the mind.
Uh-huh.
And he kept asking why others can't do that.
Mm. Actually, Aryanvans is not in the mind no? All the time.
Yeah, I don't know why he kept telling about the 21, but he kept reiterating that why we can't do that.
Mm.
He actually, I feel now that we have to put much effort into that and actually practice, as you said.
Yes. You know, doctor, otherwise it will never come. I know for sure that now. Because the angle of seeing, the angle of hearing, and contemplating at least 10 objectives per day. How come the inside the transformation, how come it's happening? There's no way. There's no way. Because we are looking at everything with the wrong view. No? So the wrong view is turning other side because of that right view. The right view, seeing, hearing, and feeling in the right wave is shown by you, doctor. I respect you all the time. For that, that is my turning point. Whatever happening or never happening, that I am not bother about those things. But now I know the Udugambala scene is this. That is the point.
Yeah. It will keep adding on now, because if you keep understanding what Aranhanse is saying, it will help.
Yes.
Yeah. It will help, because Aranhanse is saying a lot of deep things these days as well. He used to tell these things in his single sermons before.
Yes.
But he's telling now in Kriyasita, he has done some sermons like long time ago, maybe 4 years ago. He has done some sermons. They are very specific and done alone.
Yes.
And very beautiful ones where he talks in different angles. But if you're talking to someone, if Aranhanse is talking to someone, the answer is quite different.
Yes. According to that person, no, it's coming.
Yeah. So that is different. But it's okay. But if you keep understanding the old ones, then you will actually get the unbiased
Yes.
view,
Now I
like
am doing it, doctor.
how to do.
Yes. The very form, that means the past sermons. Now I am translating. No, then it will give me the correct
Because
picture.
when Aranhanse talked about his addiction to Arupa as a layperson, he was talking, he had an addiction to Arupa.
Yes, I heard it.
As a layperson. So then that means he just he was in the field, that's all.
Yes.
He doesn't want to demarcate them, or he doesn't want the mind.
Yes.
So he likes the field. In the sense, the field means here not the non-vibration.
Yes.
When you are addicted to feel, that is in the lay person,
Yes.
it is just getting addicted to the you like the not the mind but the feel.
But the feel, yes.
But the what Aranhanse was trying to say was, there was a person who likes there's a liking there, craving there. There's a craving
for that arupa.
Yeah, craving for the manifestation, bhava tanha.
Bhavatanha. Do vibhavatanha.
Oh yeah, maybe you can call it that as well. Yeah, true. Because it's craving for non-manifestation. Yeah, true, maybe. But there is a bhavatanha part also, because
Yes.
maybe, I don't know, I'm not sure about that. But there is a craving for, because arupa raga is
craving.
So arupa raga is actually craving for non-manifestation, maybe.
I thought those days Aruparaga means that without form, staying somewhere without form.
No, that is with the self view.
Ah. In that Arupa, the self view is not there, it seems, no, doctor?
No, that's not what I
Yeah.
said. If you have a self view,
Yes.
staying somewhere is always in the mind.
Ah, right. Staying, yes. The self view is there, no, yes. And
Yeah.
once
I mean, the Arup kind of thing is there.
Aryan Vanse said, from the early childhood, Aryan Vanse wanted something better than this world. No, okay, that means this world is very troublesome and he wants to be very alone, and that unsatisfactory nature was there, it seems, no, doctor? And Aryan was telling every followers like us also have that from the Sastrava Swabhava. That
Yeah.
means we have done some kind of practices, and with that only we came. So the non vibration, we have a liking towards non vibration. That is why we are coming behind him. We are listening to that Dhamma because of that. One day he told.
Yeah. That's again, when we think about like that, it becomes a mind.
Yes.
But what is important is
Mm.
when the mind is powerless, only all these changes will happen.
Yes.
When the mind is powerful, nothing happens. That is
Yes.
where the importance of going to maybe a tree or where hiking or whatever. What is importance of that is your mind power goes down because of the nature, and at that moment the changes can happen. That's what Taran
Ah,
wants,
right,
and it is
right,
true for anyone.
right. But Aryan Mahansa has done so
Because
many
your
things.
mind power, not your, in the sense anyone's mind power, if that is high, there's no way that the transformation can happen.
Yes.
But
Yes.
saying that, some people go to the like the in Lord Buddha's time, one person went telling, I will get it as soon as possible, but he couldn't get it for 30 years. Remember?
Yes.
Tuchapotila. He went,
Yes.
no, I will get it done.
Yes. Potila Bhikkhu. Yes. Because he has the self view, no, from the right throughout his.
No, but he also knows Dhamma, not that he doesn't know, because he didn't get angry when Lord Buddha shouted. He actually wanted to know, no, I will get this done.
Yes.
He thought like that, no?
Yes.
That because of that attitude, it took 30 years for him to actually get it. So this
Mm-hmm.
ego is not a easy thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a subtle thing also, not the big pride we are talking about.
Yes.
And it is actually speaking the self vibration,
Yes.
the one which manifested in the zygote.
Mm. How much the zygote power is? How much?
Actually, we are fighting with that.
Mm.
That can be only fought in a human mind, because a human mind, one share thought, has all these levels.
Yes.
So Arupe also in that So don't forget the chair.
Yes,
Seems
yes. Each and everything there is Arupeno, yes.
yeah,
That means if there is something, the feeling, the thing is there.
yeah. So
It's Arup.
imagine, even if the word doesn't come, now can you get this?
Yes.
Even if the word doesn't come, it doesn't matter. You still feel that it is something is there is because of the speed of the sensory organ. This has to be like really bread and butter.
Right.
Because otherwise, if when the actual change is happening, you won't get it properly.
Yes. That means,
Not to
doctor,
by
that
heart it, not to by heart it, not to like katapada, just to get
understand.
into this. Yeah, it should be absorbed kind of thing, not by heart, because by hearting is in the mind.
No, I am not by hearting anything, no. I'm letting go.
Yeah, just let go because no, you have that tendency a little bit.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. You have a little bit of that tendency taking it into the mind.
Doctor,
The Dhamma should be felt, not actually by hearted.
what you have said is for all the 6 sensory organs, no?
Yeah, 6 sensory organs are the starter
Each and
point for
every,
the mind, no?
yes, each and every organ is, we should understand it that way.
Because
Yes,
now I was trying to say that slimy feel Todd came.
yes,
That started from the touch.
yes,
Same Todd, no?
yes,
Now other sensory organs are shut down. Sound came. Still the
yes,
same Todd, no?
yes, the same thought.
All the other sensory organs are shut down. Your eyes are only working. Still the same Todd, no?
Yes,
So it is the same Todd. Whatever
yes.
the sensory organ coming.
Mm-hmm.
So that is the mind we are trying to understand.
Yes, sir.
So if you fully realize the Todd, that is the thing. So when you come to the Todd,
Mm.
it may be one time it will be the slimy feeling. It may be one time the speed of the sound. It may be one time speed of the eyes. We don't
Mm.
know which way the thing is coming. If it is
Yes,
slimy feeling, it is a touch sensation.
yes.
Same Todd.
Yes, actually speaking, doctor, at that point, what is happening is the self become the toad.
Yeah.
This also happening each and every time.
Each and every time self actually don't say that because it gives the self power.
Yeah.
It is the other way around.
That means
There is no self.
there's no self. Yes.
Otherwise,
Yes.
you will by heart. Okay,
Yes.
the self became the
Yes.
toad.
Yes.
No,
Yes. No need to think about the self. Just a sound vibration. That's all.
yeah, the other way around. We are already by like master champions of that to
Yes.
think about self.
Yes, we have thought about so many years. That is
Not
what.
so many years, sansara.
Yes. Eons. Yes.
Yeah,
So
so
many eons.
you don't have to worry about reminding about self to the self.
No. No need of thinking. Just this sensor system, the robot.
Sensor system is working, and at any point, any sensory system, it's a, there's a example given by Lord Buddha about a spider, and 6 sensory organs are given as a example, I think.
Mhm.
Oh, a spider is going from the web to the 6 areas or something. I can't remember whether it's a spider or some other
Spider net. Spider net. The thing coming from 6 sensory organs are catching by
Yes.
the spider. Yes, mind is the self is the spider, I think.
Yeah, so same way, this self vibration, actually, if you talk about a vibration, it is better.
Vibration.
Yeah, self vibration, which manifested in the zygote,
Yes.
that is the thing that gave this whole trouble all the time.
Yes, yes.
Gave
Very
the
true.
power to this whole system.
Yes.
But once you start to understand that actually speaking, you don't need the self vibration to work. It just
Yes.
sensory system will work without the self vibration.
Yes.
It is going to let go of the self vibration.
Yes. Hand over everything to action mind and keep quiet. Just vanish.
Yeah, yeah,
Vanish itself. Yes.
yeah. Because actually, speaking, a system doesn't need that.
Yes, yes, actually,
It's
yes.
because of the view we have manifested in a mother's womb, because of a sperm and a zygote, like a sperm and the ovum. Yes, there was a zygote, and manifestation is there now
Yes.
as Champa. But actually speaking, Champa doesn't need that power to survive.
Yes, yes.
Means this body and the mind will continue. Without that power, it can continue.
Yes. With the action mind will have can happen each and everything.
Yes.
Without a problem even. Thinking this and without thinking this and that and worrying.
You can even think, but not worry.
Yes, not worrying. Yes.
Not worry. Yeah, thinking can do. I mean, you have to think. No,
Thinking is actually happening now.
imagine Aran Hanse deciding to go somewhere. It's a decision making, right?
Yes. Decision making.
Decisions are made in the mind,
Yes.
but that is not a self.
Yes.
But that happens only in a person whose this power of the self is gone.
Yes.
ඇත්තක් වෙන්න නැත්තම්, it doesn't matter if it's not getting true.
Yes.
That's the beauty of it.
Yes.
There's so many aspects to this actually.
Yes.
So when we talk about the 6 sensory organs, this mind is a very tricky area.
Yes.
Mind acts as a separate sensory organ, don't forget.
Yes.
So imagine Champa is not hearing anything, not seeing anything, not touching any slime, but
Yes.
thinking about the toad.
Yes.
That's a
From
different
outside.
one.
Yes. From somewhere outside of the body. Yes.
Why did you say that?
No, that just to easy understanding. I thought that the mind is not inside the body, no. So mind may be
No,
outside.
mind is where the toad is.
Ah, yes, yes. Vibration is happening there, right?
Why did you even say that? There is a problem there. So there's no place for the mind anyway here. But what I'm trying to say is, if you are thinking can happen randomly.
Yes.
Thought can come to your mind.
Yes.
That acts as an organ as well.
Ah, yes.
It's a separate organ or anyway, the mind.
Yes, a thing, thought can happen that not becoming a thing, similar to the same thing like the seeing. So thought should not become a thing as well.
Yes, that is the main point. Thinking is the problem, no, the thing. That means the mind is showing different objectives. No?
So, yeah, mind can take decisions. You feel like you took the decision. No?
Yes.
So husband said, shall we go and see the friend?
Yes.
And you said yes. And you felt like you said yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that is the thing. The mind, we have an attribution or kind of a view
Yes.
that this mind gave the command.
Yes. But actually it's not like that, no?
No, actually, the mind can give the command. There is no self.
Yes.
Mind is such a tool.
Yes.
That's what even Narayanse and that Swarnamali was also once said. It's a tool which can be used.
Realized one can very easily use it as a true tool.
Yeah, it's a tool. Like the eye.
Like the eye. Right.
Seeing
Now
is
it's
only
mm,
same things. Hearing is hearing only same thing.
yes.
Thinking is thinking only.
Yes.
It's not as easy as it sounds.
Yes.
But we need to at least know, no?
Yes.
Because when we are vitakka vichara, when the vitakka vichara inner radio is ongoing, if you don't know this dhamma properly, it feels like you took the decision or you thought about it.
Yes, doctor. Actually, it's not like that. It's Hetupala Dhamma, no? The cause and effect law is not happening
You
there.
just have to give a top, your mind will do anything.
Yes.
But
That
if there is someone who has gotten rid of the self vibration, that's an arahant, mind can be used.
Yes. Actually, everything, the mind and all the sensory organs are also activating because of the cause and effect law, no? Based on.
Yeah, there is no self, no?
Yes. Only the
Until
basis.
the oxygen is there, until the breathing is there, actions would be there. That's what that Sela knew. I can't remember who said that.
Yes.
Until the breathing is there, actions would be there because air should be there inside the body for any action.
Yes.
Even seeing, hearing, if the oxygen is not there, this body is thrown away. No?
Yes.
So until the oxygen is there, some kind of action will be there.
Yes.
Until feeling and sensation and perceptions are there,
Yes.
there would be Vedana Sanya. What does that mean?
Vedana,
Thinking.
thinking.
And the other one is if until the Vitakka Vichara is there.
That means each and every thought, under each and every thought,
Talking Vitakka Vichara.
Vitakka Vichara is underneath that.
Talking, yeah. So that's the thing here. These will work until they are there.
Yes, yes.
So when they are not powerful, it doesn't matter.
Yes.
So the breathing is there, the body, there would be something like a puppet or like a robot, there would be some function. See,
Yes.
there,
Yes.
hearing will be there, touch will be there, thinking would be there.
Yes.
It will continue because the breathing is happening, because breathing is a very important thing that even these arms, legs, dead person, if you the leg or the arm, they are very heavy.
Yes, yes. Without the, yeah, yes.
But once when they are infused with the oxygen and the air, they are very mobile and very flexible, and everything is there. Lavata, mudita, all these things are there because of that.
Yes.
So that is a reason why we see that something is happening there. That is why moving is there. You know,
Moving,
any
yeah.
moment we feel like there is someone. No?
Yes.
That's the same thing. Even if a robot comes, because now we have idea of the robot, we know that what the robot is, it won't matter. But otherwise, if a robot moved on the road, we might feel that it's a new person.
Yes, yes.
Because the movement is there. So the movement or any action is there because of the oxygen or the air.
Yeah, yeah. Yes.
Breathing.
Yes, breathing. Can't talk also without breathing?
Yeah, nothing, no action. But actual this mind, vitakka vichara, is the reason for talking.
Yes. Yes, yes. Because that means matching with those vitakka vichara, then only we can talk. We are talking based on those.
Yeah. Inner radio has to work.
Yes. Collecting words from the underneath vitakka vichara.
Yeah. And because there is sensation and perception, thoughts are there.
Yes.
Chair is there because of the feel and the sensation and the perception. Sanya Vedana is there. Until Sanya Vedana is there, some thoughts are there.
Yes.
So these are just the common things, normal things.
Yes, yes. The naturally happening inside the body. Yes.
Yeah.
Leela Teriniya told those to her ex-husband.
Yeah.
Then only he understood it seems she is an arahant. Then he also tried and become that. After becoming an arahant, that Sela Teriniya came home and met her former husband. What I can't remember his name. Sela Teriniya, some gent. And she told the story. It's very a profound thing, I think.
And these moments, as we said, there is no doer.
Yes.
Even this, actually speaking, this even the radio, there is no doer. As soon as we understand this, inner radio will calm down. The
Yes,
mind
doctor,
will
when eating, I just watched. There is no doer, no, just eating, no. Hand is going to the mouth with the food.
Yeah, so how we actually got this is we were taught
Yes.
that this is eating.
Yes, yes, yes. But actually, there's no eater there.
Yes,
Mm.
there's no eater, but we actually thought like that.
Yes, yes. Actually,
Eating,
when we go to the washroom, the thought is coming, the mental picture is appearing because the need that's everything is happening according to that action mind, and then the thought appears. Now you go to that place.
yeah, that is normal.
Mm.
But
Everything.
thinking is, so the thinking is different. That is
Yes.
different. Now imagine
Yes.
you get a urge to go to the toilet. You go to the toilet. That is kind of okay, no?
Yes.
But just imagine you think about something that is, if I go to this toilet, I don't know whether this toilet is clean or not. Oh my
Yes.
God, how can I go inside this? Something like that.
Yes.
That becomes another additional thing.
Yes. Without judging, must do the activities. Just
So
flow.
when Aranahanse says this is much more deeper than this, I'm taking an example only because Aranahanse doesn't feel the life feel, no. So it's a different thing. But what I'm trying to say is, imagine that he was not in the pain. Actually, he's in the action mind.
Ah, yes. All the time he is in the action mind, I think.
Yes. That's what he's trying to, ask people to, why can't you be kind of.
Hmm.
So the action mind, so walking is done
Yes. Yes. Without a self, yes.
without a self, and no, with so there are three areas here. A life feel is a different thing. I don't know whether it is too much for you, but so now self view is one thing, self perception is one thing. There's a life feel also, no?
Yes.
That is the chair feel, yes.
Yes.
So this chair feel or the life feel, it should be properly understood that it's not true.
Yes, yes. When the chair is there, the feeling of the chair is there, then the self perception is occurred.
Activated.
Activated.
Yeah.
Activated.
Yeah, that is what is actually tied to.
Mhm.
No one knew that.
Yes, yes.
Because we felt නේ මම ඉන්න හින්දානේ මට ඉන්නවා වගේ දැනෙන්නේ කියලා.
Oh, yes.
But
But it's
actually
not.
speaking, it is a chair.
Yes,
So if someone is talking with Aran Hanse,
yes,
he asks, no, where are you now?
yes,
It is the perception of Aran Hanse.
yes.
Aran Hanse is a thing.
Mm.
Definitely she's there or he's there.
Mm.
Aran Hanse දෙයක් වෙලා නම් තමයි ඉන්නේ.
Oh, when we sit in front of him, at that time we are become Aryan Vansi. Because දෙයක් වෙනවනේ. When we go there and sit, is the most important thing for us. Huh?
Yeah. But the thing is, what happens then is, because you are tuned into a non-vibration, you feel much calmer.
Yes, yes, yes. That's what now I said. When sitting in front of him means no nothing. Just with very less. The thoughts are not. Can't even imagine there is a thought. We are fully blank and but we are laughing at what he is telling like that. And there he
Yeah.
was laughing and laughing at, and he said, "සිනා වෙලා හරියන්නේ නැහැ මේක තේරුම් ගන්න ඕනි නිවන. You should understand." Laugh, laughing. I just when started laughing, laughter is coming naturally.
Yeah, but then it can become a problem for the actual piercing.
Ah, yes, yes, yes. Yes, I thought if when I that means the next time it shouldn't do. No, he's telling this and that. Then the
No,
laughter
it
is
is
coming.
okay. It is okay. But when he's telling something funny, that means actually he's trying all of us to not to become too serious.
Ah, yes, yes.
That's why he's using these tactics.
Mm.
But then people can get distracted too.
Yes.
Because he kept laughing a lot in the evening one. But today morning he was so different. He was
Yes.
very strict. But last night one in Karandani, he was laughing all the time.
Mm.
So it's two different ways of presentation by him.
Yes, yes, yes.
But the most important thing is Champa understanding the stimuli.
Yes,
Stimuli
yes.
can happen in 6 ways.
Uh-huh.
It
What are
can be from the eye, it can be from the ear, it can be from the tongue, it can be from the nose, it can be from the skin or
and the
body
mind?
sensations and the mind.
Mind stimuli are the most culprits.
Yeah, because you feel sad no sometimes and you think I got sad. But the most important thing Aranwansi is trying to tell everyone is to exit the mind.
Yes, yes, naturally. It's we actually the main thing to do. That exit the mind means self is over, no? Then there is no self
If
and
the
nothing.
self-view is not there, only that will happen. Because
Yes.
people were there in Arupa Dhyana, no, in Lord Buddha's time.
Yes, yes.
Not
but
those
they are
days.
craving for that.
Yes, now this our present society is also like that. Self view is very high now, whether they are meditating or not. Self view is very high.
Yes.
Mm.
When the self-view is very high, that's why Aranhansi said, when the Arupadana is broken or the non-form level is broken, you get angry. So if you are pushed to the mind, you get angry.
Yes,
Do you get it?
yes, yes, Doctor. In
Because
those,
it's kept by force.
yes, you know those Hindu Bhagavad Gita. There are stories. I heard one story somewhere in those days. There was a Muni. He's actually a Muni, right? But there are Munis, it seems, they are cursing me, it seems. This Sadguru only told us those things. Some Muni, I can't remember his name. So I thought, how come a Muni is cursing others? Because of this self-view, no, Doctor? With
Yeah.
self-view, no, they have become Munis with the self-view. And the cursing is also happening from them. Have you heard a
Yeah.
story regarding Sakuntala? And very old story. Sakuntala, a girl from, she was in a hermitage, near in a hermitage with her father or son. Another, uh, another Muni has cursed her. Therefore, uh, Sakuntala met the king in the jungle and they got married and have after having a son. Uh, king went to his kingdom and he said he will come and take her. But because of that Muni's curse, this is just a story I am telling. This king forgot about Sakuntala. So I was wondering how come Munis are there with such a rage. That is what self-isolation, Doctor. So
Yeah, if the
in that,
self-view, their problem is there. So
yes,
there is a person who, not person, actually, there is a craving for the uh,
nonsense. No, craving for
craving
the
for the to be away from the mind,
yes.
to be in the field.
They are doing all sorts of things, and they are telling no, they are still there.
Yeah,
The
I think we have come to the end of the session. We will talk tomorrow.
okay, Doctor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Aaron. Yes.
Everyone's Sannai Dhamma friends. Let's start the talk for the next 1 hour. You're listening to the Buddothpado 24-hour English Zoom channel. And this channel is used to impart the teachings of our noble teacher Buddothpado Aryan Wahansa, as he realized more than 10-15 years ago. And this is the pure truth that was shared by Lord Buddha more than 2,500 years ago. These teachings are not found or heard in the mainstream channels, although gradually now or increasingly there have been bits and bobs that have been kind of extracted and taken and used in sermons. So there's similarities in some talks that are there, but in the mainstream generally, and certainly overseas or in other countries, you won't find this type of Dhamma being unveiled. We call it the Paramatha Dharma, meaning what it means is the Dhamma as the Buddha preached it, the unvarnished truth, not hidden under rituals or not buried under traditional type of teachings, and not confused with action and effect Dhamma, which is a Hinduistic kind of influenced aspect, which for some reason has kind of crept into the Buddhist teachings. So instead of those, the clear truth that the Buddha realized so many years ago was found through his own self-research by the noble spiritual teacher, and has been shared with the world, or with Sri Lanka, including people around the world who are mostly Sri Lankan and therefore can understand the Sinhalese language for the last 5 to 6 years. But with the noble intention of sharing this with English-speaking listeners, this 24-hour Zoom channel was opened a couple of months ago. We did have an English daily talk for the last 2 years or so, I think, but and that is available in the YouTube. But this dedicated talk has been provided, has been started, and it's 24 hours, so it consists of various talks given by practitioners, so that there is this message can be spread to the English-speaking audiences who would otherwise not hear this pure truth. So the Buddha's key message was how to end suffering, and to find the cause of the suffering and how to end the suffering was what his quest was. So you might wonder what actually is meant by suffering. Because suffering can be a very generic term that is used and can denote various meanings or impressions depending on how much one thinks about it in whatever context that is relevant to you. Of course, we know the general meaning of suffering in the English language, but suffering here has been attributed to everything which is the common things, like when you part with from a loved one, death, tragic accident of someone you love, say something happens to you and you suddenly lose your job, you meet with an accident, things like that. Also, everybody, it can happen to any one of us, isn't it? And then something that you want, you can't get. Something where you have overnight you have sometimes lost your house, due to a fire, due to these extreme weather conditions that are so common nowadays. So in various ways, there is sorrow, isn't it? There is suffering. And even the smallest of things, also just when one doesn't get something that one wants, maybe the next promotion, maybe something that you had been saving for some time, and either the money got lost or something else happened and you had to use the money you saved for that, which was more urgent and had to be prioritized, or some kind of serious ailment which has either debilitated yourself or your spouse or family member, something tragic happening to a child. Even the smallest of possible things can mean suffering. If you see a dog having been hit by a bus and has broken its limbs and nobody's helping on the road, if you see the poverty and children dying due to war and warlike conditions, there are various ways in which one can suffer, and then internally within you might actually be suffering silently from various circumstances in your own home. There are people we know even who have domestic violence, who are suffering silently. So many people in different countries go through this. And because of the family circumstances, because they have children, young children, they don't escape that situation, and they have to then continue to suffer in silence the violence inflicted upon them. Sometimes they don't go out of the house or they don't leave the place out of fear because they have been threatened. Otherwise, sometimes it is even the lack of being able to get themselves away from that terror, because they have been subjected to it for a long time, that they are almost incapable of thinking and have gotten into some kind of a victim status that they are incapable of getting themselves out of it. These are all different, various forms of suffering. But whilst this is the ultimate result, and this can happen to anyone, anybody in this world, the Buddha said that to find real suffering and the cause of suffering, one has to actually understand how it got created, how this whole mechanism started off. And to do that, he embarked on a search for the truth. The truth means, how did this suffering come about? And is there an end to this suffering? So what does suffering mean? How does it come about? What is the cause of suffering? And if there's a suffering, then surely there has to be an end to suffering, isn't it? And then what is the means of ending that suffering? The Buddha said that this suffering is caused by the ignorance of not knowing the truth of the thoughts that are occurring, the thought that occurs in this moment, because it is the thought or the mind that brings about the suffering. there's an illusion that gets created called an outside world, which we believe to be true, which we believe to be real, and wrong self-view is born as a result of it. But this entire thing is actually a mind creation, and understanding that would shine the light on how this actual suffering arises. To understand that, understanding the thought that is occurring in this very moment has to be fully understood. The process has to be fully understood. So the Buddha said, Chittena niyati loko. Chittena niyati loko. Chitta means mind. Loko means world. So clearly, when he went in search of the truth and sat under the bo tree, he didn't go around. He was in one spot. But what he did was an exploration of the mind. And in that exploration, he delved deeper and deeper into seeing how these defilements of greed, delusion, aversion arises. And it is because of those defilements that there is suffering. But how did they occur? He himself undertook concentration meditation through various teachers and attained various jhanic states, and they were calm and tranquil as long as one was in those states. But when you come out of it, gradually the defilements start coming back. The depression, the sorrow, the frustration over things, the irritation over things, all these things start coming back. Loneliness, annoyance, wanting things, hankering for things, and by wanting and hankering for things, not getting that, there's again sorrow. All these things were happening. So he realized that meditation alone, concentration meditation alone, was not the answer. So it is with all that background only that he sat and realized under the bo tree, and then with the deep exploration of the mind realized that actually the concept of me, the thought of me, and taking an outside world to be real, it was these combinations and attributing the experiences to a self was actually what was causing the suffering. So chittena niyati loko, meaning it is the world is getting created nowhere else but in the mind. It's a mind creation. How is it a mind creation? He realized that it was the sensory organs that we have give rise to various sensory perceptions. The sensory organs, the eye, the ear, the nose, the tongue, the body faculty, are all subject to vibration. When you say body faculty, the entire skin sensation, skin, all these are subject to vibration. And instead of the light actually coming from outside, something that we are seeing, instead of the sound coming from outside, which is the common belief, isn't it? We think that these things are outside and we think we are here. But the lived experience of every person, every human being, or even if it is an animal or creature for that matter, is only through the sensor experiences. Only through the experiences that are discerned through their respective sense faculties. Now, it's not the same faculties for everybody. As you know, human beings have the 5 sensory organs, and then the mind sensor works as well as separate sensor. The bat who can see in the dark and has radar-like vision would have different sensors altogether, isn't it? different animals have different types of sensory faculties, and they are armed with unique sets of sensory experiences as a result of it. These are, however, all due to the vibration. And when the Buddha said to understand that all this is coming from a thought, emanating from a thought, and it is a mind creation, how does it become a mind creation? For some animals, the mind is not that powerful. Mind is a very tiny fraction of whatever they feel. Sometimes they go mostly with the feel. Our noble teacher gives an example of a squirrel all the time, where the squirrel has a very simple life. It will get up in the morning, it will chirp away happily, it feels pangs of hunger, it goes in search of the food, some little nuts and seeds, it will find certain scraps here and there, it will run around the branches, find the food, have the food, now is satiated, and will lie on a branch and go to sleep. A very simple life. There is no gathering for the future. There is no going around and either gossiping around or talking around. There is no finding entertainment now that the food has been taken care of. There is no finding entertainment. There's no other things. It's a very simple life, and it is very contented with that life. So that type of creature, most of them, they go with the feel. And even other animals, bigger animals, isn't it? You would find even predatory animals. When they get hungry, they will find a deer or an antelope, hunt them and kill them. But that killing is not like, it's done for food. They don't kill for fun. They don't kill as a hobby. They don't kill as a game, as a pastime. The hunger is felt. The natural inclination is they are meat-eating animals. So the inclination is to catch hold of a deer. The hunger is assuaged. They lie down under a tree and go to sleep. That's it. So one can see that the feel is quite basic, isn't it? And so their mind is not, their mind would be bigger than a squirrel, but still, it's mostly quite simple. Compared to that, the human mind is quite advanced. And if we take human beings, the senses we have the 5 senses, and through those we can hear we get the sensory experiences of light, sound, touch, taste, and smell. So when we say that these are subject to vibration, the sensory organs are subject to vibration, the noble teacher has shown through his own self-realization that the sense of faculty, the way it is, because it is subject to vibration, the vibration in the eye telepathizes with other billions and millions of similar frequency vibrations, and that phenomena, the telepathization of that similar frequency vibrations, give rise to a manifestation of light, a spark in the eye. Now, when millions and billions of sparks are continuously happening at a rate because of the speed of the vibration, we get the impression that there is permanent light. There is an interpretation given in the mind where there is that feeling that permanent light exists. So that permanent feeling that light exists is what we call eye consciousness. So instead of whatever teachings that one has heard of, and even the classrooms all over the world, everybody believes that the light is outside, the sound is outside, everything is outside, isn't it? And because of that belief that things are outside, automatically a self is formed on this side. Because if there is something outside, then surely there has to be somebody experiencing it. But the Buddha said that it is impossible for anyone to actually experience anything from outside. Nobody has an experience of anything outside. Only what is discerned, what is manifested, what gets manifested to the sense faculties. Each animal's, human being's sense faculties. No one is doing it. There is nobody here. It is a process, just like the tree takes nutrients from the roots through the roots from the ground, gets the oxygen, gets the carbon monoxide, and produces oxygen. Because of, that all that is just a normal process. We don't impose a self on the tree, do we? So in that way, a similar mechanism, a process happens here in the human body, in the human system. And that is that there are natural reactions because of the speed of vibration. There are natural occurrences, and those are the sensory perceptions. Because the sense faculties are there is a sensory perception called light, sound, touch, taste, and smell. And the mind sensor is nothing but one or two or more of these sensory perceptions coming together to form various objects: apple, grapes, fruit, orange, and so on. So everything that one considers as living in this world, how do you actually think about when you say that you are living in this world and your worldly experience? If you think about that, the way you know that you're living is from the things that you can see by virtue of the fact that you can hear, touch, taste, and smell, isn't it? Supposing, for example, none of these actually worked. Either you can't see, you can't hear, you can't taste, you have no touch sensation whatsoever, no tactile sensations, no sense of heat, cold, or any kind of solidity. no sense of sound, no sense of light. If all of these have shut down, do you actually feel as if you're alive? If you imagine that these are the 6 windows and the windows are completely shut, no sound is coming, no light, no sense of smell, taste and touch. If these are not there, is there a self? There's no sensation, isn't it? No experience whatsoever. Have we even ever thought of that? So the Buddha said, Salayatana loko loko. Salayatana means the senses. And these senses that he referred to were not the faculties, the sensory organs, but senses that are being created in order to experience any kind of object. Senses that are created by the mind in order to taste, in order to enjoy objects, the world. Whether it is individual objects or whether it is collectively all these objects which we then call the so-called world. But even for the senses, the sensory perceptions to occur, there has to be the sensory organs. If the vibration doesn't happen in the eye faculty, then there is no manifestation of light. The spark does not happen. The trigger does not happen. Now, supposing there is somebody outside who is speaking in a different language and you are smiling with that person is saying things non-stop, looking at you, but maybe they are speaking a foreign language which you don't understand. So, oblivious to what that person is saying, you are smiling. And then another person comes around and says to you, do you know what that person is saying? And you say, no, I don't know. I mean, he's saying something, but I don't understand. So then this other third person says he's actually scolding you. So the moment he says that that person is scolding you, everything changes, isn't it? Until such time, even if you heard the sound, even if you saw the person, you didn't have any impression, any perception whatsoever that that person was scolding you. The moment that word scolding was said, everything changes. Why is that? Because you have a perception of what scolding is, what scolding means. But how did you know what scolding is? What is scolding? Now, when the newly born infant in the cot, did that baby know what scolding was? No, wasn't it? At some point we have been taught what scolding means, what praising means. What lecturing means, what just simple talking means, even what laughing means, what shouting means, speaking softly, whispering, what that means. Every one of these has been actually taught, isn't it? Whispering, we'll say, is a sound being emanated softly, almost like someone is telling one a secret. Is what you call whispering. Now, how did you know that whispering is whispering? Because it has been taught. At some point, it has been taught. It has been learned. So this is what the mind sensor does. The basic 5 sensory perceptions are combined, and a mind consciousness is formed, which is what we call the thought. So this basic vibration, which is occurring in the sensory organs, gives rise to light. It is a manifestation that occurs in these senses. Same thing with the ears. The sound is a manifestation. The smell is a manifestation. If there is no vibration, if you lose the sense of smell, if your nose, sometimes there are people who can't sense the smell. What that means is the vibration, there is no vibration. Either some nerves have got damaged, or for some reason the sensor faculty, the nose faculty, is not working. The vibration is not happening. If the vibration doesn't happen, the telepathization with similar frequency vibrations doesn't happen. Because it is the telepathization that gives rise to the sense of smell. Same thing with the tongue. If, for example, you have undergone some dental surgery and there has been a local anesthetic given, for a few hours you may not feel anything. The whole thing is numb. So no matter what you put, some very tasty types of food onto the tongue, there is absolutely no feeling. So these sensations are coming as a result of the vibration. The fast acting speed, the vibration is what gives rise to the feeling. That taste exists, heat and cold exists, smell exists, and so on. But then somewhere during our childhood, around 2-3 years of age or at kindergarten, these sensory perceptions are put together, are joined together or combined, and then the teacher or whoever it is would teach us various things. The alphabet, the colors of the 7 colors, show us something and say this is a book, show us something else and say this is a flower. Now what are they actually doing? They are also actually believing that there is such a thing called a flower, there is such a thing called a book. And then they take some object and show. But what does the child actually see? An image. Some kind of image. But then a sound book is associated with it. So first it can be an image, even drawn on a picture, like even maybe a sheet of paper, a book is drawn and that picture is shown. the teacher holds it up and shows this picture of a book. Only a picture of the book, not the book itself, but a picture of the book to the child, and says, this is a book. So the sound of the word book is also uttered, and then can you see that the two sensory perceptions are now coming together. What was separate, what was disparate in the baby, and the baby has a feeling of all these basic sensory perceptions, because if the sensor faculties were working, the manifestation still happens. The light is a sensory perception that the baby would feel. But there is no recognition that light is light, no recognition that sound is sound. Where does the recognition come? Where does the perception that light is light get formed? For that there has to be a teaching, isn't it? Somebody, either the mother or the father, or the teachers, and we take the milestone of the child in the kindergarten as a common milestone. Somewhere there is a serious learning that is commenced, a formal learning that gets commenced. And that is where sensory perceptions are put together. And when it is combined together, now it is being called a book. Now the child is learning that that thing is called a book. So the child gets the perception that that kind of image, like a square thing, is what you call a book. So two sensations are coming together, the image sensation, the light sensation, and the sound sensation are coming together to form another object, another vibration, brand new vibration, which is what the mind sensor does. And that is called a book. So this is reinforced, repeated over and over again. And the child then, with that repeated vibration, the same sound reverberating, also keeps on repeating it from this side, and that perception is then almost embedded. That perception being repeated, then the child now, each time that image is being shown, will telepathize to that past perception and know that that is called a book. Now one day the child is actually given a book to touch. So now the child is touching the book, understands the book is, there are some books that are big story books, some books are smaller, some books are just like made from cardboard, just only pictures. Some books are like blank sheets, allowing the child to draw various things. So you get those big foolscap type books for drawing purposes. Then one gets story books, 20-30 pages books. Some books are just for writing the alphabet, that kind of book. So now the child is touching the books, isn't it? Feeling the texture of the cover, feeling the texture of the pages, knows that they are generally square, either rectangle. So now what has happened? The perception of the bodily sensation, the solidity, gets tagged on to that other perception of a book. Earlier the book had the image, the light sensation, the perception, and the sound perception of the book. But now it got added to it the touch sensation. So next time the child hears the mother saying, "Bring your storybook," or the teacher says take a book from the library, immediately the perception that arises is the feeling of solidity, the image, what is even, what type of book it is. Even say there is a favorite book for the child will, the picture of the book, the colors on the cover page, what is inside it, all that will come immediately to mind, isn't it? So this is the way sensations are then combined, and because when they are taught, these things are invariably combined. That is how the mind consciousness works. So moment they are combined, they are given a different object, given a name, and now that has become, because it is a new vibration, the combination of varying basic sensory perceptions are combining to form a new object, new vibration. Now that has become real. The child starts to believe that there is such a thing called a book, such a thing called the alphabet, such a thing called an apple, such a thing called a rainbow, the tree, the mountain, the classroom, and so on and so forth. So gradually, taste and sound, form and sound, smell and sound, these are things that are put together. Sound is quite important and predominant. Without sound, it's difficult to remember anything, isn't it? How does one know to recognize anything if a sound is not there? So now if we actually say mountain, if you don't have a mountain anywhere close by that you can view directly, still if there is a past perception of mountains, it will immediately come to mind, isn't it? Whether it is a mountain that you climbed, whether it is a mountain that you have seen on TV, whether it is a mountain that you read about, in whatever way, the perception of mountain, what type of mountain it is, you can give names of mountains or mountain ranges. You can almost feel the sensation of actually climbing a mountain if you have done that earlier in your life. All these would come about. So where are these things actually emanating? They are coming out as perceptions, isn't it? So ultimately, the perception has the element of light, the mountain, the solidity of the mountain if you are climbing along the mountain, which mountain it is and so on, all those things also coming, the solidity of it. Various other experiences as a result of it, all emanating from those 5 sensory perceptions. The basic 5 are all there in that one perception called the mountain. So can you see that the mind consciousness, all it does is it combines one or more sensory perceptions to form another vibration, and that vibration is given a name, an object. So that new perception is now considered as real. This is how this entrapment with the mind actually happens. And why we say it's an entrapment is because it is creating something out of basic sensory perceptions, and the perceptions are themselves just manifestations out of speedy vibration, that's all. But what happens? There is a feeling that these things are there, these things are real. Now where do we get the feeling? Not only the object is there, in whatever shape and form, there is an outline of the object also in the mind, isn't it? And then one also feels that that thing exists. So there is a feel, there is the wanting it, the physicality of it. And then there is this picture of it as well that pops up into the mind whenever you actually see something. Now when we see, if you are driving on the road and the traffic light turns red, immediately you would stop. You'd bring the vehicle to a halt, isn't it? Now how did one get the perception of having to stop when the light turns red? The baby in the cot has no idea of red, or leave alone that red denotes stop in the context of a traffic light. How do we know that when the green man appears, when one is having to cross, that is the time to cross the road? Again, we have a perception that green means that one can walk now. It's time to walk or cross the road. If the man is red, then we stop. If the man is flashing, we know that we have to stop in a few seconds because it's going to turn green for the vehicles to pass. How did we actually learn all these things? How did we know these things? Because at some point, every one of those has been taken and taught with various perceptions coming together, and it has been taught. And these are millions and billions of perceptions that we have accumulated. And they all have one thing in common. They are all emanating from these sensory perceptions, the sense of light, touch, taste or smell, and sound coming together in varying combinations. And so the objects collectively we call the world. The child then starts to believe there's a world outside, and if the world is outside, then the child is also there. So the parents, the teachers also teach, says, here's the teacher, here's your mother, here's your father, your mother is called this, your father is called this. And then the child will say, you are so and so. Until such time the baby or the child has no sense of an I here. The I starts getting formed gradually, probably even before Montessori time. The mother might quietly start introducing this sense of I-ness. First the mother might show herself and say, mother is hungry, and then she'll switch the word and say, I am hungry. And then she'll point at the baby himself or herself and say, baby is hungry. And then they'll say, then they might show the child in the mirror and say, or point to the mother in the mirror and say, that is mother or mama, and mama is called Sarah. And then the finger will be pointed at the child, and the child will then learn that, okay, finger pointing to oneself that means myself. Whatever I'm seeing is something that I am seeing. There is something outside and I am seeing it, and then I am called Jack or Jane or something. So now, earlier you can say that the baby is hungry. Then the mother will say, I am hungry. Baby is hungry, I am hungry. So now gradually the switch will happen from baby to I. So this is the way these words are gradually introduced. And then now when the mother points to the mother and says, I am tired, the baby will get the notion that, okay, pointing to the mother, that is, mother is tired now. So if mother is tired, then baby also can be tired. Baby is sleepy. So these things are gradually learned. Baby doesn't know all these things, but we are talking about a child 2, 3, 4 years of age starts gradually learning these notions, isn't it? So when this so-called world becomes real, unfortunately, this is all through this ignorance of the perceptions being taken to be real. And when the perceptions are taken to be real, this world is taken as existing, something that is there permanently outside. And then the I, or the wrong self-view, also gets created from here, because there is a perceiver, an observer of this. So growing up, the perceptions continue to increase, either through the education, through the learning, but also through environmental conditions. But all these are happening because of perceptions. There are various habits that we have also accumulated over time, depending on how we have been taught various things that have become like that because of continued usage. But those also are due to perceptions happening repeatedly to form some kind of continued perception, which means that it is telepathizing and it has ingrained itself, a thick perception that now we call it in the mundane world as a habit. Some we call it good habits, some can be called bad habits, but whatever it is, these are also mind creations, isn't it? So the point that the Buddha was making is that this mind consciousness is forming something, a construct which was not actually there. Something is actually made up of nothing. Because if we understand, these are all arising from the speed of vibration. If we rotate a fireball at speed, one gets the illusion that there is a ring of fire. Is the ring of fire actually there, or is that the illusion? It's the illusion, isn't it? But the deception is that there is such a thing called a ring of fire. So this is the way the world and the sensory experiences are gathered and formed, and then this whole world is existing, and I am here. Everything is attributed to the me, to the self. The I, me, myself gets formed. If something is happening, then I am seeing it. I hear about it. Until you hear about it, you don't know. You're oblivious to it, isn't it? If something has happened, say a few months ago, a relative of yours has died and you don't know about it. So 3 months later, you get the news that so and so had died. So now you're immediately sad. But can you know that what you heard was just a sound, wasn't it? Somebody either told you or you got an email saying such and such a person died. So what is the email? Just a sensation of light, isn't it? Just an image. But into those words, you have given various constructs, various meanings, because those have been learned. Relative has been learned. Death, the word died, has been learned. 3 months ago has been learned. So each of these have been given various meanings, connotations. Relative means is a blood relative. That means somebody in the family. Now, how do you even know that? That is also taught, isn't it? Everything is taught. Everything has been taken on by combined. These are the light image. What it means has all been taught. And then this mind perception says that relative died 3 months ago, or relative died. So relative and death, who the person is, all that is now very much real. So these are combined. Relative has now become real. Death has become real. And so now what is the effect? Sorrow. So the suffering comes about by something that is put together in the mind, isn't it? The perception. Just like we talked about the book at the beginning, the book was a construct, wasn't it? An apple is a construct. Does the apple actually exist outside? What is felt to the touch is solidity. What is discerned to the eye is light. That is also a manifestation only. There is no such thing called light. Or there is no such thing called solidity either. You feel the solidity because of the fast-acting vibrations. That is the basic level. That has to be also pierced through the Dhamma. But if we even stick to the apple and try to understand how the apple got constructed, there itself we must see through wisdom, not through this human eye or ear or whatever it is, because the sensory organs are incapable of piercing and seeing the truth behind all these constructs. So through the Dhamma philosophy, one has to understand how this whole thing has got created. And the mind is a natural phenomenon. It is not something that anybody is doing. So that too also has to be fully understood. These things that we consider as things that we are doing. We think we are doing good deeds, we think we are doing bad things, we beat ourselves when we have done something wrong, when we have made a mistake. We feel good when we have done something good, like a kind gesture, given something to the poor. All this is what we are pampering and pacifying an ego here, and we are attributing all these deeds and things to oneself. But even the labeling, the good, the bad, generous, kind, compassion, giving, what is giving compared to holding back? What is it to mean? What is it when one says being selfish as opposed to being generous? What is kindness as opposed to being cruel? Now, who gave perceptions and meanings to these? Now, society accepts people who are kind. Society likes people who are generous, compassionate. those also have formed like that. So this acceptance of things are formed on the basis of various perceptions given. Now those also can take on different meanings, isn't it? Every perception that is made through the mind consciousness can have different connotations, meanings to the 8 billion people. 8 billion people will have 8 billion different perceptions of the thing called an apple. Even something called poverty. Some people will feel very strongly about it, passionate about it. Some people will say, yeah, there is poverty in the world, but what can you do? And then they'll get on with their lives. Then there's sickness in the world. And then there's, there can be a sick person next door. So you feel sorry for the sick person. True. It's a natural inclination as a human being. But who said that? How do you know that a sick person is sick? Again, it has been taught. How do you know a frail person is frail? That an old person is old? How do you know that someone is in the youth, or is middle-aged, or is a child, or a baby, or an infant, or a toddler, or a teenager? How do you know to attribute various types of tendencies depending on what age that person is? Generally, when we categorize them into different ages, are those also not learned? So this collective experience of what we call this world and the worldly experience is all combinations of perceptions that have been given names to by the mind consciousness, isn't it? And how is that coming? There's a feel that you have towards all of these things. You have a general feel when you think about generosity, you get a nice feeling. When you think about somebody being cruel to another person, you get a kind of like a heavy feeling, isn't it? And then what happens when something happens to your family member or something to your household? Then there's burning, isn't it? There's a feeling of heaviness, anxiety, sorrow, worry, frustration, shock, despair. Now, so there also can you see, consider something happening to something that you see in the news, something to someone outside, someone not in the family, and then compare that with something happening to someone in your family. The attribution to the self, the relationship and the continued perception and association of those perceptions when it comes to a loved one is infinitely greater, isn't it, than some abstract story that you listen to or hear in the news. An abstract story would be quite different, and then the story that you would actually hear in the news as something that has happened in the community can be a little closer to the heart. But what would strike you the most? If something happens to this household, somebody somewhere, where say your mother has fallen ill, she's 1,000 miles away and you can't get to her, immediately there is sorrow, immediately there is anxiety, isn't it? You can't think straight, you can't do your work. You want to get to her. There's no one to help on that side. And there's frustration. There can be tension in the house as well. Maybe you want to go and your and you have small kids, and there's no one to leave them behind with. So what a turmoil of emotions. Now what has happened? So this whole concept of mother also came because of what? The baby in the cot didn't know that the mother was the mother. The baby in the cot didn't know that what sickness is, that she has been, that what hospitalization is. But ultimately the word mother was also coined by the manifestation of what? Light and sound, isn't it? Coming together was called the mother. Later on, the touch of the mother was added to it, the smell of the mother, the fragrance of the mother's clothes. All this came together. And then now the perception of the mother over the years have become stronger and stronger and stronger. The first encounter for most children is the mother, right? So whilst the first encounter is just the feel of light, sound, touch, taste and smell, no recognition, no coming together to form the concept of mother. So mother concept got formed when somebody put 2 and 2 together, the sensations, sensory perceptions together, and said, this is mama, this is your mother. So from that day onwards, the child associates the word mother with that image, with that sound, with that touch and the taste and the smell. But isn't the mother a construct from the mind, in the mind, a perception? That perception arises only due to the speedy vibration of the sensor faculties and nothing else. But now it has taken a life of its own, the construct called a mother. Another common example our teacher gives is that when a child is, sometimes the poor people in Sri Lanka, down south, they have illegitimate children sometimes, and so these children are sold or given up for adoption to people in the US, UK and so on. So this little baby infant can be adopted, and then that baby, when the baby is starting to learn, will be taught or will be shown the image of the foster mother, the white complexioned lady, and the white complexioned father perhaps, and then the child is shown the image and the sound is associated with that image. So now, and the gradual continued reinforcement of the image and the sound combined with the touch of that mother, the mother will carrying the baby and so on. And then as the child grows older, this is the image that is now coming through perceptions. And that is what is taught. The child is taught this is the mother. So from that point onwards, the white complexioned person, the person who has adopted the child, has become the mother. Sound has been given that this is the mother, and then that's the mother now. So can you see that that is how these perceptions occur, coming together? So this whole, in this manner, the world gets created, the world, and then these are believed to be true. The power that is underlying the vibration is actually the field that when you think of mother, the field that arises is the field and the power that is arising due to that speed of vibration. And speed of vibration is all that is there. So seeing through this is cutting through the ignorance and the illusion, and the understanding of the Dhamma philosophy is very important in order to come to the truth. So there are so many other aspects of this that one has to speak of. We touched on only one section of it today, but we have run out of time. We encourage you to listen to other practitioners also, the other talks. that are explained in this, delivered in this channel. And together you'll be able to explore the truth of various aspects to find how this wrong self-view gets formed. And through the practical Vidarshana meditation, be able to first eradicate the self-view and then get on the path to nirvana, the non-self vibration, where the self-perception and the self-vibration is also completely dissolved. So we'll stop the talk there for today, Dhamma friends. Thiruvan Saranai, Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Vahansa, Thiruvan Saranai Dhamma friends.
Thiruvan Saranai. First of all, I would like to pay my utmost respect to our Kalyana Mitranan Vahanse, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse. පාද නමස්කාර කරමි බුද්ධෝත්පාදෝ ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ අවසරයි. This is another Dhamma talk done with the help of this Buddothpado PeoTV. So this PeoTV is most probably doing a great job for the seekers of true Dhamma. If you are really interested in true Dhamma, you can listen to these Buddothpado sermons, where the concept of these Buddothpado sermons will be revealed by the Adhamma friends. So if you are really interested in, you can join this in Sri Lankan time 3 to 5 p.m. Discussions where Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is directly engaging in. So this true Dhamma is what Lord Buddha has preached 2,500 years ago. Unfortunately, it was covered with dust, but fortunately, our Kalyana Mitranan Vahanse has revealed this true Dhamma to the whole world after doing his own experiment, his own experience. 5 years ago, he has started to give this true Dhamma to the whole nation. So this is one avenue for the seekers of the whole world to touch this true Dhamma, to understand what true Dhamma is. So this is something with regard to a story of a thought. So reality beyond the illusion. Because we live in a world of thoughts, which is an illusion. Thoughts are not real. This is, although it looks like simple, it is not that easy to understand this. What is difficult to understand is that we always live in a single moment. This moment arises and ceases instantly. Due to our ignorance, we don't realize this.
So to understand this, we have to understand that the thoughts are not permanent. Once this realization deepens, the values and the attachment starts to diminish. This is a process which takes time. It all depends on the practice, effort, and dedication one puts into see the truth. So this is very, very important. So to understand this Dhamma, because this is thoroughly depending on the practice. If you have great effort and also dedication, you will be able to see this truth. There are more than 12,000 sermons with regard to this Buddothpado sermons. So nearly 12,000 sermons are there. So if you want to know this, the truth of this Dhamma, you will have to listen to them first, because the message from our Kalyana Mitrayan Mahanse is the most important thing. First, you have to get it as knowledge, because once you hear these sermons, you will understand that these are the sermons that you were looking for. So there you will have to have a great effort and dedication. You have to have a great effort and dedication to see this truth. So when you realize this, you will understand this Dhamma. It is totally depending on this practical side. So where Lord Buddha has preached, even Lord Buddha has preached, as we all know, Pratipadaven ma pudanno veti. Malin Malin ma pudanno noveti. So what is this practical side? That is the philosophy of Lord Buddha, Satyajnana. So that is what the message we get from our Kalyana Mitrayan say. So this is the most important thing that what we should understand. If we can understand this message properly, there we are in the path to Nibbana. So at last, what we understand is this true Dhamma. So trying to find this Dhamma is something that swimming against the way that river flows. So if we can, we most probably we are swimming with the river there to down side. So once you understood this Dhamma, you will try to swim against this water, the normal route, where it comes. You will swim against this current. So that is what, because that is not that easy. That is not that easy to understand this Dhamma. So we have found this true Dhamma. We found this true Dhamma through these Buddothpado sermons. So everybody who listens to this Dhamma has a dwelling in the mind. The people think of the Dhamma in the conventional aspects is different from the practical side. The one who searches the Dhamma in practical aspects would find the truth. Most probably, you try to find this Dhamma
by doing these, by engage in a lot of misconceptions. That means you are trying to find Dhamma, you are trying to accumulate merits. So that means to find merits, you have to do a lot of deeds. So maybe alms givings, maybe donations to the temples. You are expecting something. You are expecting doing something and expecting something in return. So that is merits. You are trying to collect, you are trying to accumulate merits. So maybe you engage in different retreats, meditation retreats. Sometimes even think of others, and also you give some food even to a beggar, maybe to some animals you give, but the intention is collecting merits. Inner intention is collecting merits. So it was not that what we learned. So here, Buddothpado sermons, it clearly shows that that is actually most probably we try our level best. We try our level best to accumulate merits. So to accumulate merits, so deeds are there, you are here. So this is not what Lord Buddha has preached. Lord Buddha has preached the non-self existence. So if such a thing happens, there is nobody to accumulate merits. So this is what you have to understand. So if you try to find Dhamma in these practical aspects, you will find the truth. Most probably, when you keep on listening to the Buddothpado sermons, you will get certainly within. You will feel Dhamma practically. So the sermons done by Buddothpado Aryanase, all these sermons are very strong. So they thoroughly speak about this Dhamma. This is not a belief or practice based on faith. This Dhamma can be tested and experienced within yourselves. So it has to be felt within to gain certainty. This is how it is progressing. This is something that we call it Sandittika Dhamma. So you will understand it and you will experience it because it happens to you. So you will understand that you can't find this from outside. This is the most important thing. Even all these sermons, most probably all these sermons are Abhijna Deshana. So the Dhamma has been explained a little deeper. Abhijna Deshana, that means sermons done by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. So most probably they are the what Lord Buddha has preached. They are not just merely sermons. They are very strong sermons. The wave of sounds and colors got together and make the mind. So actually, that is what he says. The wave, sounds, and colors got together and made the mind. So actually, we realize here is the reality of nature. Certainly, there is nothing as a mind. So that is why it is little bit deeper. These are Abhijna Deshana. Normally, maybe you don't have listened to this type of sermons, but this is the ultimate truth at last. This process is a kind of system. We don't know how these thoughts appear or how this feeling of self surfaces. The unknowingness of these happenings is ignorance. Most probably, we all have ignorance. If we get to know how our minds are getting formed, we are not get caught by the illusion of the mind. Can we understand this? So this is the most important thing. So we have to understand how our minds are getting formed. Then we will not be able to caught by this illusion of mind. This is how we come to know this. The consciousness is an illusion. The consciousness is an illusion. You will not believe this, but if you can listen to these Buddothpado sermons, gradually you will understand this. The consciousness about it is an illusion. There is a possibility of getting freedom from this consciousness. Unless knowing this process, nobody can escape from this illusion of the mind. This is the greatest illusion in the world ever exists. The Buddha has said that no use in living even in a long period of time, if not awakening to a moment, to the truth. There is a Sinhala saying as well, useless living in even the word kalpa is there. Living in kalpa is useless without knowing this truth. The Dhamma is the thing that at last it knows things. Dhamma is the one itself. It is nature. In which way, whoever explains this, it is the same Dhamma, only one. The truth is the truth. There are no other two truths. So if there are two, there one has to be untrue. The Dhamma is supreme and not going to refuge after a person. We need to listen to the truth and should become practical within Dhamma. So once we can understand that we have heard this story, the Buddha has said a bhikkhu, bhikkhu, yes, that is Vakkali. Why are you looking at this? Why are you looking at me? When Vakkali, the bhikkhu Vakkali was looking at Lord Buddha. So, Lord Buddha has questioned. This is also very common to all of us. The question, Vakkali, why are you looking at this decaying body? If you see Dhamma, then you will see me. If you see Dhamma only, you will see me. That means the Buddha's nature, the state of Buddha. So that is what Buddha is not a being or a person. It is the state of this Buddhahood. So we have to understand that even our Kalyana Mitranan Mahansa is repeating the same thing, like just like what Lord Buddha has preached 2500 years ago. So this is not, I am not a being. Even the Buddha is not a being or a person. It is the state of emptiness. So, but this emptiness is not the convention one. When the wave of self is ceased and the wave of being in the sense it's being a sattva and person is diminished, there is a liberation from the mind. The emptiness that we are talking about is arising from this actually that is that cheto vimuktiya. So this is what Lord Buddha has preached also in Buddothpado sermons, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse clearly explains this. So it is not relevant to the losing of external goods. It is seen like before, not blind. So what you see outside, it is not losing or it is not going anywhere else. So it is seen like before. It is not something you blind or something like that. It is heard like before, not deaf. Everything is happening as usual. Like in that mirror, everything can be seen, but there is nothing in it. In the same way, through everything is seen and heard, there is a realization that really nothing is there. This realization is called this stream entrance. So that is what we have to understand, that the what you see outside, you will be able to see everything with the correct realization, and also the heaviness that you had in the thought, it will become zero. So you will understand that this non existing feeling, you can understand, you feel it, it is some kind of a feeling. Um, so it is really difficult to understand this situation, because that is some kind of an internal transformation where you have to think deeply, and with that courage you will be able to see it. If not with the effort and dedication, you have to practice this, that effort and dedication. If it is not there, you won't be able to see anything. So you won't be able to see the emptiness here. So that is why Lord Buddha has said that it is not that easy to understand this. If a needle is dropped into this if a needle is dropped into the sea, you will be able to find it. But knowing this true Dhamma, awaken to the moment, or going this Nibbana, going the path of Nibbana, or this realization of this Dhamma is not that easy. Now, certain examples are given by uh, Lord Buddha. So you can understand, and you can understand that it is not that easy to understand this to Dhamma. So you must have that dedication, effort, and also that courage within yourself. So you have to think deeply. If not, this internal transformation will not happen. So such a person is coming along, as I told you earlier, the current, go against the current within the anuso. They actually going uh, uh, Anusodaya means we are swimming with that current. Such person is coming from along the current. That means Anusodaya go against the current is Patisodaya within the Anusodaya. We treat the world as true and live in it. Seeing the world it's as untrue is the Patisodaya. So. Anusote and Patisote are two different parts. As you all know, Anusote is coming along from the current, swimming, and also going with that part, that going the same side. But this Patisote is something that we have to treat the world as uh, seeing the world is untrue. That is Patisote. Seeing the world is untrue. So coming from Anusote to Patisote is not that easy. So if you can see the world is not true, there you are in your episode. The four foundations of mindfulness, that means Satara Satipatthana, have been introduced to see the world as not true. As you all know, Satara Satipatthana, so that is, you have this thing is introduced to see the world as not true. Today, most of the seekers practice these four uh, foundations of mindfulness while making the world real. So, making the world real, they engage in these four foundations. Um, so they are treating, they are doing something, and while treating the external world as true. So, do you think this is what Lord Buddha has preached? Is this Buddhist practice? No, this is not the true Buddhist practice. This is not true Dhamma. This is what we have to understand. Uh, so, this is what even when Lord Buddha, King Prince Siddhartha, when Prince Siddhartha was born in that era, this was in that era actually. So um, doing something while treating the external world as true. So they also did the same thing. Even today, we without knowing, even today, we are also doing this, the same thing. So the world has become, we are living in this mundane world. So we do all these almsgivings and meditation retreats and also these donations and all are done. So that is not the Buddhist practice. So that is the misconcepts, the wrong belief. So even there are so many Buddothpado sermons. Even all these sermons are done with the help of Tripitaka. Actually, there are a lot of sutras and all. So, Aryan Mahanse is directly taking all these sutras to show that how the mind is created. So, that is the most important thing according to this mind. It has been created the way, same as showing a cartoon movie. When a lot of pictures come through at a certain speed, it looks like something is there and turns into a movie. Our mind formation is also similar to this process. There are continuous sparks taking place in the senses at a speed. Within this speed, we feel that something is happening. As a result, we experience feelings and appearances. Due to these thoughts, a current has been generated and it is running through the spine. The thought is the feeling that there is something. If there is something, it is the name and form. That means as you all know, Nama Rupa. In the place where names and forms get together, we get caught within the illusion of consciousness. So that there is a thing. Then, if there is a thing, it is the feeling that I am existing. So that is the point where you should understand thoroughly. If there is a thing, it is the feeling that I am existing. The feeling of I-ness comes there. So that means you are getting caught with the weave of self. The self weave is there. That means Sakkaya Ditthhiya. So, to realize this whole process, you need to listen to these sermons carefully and attentively. So, that the weave of itself, Sakhaya Ditya. Until you break this self weave, you will not be able to go into the path of nirvana. So that is Dushtya, that Sakhaya Dushtya, I, my, me, mine, that existing feeling is there. Until you seize this, you realize this, there is no existing feeling here, you can't understand this Dhamma. You are not in the correct path. That is what, you are not in the correct path, you are going out of the path. So, what Lord Buddha has preached is this. This is the essence of Buddothpado sermons as well as what Lord Buddha has preached. So, if you can understand this point, this weave weave of self, you will realize that uh, because they always, if there is a thing, there is the feeling of that I am existing. Just imagine if there is a mango tree outside. So when you say this is a mango tree, so I existing feeling is there because you are there to see that mango tree. So that duality happens there. You are here and you see that mango tree. What will happen once you understand this Dhamma is this duality ceased. There is no duality. You will become the nature. No duality, no streams. That is what. No ends, streams. So you become the nature. That is what Buddothpado sermons clearly shows. How to get rid from this I-ness, how to get rid from this self-weave. The self-weave is the most dangerous thing. So although there is no self-weave, you think, you imagine. That is what all these days Buddothpado Aryan is preaching. He is going from place to place. He is going from he is meeting a lot of people, plenty of people he meets, and he is giving this message. There is nobody, although you think there is nobody here. So only the functioning of these sensory functions. These sensory functions are there, but there is no I, me, my concept here. So once you start your life as a child, as a baby, as an infant, you didn't have such a thing. You had a very radiant mind from the very beginning. You had a very nice mind. So you did not cling to anything. But what will happen gradually when you come to this Montessori stage, the teacher gives you everything by showing pictures, colors, and giving everything to your eyes and also to your ear. So you learn lot of things, names you learn. So what the radiant mind, what will happen to that white sheet as in Buddha sermons? It is getting polluted. So when you are aged, it is full of pollutions. So it is not that easy to erase all these things. So erasing that is not that easy because removing that the concept I-ness, the weave of self weave, where you have caught within. So uh, realization of that is not that easy. So that is what you have to realize. You need to listen to these sermons carefully and attentively. Because all these sermons done by Buddothpado Aryan is with regard to these all sutras, which are very valuable. From anywhere you listen, these all are directing you to the path to nirvana. The more you listen to, the more the more the mind becomes silent and still. The fire of defilements is getting extinguished. This ignorance is the cause of defilements. When ignorance is diluted up to that extent, defilements get diminished. So this is the concept. If you can do that, you should try. Once you all can remember, Lord Buddha has asked Vikwananda, showing a small stone on his arm, whether that stone or the Himalayas, the big. The Bhikkhu has replied that the stone on the Buddha's hand was negligible when compared to the Himalayas. So with that, this is a very common saying with that the Buddha has preached. If someone realizes this Dhamma, his defilements were diminishing, his defilements were coming slower and slower, like the Himalayan mountain. That means felt that this world is not a reality. When somebody sees the way how the mind is getting formed, this world is created within the mind. The world appears within the mind. So to see this, you have to understand what is happening here inside within yourselves. You have to understand the thought. What you see outside, what you see, all the things you see outside are thoughts. So if you can realize how this thought is formed, you will see there are no thoughts. That means the thoughts are a lie. It is not a real thing. So everything is a lie. So we can understand that if we have, because even Lord Buddha has preached, you can't stop thoughts. Thoughts are coming. That is the nature of the mind. So you get thoughts, one another, one coming after another. So realization of these thoughts is the realization of that uh, this path to nirvana. As a result of getting together the objects such as color, sound, smell, taste, and touch coming to the five senses. That means eye, ear, nose, tongue, and skin. Within an unimaginable speed, make the feeling of the self. That is self, that soul. It is creating that feeling of the self, that Atma, soul. It is creating. So there is no self in the sound. That is what. There is no self in the sound. There is no self in the color, as such in smell, taste, or touch. There is no story of self. That is what. There is no self anywhere. This is a wrong view. A view of self, a wrong view of self. So if you can understand this what we call ditti, that Atma Dushtiya or Sakkaya Dushtiya, whatever it is. So this wrong view cannot be seen easily. It is not that easy. Uh, that is what even I told you. It's seeing this truth is not that easy. There is another. There is another example. I remember what Lord Buddha has said once. A monk, if a bow hunter shoots a hair of a horse and splits it into 100 pieces, it also may happen, but this realization of this real truth is not easy. So now you can understand.
understand that. As I told you earlier, there is another example. So there are so many examples taken by Lord Buddha given to us. Lord Buddha has given because that needle, if a needle is dropped into the sea, you can find it. Just imagine in the sea, if a needle is dropped into the water of the sea, you can find it. But this realization of this truth is not easy. So now you can understand the heaviness and the attempt you should have to realize this pure truth. So to see this pure truth, there should be wisdom. We need to cultivate this wisdom. When slowly the realization starts taking place, wisdom is getting deeper, and we start feeling the truth. Feel, this is a feel. So once the wisdom, once uh, there once when the wisdom is there, you will start feeling the truth. So when you keep on listening to these sermons, even less than a month, you would enter into the path of this stream entrance. Keep listening well, because uh, uh, there may be questions you face and also issues when you listen further. But you have that opportunity to question. You can question by yourself, as well as you can talk to Buddothpado and say. That is why these sermons are very, very valuable. There are Zoom discussions throughout the day. So directly you can talk to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. While listening to these sermons, you are you may face questions, no doubt. So once you are stuck, there is nobody to ask. But Kalyana Mitranand say he himself has understood this. He has this thorough experience on this. Because of that, he is not afraid to meet anybody. So if you are listening to the sermons of somebody's, or maybe a monk, an ordinary, when you go to a temple and you listen, so there is nobody to help you, because sometimes when you question, nobody knows what the next step is. So they will think and you can realize this or something like that. But it is not in Buddothpado sermons. Buddothpado sermons, Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is uh, always questioning the listener through these Zoom discussions. He wants to know whether he is in the correct path. He has come to the correct path. So he always wants to question where nobody does it. So you don't find such a person. He's not a person actually. So that the state of Buddha. So with that, he realizes everybody. He can tell. He tells you, because you need to talk to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. If the question is that most probably some people, some disciples of Buddothpado, they have listened to this true Dharma for years and years. So when he goes to when he goes these days, he is meeting with the Kalyana Mitra is meeting his disciples. So there, when he is questioning, they will not be able to answer the questions. So that is what has happened. That they have thought they have understood this Dhamma, and they have thought that they are in the correct path of this Dhamma, and we know this. So that is completely wrong. While questioning, Buddothpado Aryan says strictly saying that you are not, yourself is there. You are existing there. So your self weave is there, directly says. So it is not that easy to understand this Dhamma. So always, if you have that belief of there is a world and the view of self, then there should be something wrong with you all. So you have to speak to Buddothpado Aryan. Say, our says with him, he will give you, he will correct you, he will guide you to the proper path, because you are not in the proper path. If you still feel that I-ness, if you still feel that self-will, your self-consciousness. So this is not something like that. This is some kind of a feeling that you should understand that there is nobody here, only the faculties, the sensation is there. So the sensory faculties are there. So there is no I, me, mind concept here. So if you can understand this, you are there in the path of nirvana, and you will cease, you will liberate from your mind, no doubt. So to liberate from your mind, Buddhothpado sermons will help you definitely. The time is up. So I will conclude this Dhamma's talk this way, right? Okay, may we have the courage to look deeply. May we have the wisdom to let go. May we awaken to the moment, and may all beings be free from sufferings. So, Teruvan Saranai, and I would like to pay my utmost respect to our Kalyana Mitranan Mahanse, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, Pada Namaskara Karami, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, Sarai, Teruvan Saranai.
there are certain processes or Kriyavali, and to these processes we seem to assign different names. These processes could be natural processes or man-made processes. All what we seem to do is that we assign different names to them. Some examples of assigning names to natural processes are given below. For example, look at a newborn baby. Doesn't the baby move his limbs as he pleases? Doesn't he not breathe on his own? Does he not eat when he is fed? But he did not realize or know anything that he does. But the newborn baby does have a process, and he does perform some actions. Isn't your breathing process and the breathing process of a newborn baby who has pure and an untainted mind the same? Isn't this process of breathing common to you and the newborn baby? Now let us also look at the process of walking. You think that you are walking. It is you who assigned a name as walking to that process. There is nothing as walking. In Sinhala, we call it Avidinawa, and in English, we call it walking. It is a sound. What we have to realize is that it is only an action. Therefore, if you remove the sound from the action and only observe the action, then you would be able to erase the name sound that was assigned to it by the Sammuti. When you are on the path, this process of erasing of the name or sound happens little by little. When you practice to observe only the process without the sound, you begin to see and feel that there is nothing. You realize that all what you see was made in the mind. Once you realize the pure truth and become so one, your mind cannot trick you anymore. Therwan Sana, everybody.
Therwan Sarana Shani. Thank you for reading the book for us. We worship Paran Vahanse at his feet, Therwan Sarana Vahanse, and we also warmly welcome all of you who have joined this Zoom discussion, and also the other friends who are listening to us via other means. So this is our English Zoom discussion as usual. Yeah, going to discuss the facts that was described in the book that Shani read. We are still talking about the mind and the thought, and how this process of thoughts are formed, and how with the growth of the baby, how these thoughts are formed and how they are developed up to the level that we are experiencing right now. So as she mentioned in the book, uh, it's always a thought. Everything is a thought, and thought means it is the collective action of the other five sensor faculties. If you experience simply a thought, which means in simple words, we say that I was thinking and this thought came to my mind. So when you mention something like that, it always indicates that it is something happened in the past. It is a mental picture which occurs right now, but it's always the collective function of the five senses which happened at some point earlier. And also it was mentioned these thoughts are composed of the rupa or the observation of the sensor and some form of naming behind that. So this naming can vary. It varies depending on depending on the language, depending on the environment, culture, etc. So some simple things given as examples. For walking, the English term is walking, and then in Sinhala we call it avidinawa. So it's the name part, but actually it's just the function of the sensors. So what happens there now? For example, if you take walking, it's a series of sensor functions. The skin will feel hard or soft things, and there will be a feeling of lifting and keeping a little away from the previous foot, and then there will be a feeling of the joint. So like that, it is a continuous series of sensor functions of the body. For these series of sensor functions, we call walking. So when it comes to the mundane world, it's a thought and a name has been given to a series of functions. So it was also mentioned in what we read that erasing of the naming part, actually it doesn't mean that removing that name part. Actually what it means is that the value which was given as a part of the thought, the value gets erased because the thought will appear as if it is happened earlier. So the thought will be there, and the identification of the rupa part will occur, but the value which was given to that total thought is the one which gets dissolved. So those were the basic things that we got from the book. So I think we can start the discussion. Dr. Kokila, Theruwan Saranai.
We worship Parananse. Yes, we can start the discussion. Anyone can bring up a question so we can discuss around it. or we can talk about how these perceptions are actually giving us, the false or illusory nature of the existing world. So actually, in the last bit, Joel asked a question yesterday. I don't think we had enough time to cover it. So I just thought about going back to it as well, just to highlight few things. When we try to understand this truth is just how this phenomena works, how this alive field has brought up all these questions of suffering or the burning or this problems. But when we keep understanding this, the main step we understand is actually the whatever we feel as out there, because we have a projection. Like we have a projection, as we said, that's my neighbor. And if you're looking at him now, you can really say, yes, I'm looking at my neighbor now. He's cleaning the garden. So, if someone say, did you really see him? Yes, I saw him with my own eyes. That's what we say. So it is something that happened. If someone asks you, did you actually see? That means they are questioning what you saw, and you say, no, I saw, definitely I saw his face. It wasn't someone else, it was the neighbor. So, in a way, we are trying to tell something that we saw. That's right, isn't it? But with the truth, what we try to understand is, did we see a neighbor? Or what we see, is that the neighbor? Or the neighbor, how did the neighbor come to that picture, what you see? So you saw something, yes, 100%, you feel like that. Because the actual seeing or vision is something you feel, feeling of light, or the visual effect. But how this mind works is, mind is a tricky thing. How this mind works is, mind gives you, mind is actually the slow. If you try to slow it down, you can understand it's just flowing of thoughts, one thought. That very fast flowing of thoughts, we call it mind. There's no actual organ called mind. So then, how this mind is formulating is due to that whatever you see, you have a notion that it is the neighbor, like an idea from what you have learned very far back in your small childhood. You know that one who lives near you is called neighbor. Or you might call it uncle, because that's how you knew how to call them, or auntie in that case. In our country, usually that is. We don't call neighbor. I don't think we ever call them neighbor. So, this auntie, that auntie, this uncle, that uncle, that's how we used to say. And we know that if you say, I saw that uncle, the problem is not actually what you saw or what you actually believe to see. The problem is believing that it's actually a real, this dream that this world we live in. Imagine your twin brother standing there with you and looking at the same neighbor. Whatever that twin brother's mind, how that mind works is different. Because whatever that thought that comes up would be completely different. He may be looking at the same scenario, and whatever that comes up in that mind would be completely different. How come is that? And if you imagine your puppy dog with you, and dog is looking at the same direction, what do you think that dog's world would be? So, which world is correct? Is it your brother's world? Is it your world? Or is it dog's world? Or in that case, if you imagine a fly nearby, what is the outcome of that world? So, which world is correct? Every being, unicellular or multicellular, every being has a kind of a outcome of whatever the sensory organ they have. Some sensory organs, it's just the kind of the skin, specifically in a worm. That is what you can understand this. It's just the feel. Imagine you're blind, you can't hear anything, you just feel. Are you not going to have a better feel than now? You're going to feel extremely very well, in the sense you are going to be very sensitive and specific in the feel, because you can't see, you can't hear. Even with that, you will have some kind of understanding. So even with one sensory organ, any being will survive, yes, if possible. So whatever the world, whether it is a world of a cat or world of a dog or world of a human, world of a fly, world of a bee, if you actually research about this, you will understand that according to the scientific relations, that what they see, even the type of the light is different. I can't remember everything, but if you research, what bee sees is different. They see all in rectangular form. And the dogs see in different shades. They don't see some colors. The cow would be seeing another different shades of colors. We, as humans, we know we have some people who can't see red, but they will be interpreting something as red because they hear people saying red, red. Whatever they see, they call it as red. So they don't even know that they can't see red until it is properly checked. So we understand that whatever we have as sensory organs, they function. Yes, 100% they function. And they have produced a world which is not true. In the sense, it is kind of there, yes, there is a manifestation, but it's actually not there. If it is actually there, you should be able to feel the same way as all the human beings. 8 billion people are completely different. There's another reason for that too, because their vibrations are different too. Anyway, what I was trying to come to is the question of the neighbor or the relative or someone you feel that they are giving you a hard time. Definitely, yes, you felt it before because you didn't know that this is how this so-called life works. So you felt as you are being pressured. You felt as judged. You felt as intimidated. And those feelings made you angry, made you to hide, made you to run away from the situations that you would actually see them. So, Tiran Sarnai, Aranas.
Tiran Sarnai.
Yes, Aranas.
Tiran Sarnai, Sean is there?
Yes, Johnny is here.
Tiran Sarnai.
We can hear. We can see also Aranas.
Yes, Tiran Saranai. What's your name? Who's there? Yes.
Please.
Yes, I liked, yeah. I like know who the, yes, our friend, Dhamma friend, yeah. What's your name?
My name is Theo. Theo.
Theo.
Yes.
Yes,
Theo.
which Leo.
Theo Aranas.
Theo, it's okay. Theo is where's the country?
Germany.
Yes, Germany.
Yes.
Yes. How old are you?
32. 32.
Pardon?
32.
32. It's okay. Yes, it's very interesting. The truth. What is the truth? No, it's very interesting. What's happened here? What is the truth? Who we are, where we are from. That's very important. What's happened here? No. Well, we don't know the truth. We know what happened to us. We are thinking after death we are going somewhere. What's happened to us? We don't know. Someone telling something. We are going to heaven. It's okay. We don't know it's happened. No. We are believing. yeah, we are going heaven, or we are going hell. Oh, it's okay. It's a believing. We don't know. We haven't experienced. That's why we are thinking. Yes, Hindus are talking about the other other believing. Muslims are talking about the other believing. The Christian also other believing, and the Buddha, the Buddhist guys also thinking about like that. The heavens and evil. So what is the really happening? No, we don't know the really. No. Really, we don't know what's happened here. That's why, it's very important. Yeah. I like. I like this discussion. I like this. Understand everybody the truth. It's okay. Give me 1 minute, please. Yes, Kopila is there. Yes, Kopila is
Yes,
okay.
yes, sir. Answer. It's very beautiful to see that. I think this must be from Dombagoda Meditation Center, and we welcome you to the Zoom discussion. We are holding this every day at this time, and we discuss Dhamma in English medium. It's very interesting. We have actually,
We can't. They do not turn their cameras on usually. Yeah, there are several Dhamma friends, including our and husband.
Okay.
You can hear them, right?
Yeah.
If you don't mind.
Is that like religious reading or can I see them?
No.
That's fine. I don't mind.
Yeah. Okay.
yeah, actually, I'm from Australia. There's another friend from Australia here, and some are from Sri Lanka. Yeah, there's sometimes some people from UK. There's people joining some from Singapore, like that. There's Dhamma friends from all over. Just by listening to Dhamma, we haven't even personally met each other. Just through actually these discussions, we have come together just by understanding the truth that Buddothpado has disclosed to us. He started to disclose it through YouTube as well. We just randomly heard that, and we are actually trying to understand the truth that he was trying to say. What made you to actually come to Dhammagoda? Is it for the kind of to find some tranquility, or what was the idea of that? Would you mind telling us?
I guess the main idea was to calm down.
What is it?
The main idea was to calm down, I guess. It was the start of the travel. We're traveling for 2 weeks. So
you're just traveling.
Yes. Excuse me. I think it's finding the relax. No, finding the relax. No, that's why. That's is main. Yes.
Need to calm down.
Yeah, it's a calm down place. Yes, that place is very nice for that.
This is working already. So this is...
Yes, it's a relaxing place. No, it's a relaxing there. It's nice.
Very nice.
I think it's the best. I think it's the what to be happen here, because our mind always struggling. Our mind always busy. Our mind very tired. No, our mind very rush. No, our mind is like is not mind is not relaxed. Mind always is generating the power like that, attach and disattach, no attachments. It's like that. Mind always like that. It's a crave, no. It's going the attachments. Is sometimes attachment becoming disattached because the mind is tired. I think relaxing. Everybody won't relax. Yeah, life is very busy, no. That is why people won't relax. It's very interesting. Yeah, yeah, it's the main.
My
Yeah,
name is Angie.
Anjali, Anjali. Yeah,
I'm My name is Angie. Nice to meet you.
Anjali. Yes, Anjali. Have you any questions? Ask
Yes,
me,
I want to
Anjali.
ask you. I want to ask you how long you've been practicing or discovering Dharma. Is this what you discovered by yourself, or is this actually a practice for 1,000 years already? What is the history of Dharma? Can you introduce that to us?
I think you're asking me how long you
Your personal.
meditation is doing. That's the question, no?
No, how long you've been practicing Dharma, which we're listening to? How many years, and what is this your personal story? Can you, if you don't
Personally,
mind,
yeah,
discuss?
yeah. My personally is when I'm a baby, it's automatically I'm doing this because my grandpa doing the meditation. My grandpa also still today alive.
Mm,
Grandpa not dead. Grandpa 90, I think is 96 now age. My grandpa 75 years, I think, is meditation doing.
mm,
I'm becoming the meditation when I was 5 years or 6 years. It's automatically happening because my uncle, my mom's brother, my uncle, also a monk. So I have this type of family background. That's why
mm-hmm,
when I was a baby, I'm doing the meditation. So they
mm-hmm,
30 years doing the concentration meditation. So my grandpa teach me and my uh, uh, monks friends teach me, and otherwise I'm always in the meditation path because
mm-hmm,
my mind always go in the forest. I like forest. When I was a baby, I'm always in the forest. My mom sometimes told me, why you are going to the forest? You want to study, you won't go doing the job, you won't do something. Why you are going always forest? But my mind is always going to forest because I want alone. When I was a
mm-hmm,
baby, I don't like studies. I don't like anything. I want only the forest. I like the birds. I like the trees. I like the sky. I like everything. So today also I'm in the like that. I'm in the forest always. I'm in the forest. So I like
mm-hmm,
alone. I like alone. My feel always going to alone. So that is my feel. Is alone. Always is alone. So it's nice. I'm not inside. I'm in very happy. So
mm-hmm,
I like it. Yeah. Because silence is good. That is why I choose this place. It's nice. It's a silence. It's
very good
nice.
choice. I like
Yeah.
the
Silence is very
the
important.
quietness.
Yeah. Yeah.
If the we've been to
Yeah.
take a past 2 days about to the ultimate goal of Dharma is to let yourself go, right? That is ultimate truth to end the suffering and end the rebirth. So I want to ask you if the 1 to 10, 10 is you have reached the ultimate truth and you let yourself completely go. If that was the goal, how much you would rate yourself? 1 to 10. Where are you now after 30, 40 years practicing?
Yes, thus Dhamma is going, the way is awareness, super awareness. What is the super awareness? Is samadhi. What is this samadhi? How telling this? It's like a nature. Everywhere you are, sometimes you are going brush area, more people is there. But you are in alone. How is happening? This internal transformation is the very important. It's not thinking, it's not the mind. It's an internal transformation. It's changing. You are not anything to vibrate. So every time the system is working, senses are creating, thoughts are here. It's okay, no problem. Because you are inside, in silence. No problem what is happen outside. Because you are not attached anything. How is this internal transformation is happening? Like I know.
That's not my question, by the way. Thank you for sharing.
Yes.
The question is, where are you now after you practicing so many years? Where do you see yourself?
Yes. I'm in nothingness stage. But everything is there. But my inside is nothingness stage. No being, no living being, nothing existent. I'm in free mind. Yeah, I'm in freedom of mind, liberation of mind.
So you want to go already?
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Okay. Congratulations. So
how do you feel like? How's your state of feeling? So, or how's your?
Do you reach
normally?
enlightenment?
Yeah.
How do you know?
It's not thinking. It's not thoughts. It's internal transformation. It's happening. I'm not telling lie.
Hey.
I don't want to tell lie anybody. It's my experience. It's my experience. I explain others. So I'm not force anybody. I'm explaining my experience only. Someone can realize. Someone can study, but I am telling. So I'm telling the way, I'm telling the path. Someone following this way definitely is coming finally stage is super awareness. I'm talking about super awareness. Is Buddha's word is. So someone talking about enlightenment, but I'm not talking enlightenment. Enlightenment is Hindu's word. I'm talking about super awareness. Is the enlightenment? Yes. Nobody is here. No one is here. System is working. First, everybody want to understand how is this senses creating? What is this alive feel? How is alive feel is coming? How is this alive feel is coming? How is this existent feel is also coming? So when you are baby, you are in the cot, it's a radiant mind is there. No defilements. But after kindergarten time, how is coming defilements? The people don't know how is coming these defilements. So that is very important. How is creating these senses? Buddha explaining this. What is this world? Is censoring world, not any outside world. So animals in others world. So example is the buffalo. Buffalo only the look in red color. Buffalo have red color world. We are talking about 7 color world. But some insect, they have 8 type of world. So this varieties is animals. It's not same world. They are living individually their own world. You also same. Your world is your senses created, no? Not outside anywhere. It's your sensory world. It's very important.
May I ask how old are you now?
Excuse me? Yes?
May I ask how are you now?
Pardon, please? I think I'm not heard.
How are you? How old are you now? What
Sudharma, what's that question?
I said actually they are interested in about your personal life, basically how you feel less than fully recent one and your age, etc. Now she's asking.
Yeah, very important. I'm living normally like you.
No, how
Not happen anything.
They want to.
Yeah, that's a internal transformation is not the outside picture.
Why he doesn't answer the question? No, I asked him, how old are you? Like, he's 32, I'm 32. How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 50 years old. It's okay.
Oh, okay.
How old
So,
are you? That's the question. It's okay. Yeah,
you're 50?
50 years old. Yes.
Oh, wow. You sound very young. But I'm sure you feel very young too, feel younger. But my question, I'm very curious, since you already reached the stage, right, the Dharma, and you're building this beautiful center to help people, which I truly, truly, deeply appreciate it. But I want to ask question, what is of your life right now, since you already reached the ultimate, you're only 50? So what is your goal of your life? I don't know how long you're gonna live. I think you probably live longer than your grandfather. So let's say you have 50 years to go, or even longer. Let's say you're gonna do 110. Okay, you have 60 years to go, which is more than half life. What right now? I'm very curious. You reached the ultimate, and what's next?
Yes.
Yes.
What you want to do, and what do you want to do next? Question.
Because I believe you will live very long with this kind of very spiritual play.
I don't know. So, what is? It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. The people innocent, no? People don't know the truth. They are like a blind. They are born like a blind, and they are living like a blind, and they are dead also living like a blind. They don't know what happened here. They don't know what is the truth. They are thinking they are come somewhere. They are thinking they are living. After they are thinking they are going somewhere. But especially, we won't know who we are. Body is not you. Mind is not you. Who are you? So it's easily telling, but we can explain. You are not anywhere. You are the power. You are the vibration. You are the vibe. This vibe is zero, is happening. Everything is normally, senses are working. Nobody is here. System is working. Very interesting, the mind sensor. Because thoughts are coming. No value is here. But normally everything is normally. Nothing change anything. But you are inside, not suffering. No, not suffering is not inside anything to any attach.
You already
So it's
reached
very
that. So
nice. Yeah, yeah.
because you already
But
ended
sis,
your suffering. So what are you gonna do for
yeah,
next 50 years?
I don't want anything because the timeless is the really answer. Time is a
Okay.
thinking. Yeah, no death or birth is here. Every second you are the living, you are the birth and death is 1 second here happening. It's your mind, it's your thought. Thought haven't a value. No, nobody is here. Thought have a value. That's your birth. That's your death. No, thought is the spark like that. One spark is happening every time. Every time is one thought is here. Future, you are thinking this present moment. History also, you are thinking this present moment. You are living only this present moment, this one thought. But this one thought, you won't understand everything you are know. You know, you are thinking your future, you are thinking something, is your present moment only the thought. The history is something you are remember, that this present moment only the thought. You know, one thought is here, happening every time, every second. So this one thought, how is this thought is creating? That is the Buddha's dependent origination, is Buddha's Dhamma. Explaining this, how is this mind created? Mind is this present moment, only the thought. One thought, you know, everything is system is like that, going on. You know, time is you are thinking. This present moment, one thought is happening. This thought is not real. The example is the chair. The kindergarten time, red, yellow, blue. Why teacher is given this sound, given the picture to eye, and given the sound to ear? This sound and picture together coming, sound and form together coming. That's the thought. You see, red, yellow, blue, chair, table, apple, orange. Picture is given the eye, sound is given the ear. This, someone calling you orange. How this picture is coming? That is why this waves is combining, other wave is creating. That's why picture and sound together coming, that's the thought. This every second, these thoughts are coming. What's your front? It's a chair. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I want to understand your perception of suffering. So if the goal is to end the suffering and everybody's happy in peace, but I feel suffering is very important part of the motivation of a human being to explore, to achieve more technology advances, to explore moon, to go to Mars, to go out in the galaxy. And that's how we're not living in the cave right now, since we are the dominant species on the planet only about 20-30,000 years. And that's what drive a human being, because we suffer. Imagine you're a baby. How do you know you're not touching the hot pot, right? You put your finger on the hot pot, you get burned. And now you suffer, it's pain. Now you know you're gonna avoid that hot pot. Similarly, if we don't suffer, there's no learning process for human as a species to grow. That's my ultimate dilemma since I arrived here is, if we end the suffering, do you agree that you end the motivation of a human being to evolve and everybody just in peace? If imagine 17 billion people right now on the planet like you, we end the suffering already, where are we going?
It's
What's
okay.
next?
That's why. Question is everything is your mind. You are thinking. Is thoughts. Thought is not real. Nobody is here. No one is here. System is given you to this price. Is your life field.
Not real. Why are we even existing? Why we're even breathing? We should just cure ourselves, right?
You know, someone understood the truth. Nobody is here. No one is here. This is a power. This is a power.
But what
Mind
do
is a
we
power.
do with the power?
Yeah.
It's useless.
Yeah.
We're not doing anything. We lost our drive of going forward, and it's very confusing for me.
No, excuse me, madam. It's okay. I explained to you. So this is huge stories here to explain, but it's okay. I explained little bit. So everything is your thoughts. Galaxy is your thinking. Otherwise, everything. But you know, the baby don't know death or birth. Someone telling death and birth. The baby thinking death and birth. Baby don't know death and birth. So after you are thinking, yeah, one day I'm die. Yeah. So that is thoughts. Thoughts given you suffering. So this now, this present moment you are thinking, you are dead, you are in suffering. But you are not thinking the death, you are not in the sad. Why? You are not thinking. But these thoughts are given you to sad and suffering. That is why everything is thoughts. You are thinking.
With human as well. If we end all suffering, we ended all the meaning of life as well.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. First, you won't cool down. It's okay, madam. Sorry for this. So this is not this understanding one. Sorry, this is understanding one. This Dhamma is understanding. First is you can experience.
Okay. I'm not confrontational. I'm just very curious about where.
No, it's okay. I explain.
Because I'm coming here to learn. I want to be inspired.
No, you can be in happy because finally you are in happy because first you won't understand. Second, you can experience it. The system is working. You are looking the system. Yeah, it's okay. Deep meaning is here. First you want how is the system is working. How is the thoughts are creating? How is the sound are coming? So you are blind, you can't see. You are deaf, you can't hear. But you know, this sensor given you to colors is like a camera. Your ear is given you to sound. It's like a equipment. This system is working. The power is generating. You know, thoughts, how is coming the power? That's the real question. You know, every time you are looking something, you are not anything to an inside pain. It doesn't matter you are looking or no. But you are looking something, your inside pain is coming, power is there. That is your alive field. That is the power. The power, you understood how is this power is coming. That is the magic, how is happening. You know, this consciousness is the magic. How is magic is happening. You haven't a magic. After, you know, mirror, everything you can see the mirror. But mirror haven't anything. Like that, finally, you know, this real world is not real, like a mirror. So after you understand, why? It's okay, no problem. Your senses are working. Something spicy you eat is okay. It's coming hot, no problem. It's okay. You smell is taste. It's a jasmine. It's okay, nice. It's everything normal you can experience. But your inside, nobody is here. You know, it's okay. System is working. Very nice life is finally coming because nobody is here worry. Nobody is have suffering. Nobody has sad here because nobody is here. Everything. So you know these 6 senses: eye, ear, nose, mouth, your body, and the mind. These 6 senses working naturally is natural phenomena. Nobody is doing this system. It's okay. Otherwise, especially the mind sense are also working. You are not doing. You know, concentration meditation, sometimes you are try. It's okay. You don't want thoughts. You are in let cross sitting, and you have brief, it's okay, it's happening, exhale and inhale, but you don't want thought, but thoughts are coming because you are not thought. Mind is not you. That is why thoughts systematically coming. You understood the thoughts, how is coming. What is this thoughts? I don't want thoughts. That is why you know thought is not anybody. So finally, you know these six senses, not anybody. This you know this experience, you can experience it. Is here, system is working, senses are working. Nobody is doing. Nobody is here. But you understand.
Love you. What do you think
Yeah.
of love?
Love is okay because love is nice experience. Is mind sense given this? Is you can feel otherwise inside. So this feel is very important. Is normally this you finally you know everything. You know how nobody is here. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, love is other. Love is also is okay. Love is coming this sensor. It's mind sensor. Yeah, mind sensor come in this love because something you are looking again and again and again. System is coming automatically. After his power is generating, you want it. That is loving. It's okay. Otherwise, you have inside feel because that's a power is there. The love has a power. Yeah, yeah.
Love is also a suffering for you. So if love perspective is actually a suffering, can you explain it a bit? I can answer the self love without the self and so
Yes. What is the question is Sudharma?
asking whether love is a suffering for you. Love is also a suffering.
Because this system very important to understand. Is okay. What is really loving? Is really loving. You want is loving. You are talking about the girls and boys is doing this loving. It's okay. The moms, babies doing the loving. It's okay. Everywhere, so love is there. It's okay. What is this love? It's a very nice experience. It's very nice feeling. How is this love is happening? So you know, without the before you are loving, you are in normal. You know, there is no loving. But you know, this sensor is attached system is working. You when you are a baby, you are in the pot also. So system is attached system is sensor system is attached system. Everything is attaching is happening. It's okay. When you are becoming kindergarten time, this how is this sound and form together is combined. Is attached power is there. Every senses is creating attached power. This attached power is normally. That is why sound and form together coming, that thoughts are coming otherwise. This attached power. So after you like red color, sometimes yellow, because again and again these colors are coming, is what your style of fashion, your experience. Are you hear me?
Yes. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your really generously time with us, your thought. I have no question.
No, madam. No, madam. Give me 1 minute, please, because it's okay. It's okay. I will tell you, this system given you to love it,
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can start then.
Yes, of course, you can start.
Okay. Teruvan Saranai, may Triple Gem bless all of you. We worship Aryan Mahanse at his feet. To all Dhamma friends, we welcome all of you to this English Zoom discussion. May all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. So as usual, we are starting our 1 hour 15 minutes discussion in English medium on Buddothpado teaching.